The male lead was bullied to the point that he had to change schools. This new school where there is no more school violence. I thought it would be the paradise of normal school life that he always wanted. But no, this school just changed from open bullying to a new form of organizing an arena where conflicts can be resolved. There, Lee Gilsoo was wrapped in a spinning wheel and forced to participate in the arena. Otherwise she would be bullied and beaten until she couldn't lift her head. Like in the old school. No way, Lee Gilsoo was forced to be stronger because the road of revenge was waiting for him ahead. On a beautiful day, Lee Gilsoo's family car was moving on the road. Inside the car he was struggling into your phone with a swordplay game and very loud sounds. Lee Gilsoo's father was driving and couldn't concentrate, so he shouted loudly. Lee Gilsoo put the phone away. Lee Gilsoo seemed to ignore her father's reminder. He didn't answer and continued to play the game. Lee Gilsoo's mother was sitting next to the driver's seat. Seeing his indifference, he immediately turned back to remind Lee Gilsoo. Dad is talking to you. At least you have to answer back. The atmosphere in the car was a bit quiet. Dad Lee Gilsoo looked in the mirror and saw his face not caring about what his mother just said and could only stay silent. Ha ha, suddenly Lee Gilsoo's mind radiated triumph. I bet he regrets it very much. Lee Gilsoo remembered the days of being bullied at his old school when students gathered to bully him. A student raised his name cigarette in front of him. They turned Lee Gilsoo into an invisible brush and wrote insulting words on his face. Not only that, two guys also continuously kicked him hard, making him cower and scream in pain. In his mind, he now always thinks that his father regrets having a weak and pathetic son like him. While in a stream of negative thoughts, his mother suddenly turned around and reminded, remember, if at the new school other children will also beat and bully you, please rest. I want you to be able to live more comfortably. Lee Gilsoo glanced at him. Another thought flashed, a lie. She was the one who made the whole family move to make me change schools. When I said I just wanted to quit school, Lee Gilsoo still ignored her mother's words. The space returned to quiet time. The car was still rushing forward. Lee Gilsoo inside the car was finally done playing, and the end result was the same as every time he lost the game. Negative thoughts kept following him. Or should he fake suicide? The first class at the new school. Lee Gilsoo was walking slowly to school. As soon as he reached the gate he sighed and wanted to run away. Or maybe there was an earthquake. Or a North Korean invasion would be fine too. Just entering the new class he bowed his head and introduced himself. I'm Lee Gilsoo. I moved from Seoul. I've never been here before. It's nice to meet you all. In his mind, he just wished that time would stop. Wishing nothing bad would happen. He lowered his head, looked down at his shadow in worry. Suddenly a clap from the teacher made him look up in surprise. Then below his friends all applauded and welcomed him to join the new class. Everyone seemed very happy to meet him. A friend below said loudly, wow, our class finally has someone in Seoul. The atmosphere was completely different. Another guy below pushed my shoulder to remind me. Don't be such a country idiot. A friend asked Lee Gilsoo to come to his seat and he was still bewildered and didn't understand what was going on because he had never seen this atmosphere at his old school before. The end of the first class, a group of friends in class came to talk to Lee Gilsoo. Hey there. Lee Gilsoo hesitantly replied yes. It seemed like he was over the moon. Or maybe you're haunted by your old school and negative thoughts pop up in your head. You think about the bullying words of the thugs at your old school when you bought the wrong type of cake they asked for. I told you I hate this type of cake. Do you want to die? Not again. A strong pat on the shoulder startled him. Two new guys came to greet Lee Gilsoo in a friendly manner. The guy in front introduced me as Jin Duen. You're still not used to everything here. Let's go to any convenience store. Behind the blonde guy standing behind also raised his hand and waved goodbye to Lee Gilsoo. Jin Duen friend also openly introduced himself. On the way, we will introduce the school to Mr. Lee Gilsoo was still surprised and answered hesitantly. Okay. When you walked out of the convenience store holding a carton of milk, you still couldn't believe this was the first time you went to a convenience store with someone else's friends. Gindwin blood-shouldered Jinsu joking about you blonde-haired Jisoo. What do you think? You've never seen eyebrows like this, right? I guess his girlfriend wanted to break up because of this, right? Lee Jisoo scratched her head and thought. But she didn't expect to encounter this kind of question. To avoid offending her new friend, Lee Gilsoo only answered, "I thought it had its own uniqueness," and smiled softly. Lee Gilsoo turned away and smiled. What is this school like? Everyone around is very sociable with each other. Some groups are sitting and eating cake, taking advantage of the conversation. Some groups are holding each other's shoulders and joking. But they have one thing in common. Everyone looks very happy, busy finishing a carton of milk with happy thoughts. Lee Gilsoo suddenly bumped into a boy, causing milk to splash on both of them. Both of them were startled and turned to look at each other. "Oh my gosh, it's all over you." "Sorry, I'll give you money to clean your shirt. Let's go to first grade later," said Lee Gilsoo. Just rubbed his friend's shirt with his hand. A light pat on Lee Jisoo's shoulder. "Okay." Lee Gilsoo was surprised. "Thank you for your suggestion, my friend." Lee Gilsoo made him shoot milk at the other person. Not only did he not blame him, he also ignored it and smiled friendly at Lee Gilsoo. Lee Gilsoo was silent for a while. He was so kind. "It seems like I will be able to live a normal life here." The end of class. Lee Gilsoo quickly closed the briefcase in his head. "You're still engrossed in positive thoughts today. Come here. The atmosphere here is completely different from my old school. Everyone is warm and kind. I'm so worried. Am I really that I transferred schools?" Jin Duen walked over and asked Lee Gilsoo if you had anything today. "Anything? He. That's good then. Yes, want to go somewhere with me?" Lee Gilsoo hesitated. "Okay. Come." That night under the streetlights, Lee Gilsoo and Jin Duen were walking slowly on the street. Lee Gilsoo slowed down. His face started to show anger, worry. He thought it seemed like he had been walking for a while. "Where were we going?" Lee Jin-soo boldly asked Jin Duen. "Where are we going? It seems like we've been walking for a long time. I wanted to show you this place, but as a new student you have to come here." "I have to go." Lee Gilsoo looking at Do-in from behind. "You turned your head back to us, going further and further away from the inner city." Jin Duen turned to look at Lee Gilsoo and replied, "Yes, have you ever played boxing? Or something like that yet?" "Boxing? Not really." Jin Duen smiled lightly. So you need to know a little about this subject. Hurry up, we're almost there." Lee Jin-soo just now realized I didn't notice before that he had scars all over his body. The memories of being bullied in the past came back to the group of thugs at his old school, forcing Lee Gilsoo against the wall and rubbing his neck. They also trampled on him. Their eyes made every time he remembered Lee Gilsoo he shivered in fear. His face turned completely dark. His legs couldn't walk and he stopped. Jin Duen turned around, not understanding what was wrong with his friend. "How?" Lee Gilsoo just waved her hand and said to Duen, "Sorry, but I think I have to go home. Let's go another time," and turned back. Suddenly he felt a hand holding his shoulder tightly. Jin Duen smiled. We were almost there, but the atmosphere suddenly became so gloomy. Lee Jin-soo cross-section without a drop of blood. Jin Duen continued to comfort you. "I just need to come and take a look. If you're busy, I promise you'll like it." Jin Duen took his shy friend's shoulder to the location. Lee Jin-soo was always thinking to himself throughout the journey, "I was stupid enough to let him lead me helplessly. It was all a lie. All that kindness and warmth. In the end I was bullied again." Jin Duen used his hand to open the door and the door gradually opened. The light inside blinded Lee Gilsoo. He was stunned to see an extremely bustling arena inside. There are two people on the ring fighting each other. The audience cheers around the right side. There is an opening. Take him down. Finish it. You're about to do it, then give it your all. One quick swing of the leg like a fighter's electric shock instantly knocks out his opponent. Lee Jin-soo feels shocked at the scene. What's in front of him? Jin Duen introduces excitedly. He's so surprised. "This is our arena. On the arena, two gladiators happily helped each other up today. It was really fun. I'm warming up. Don't fail. This is the biggest privilege that our school students are allowed." Lee Gilsoo was surprised to hear from the arena. Above the stands, Jeong-in, 6 subjects high school president, saw Jin Duen bringing along. The newcomer crossed his arms and asked solemnly who Duen was going with. Duen heard Yang's words and quickly replied, "Oh, he just transferred to my class today." Lee Gilsoo looked up at Jeong Trong standing above. He was bewildered by his greatness. Looks scary. Is he really a high school student? A blonde guy saw Duen just approaching. This challenging voice, come here and watch us wait forever. I will make you regret saying bad things about my eyebrows. Turns out he is the caterpillar eyebrow guy. That Jin Duen was teasing in the afternoon. Jin Duen heard the provocation and rolled up his sleeves and rushed towards the blonde with an excited face. Ha, wait, I'll be there soon. Nice to meet you. Lee Gilsoo was startled by the call from behind after. He was startled when he turned back. President Jiang Trong was standing behind him. He introduced me as Jiang Trong, president of the 6th Subject High School Student Council. Welcome to our school. He was surprised at Jiang's greatness. Before could fully recover. The audience went crazy when the match started. Stronger, stronger, stronger. Both sides continuously punched each other in the face. In the distance, Lee Gilsoo saw this and couldn't help but be surprised. Why, I thought they were friends. Beside Lee Gilsoo, Jiang Trong was excitedly laughing out loud. Ha, this year's first years are not bad. Gilsoo looked at Jiang Trong. Who is he really? While thinking, Jiang Trong turned around and shouted loudly at Gilsoo, this is the face of the school, it's us. You're startled? Yes. Jiang Trong continues. I don't know if you've noticed, but our school doesn't have bullies. But we still want violence. It's just limited in this arena. You must have experienced the bloody wind and rain at school. Let's relieve those things here. A school where everyone is equal before violence. This is a 6th subject school. Lee Gilsoo bewildered. Everyone is equal before violence after. Jiang in holding on to Lee Gilsoo. I don't like complicated things. I won't say it twice. So listen carefully. Rule number 1. Only students in 6 subjects are allowed here. Graduates who drop out or have been expelled are not allowed to enter. Rule number 2. All matches are one-on-one and no weapons are present. Rule number 3. The student council will act as referee match talent. And they will decide the ending of every match. A person walks in front of Lee Gilsoo. There you are. Where have you been, new student? Is the person who Lee Gilsoo spilled milk on. Up, let's go play a match to get the laundry fee. Jiang Trong was surprised and pushed him towards the stands. You already have an opponent. Go up there and study. Lee Gilsoo is scared. Wait for me. Jiang Trong reminds you about rule number 4. All violent acts outside the arena are prohibited. All emotions are prohibited. The negativity you are feeling towards others will all be resolved in the arena. That is the most important rule. Don't be afraid, enjoy it. Lee Gilsoo stood in the stands looking down at the cheering crowd, thinking about her words. I just said that I love fighting. In the past, I used to get beaten every day. The referee gave the order to be ready to fight someone like him. With 3 years of experience as a victim of bullying, was talking to me that I need to get out of here right now. The audience cheered louder and louder. The arena was almost about to explode as the match was about to start. A few guys in the stands whispering to each other, the new transfer student. I have to say, it's really bad luck. Who would have thought that on the first day, Kong in hair would target them already? He's a ferocious beast. I heard he just entered school this year. In the stands, Kong in hair was constantly complaining. What's up? Hey, new transfer student, aren't you planning on jumping in because it's your first time? So I'll beat you until you're crippled. Lee Gilsoo clenched her fists and trembled with each beat. I'm so scared, my body refuses to move. Why do I suddenly have to fight him? Kong in hair bounces his feet. If you don't jump at me, then I'll jump at you. As you said, Kong in hair rushed like the wind towards Lee Gilsoo. Lee Gilsoo was shaking all over. She stammered and said, stay away from me. Suddenly Lee Gilsoo shouted loudly. Everyone around was surprised. The whole audience seemed to fall silent. Everyone's faces showed shock. They looked towards Kong in hair, who was standing motionless in front of a pile of dirt. Stinking all over. Kong in hair, right all over my body, he angrily shouted. Yes, you bastard. Outside, the referee signaled to pause the match. The whole arena echoed with loud laughter. What the heck was that just now? Ha, a vomiting attack. Ha, the new transfer student is really at the top. Ha. Ignore Kong in hair, who is upset with the dirt and the laughter of the audience. Lee Gilsoo bows down on the ring. How do you wipe your mouth with your hand? Someone like me, someone who has never fought back once in his life, can you hit someone else? I can't do this. The next morning about Lee Gilsoo at the arena last night was rumored by the whole school in the bathroom with a few guys talking to each other. I didn't go to the arena yesterday but I heard it was crazy. Ha ha, no words. You should have gone to see. The new transfer student vomited. And then things got crazy. Ha ha, it's so great. It makes me vomit. Ha ha ha, what a shame. What they said. Lee Gilsoo hid in the bathroom. I heard it's all gone. I thought this was a normal school. But it was an arena. While thinking about Lee Gilsoo, she saw two people saying bad things about her. Let's meet up at the arena to exchange after class. He thought back to what Jiang said to him in the arena. Don't be afraid, just have fun. He put his hands on his head and couldn't. Even if you can't swing your fist and punch yourself, then enjoy the fun. What's the matter? What happened yesterday will happen again today. But there is no school violence in school. If I don't go to the arena. In class 1, take advantage of recess. Jiang Trong is doing push-ups. Sweat soaked his face. Lee Gilsoo saw him doing push-ups with two people. Sitting on his back, shouted loudly, I finally did one. Oh, push-ups. Next time I will do push-ups with 3 people sitting on me. Lee Gilsoo was surprised. Is he really a high school student? Jiang stood up and started talking to Gilsoo Poo. What's going on? Transfer student, do you have something to tell me? Lee Gilsoo scratched his ear. I want to ask you something related to the arena. Oh, what happened? Did you learn another skill besides vomiting? The rest of the class heard that and followed suit. Hey kid, he vomited after what happened yesterday. Then I became your fan. Ha ha, you'll come again today, right? Ha ha ha. Lee Gilsoo looked down shyly. No, it's not that. I want to say from now on I can't go to the arena anymore. Jisoo's words made everyone turned their attention to look at him. Jiang asked in a low voice. Why? Did you get hurt yesterday? I didn't, but I don't have the confidence to hit someone. I don't want to hit anyone and I don't think hitting people is fun at all. I don't understand what this whole arena thing is all about, so from now on I can't. Before I could finish the sentence, Jiang Trong came and grabbed me. Take Jisoo's head. His face became scary. So that means from now on I can freely beat you, and what else is that, right? Not nothing. I mean, Jiang Trong walked past and walked towards the door he just left, just said that the student council president I Jiang in the statement. From now on after the arena will no longer protect first-year student Lee Gilsoo. Recess. Lee Gilsoo still sits in his seat. You think about what Jiang just said about the arena protecting her? What the heck? I heard footsteps entering the classroom, so it's this class. I heard you transfer student won't be coming to the arena anymore. Is the guy who was humiliated by Lee Gilsoo in the arena yesterday. He rushed over and slammed Jisoo's head on the desk. His face showed a smug look. Then I will slowly teach you the meaning of that in this school. Actually, I need a slave. Ha ha ha, now you are my slave. All the students around looked like they didn't care. They laughed loudly when Lee Gilsoo was beaten. Kong in hair kneeled right in Jisoo's face. He kneeled in pain in a corner. Kong in hair was complacent about himself. That's a nice rub on the pillow. An accomplice of Kong in hair reminded him. I heard he came here because at his previous school, people beat him too much. Oh, so that's how I knew right away, but when I started beating him I knew it. Hey, every recess time he comes to my class, did you hear that? Lee Gilsoo used his hand to wipe the blood from his face. At that moment he immediately understood what the arena was about. Not participating meant being the only student. That other students had the right to bully. Before he could stand up, they rushed to beat the council member Lee Gilsoo, causing him to just lie still and endure the beating. Everyone around him was calm about his hellish beating. Lee Gilsoo once again started. In the principal's office, the principal was surprised by Lee Jisoo's intention to drop out of school. But it's only been a week and you're planning on quitting school? Yes, you're studying for the exam. So I want to focus. Okay, if that's what you want, then I can't stop you right now. Lee Gilsoo thinking about family. I did everything I could. I'm sorry mom, sorry dad, for I'm a useless boy. My terrible school life is over and starting tomorrow I will live a normal life. Busy thinking. Jiang Trong has been waiting for you since before he told Jisoo. Why don't you fight? Tell me what the hell is wrong with you. Student council president, I'm sorry to a fellow fighter like you. You probably don't understand my feelings. Actually, I was psychologically traumatized by school violence. At school, people bullied me so much. And now I can't stand it anymore. I just want to give up. I can do what I can do, and before I could finish, Jiang Trong grabbed Jisoo's shoulder. His face looks like he wants to eat it again and drink it coldly. Jisoo, you're more pathetic than I thought. Who told you to fight like a pro? Your skills don't need such crap. If you don't have teeth, then use gums. If you don't have strength, use courage. That's what fighting is like. Lee Gilsoo still doesn't understand what the student council president suddenly said. He grabbed Jisoo's collar and shouted loudly, but now, you even yourself and you don't want to protect. Lee Gilsoo wondered why he did this. What did I do wrong? Jiang Trong continued to shout at him, meaning that the world outside would be rosy. If you drop out of school and go out there, no, you're still just a loser. For the rest of your life. On the way home, Lee Gilsoo walked slowly. He thought about what Jiang inside him knew. From then until now he has never been weak. I don't know anymore, I'm done then. Was busy thinking, there was a step walking and standing in front of Lee Gilsoo. Oh. Lee Gilsoo, I heard that starting tomorrow you won't go to school anymore. How could you drop out of school midway without telling us 1 hour, huh? Ha ha, I'm so sad. It's Kong in hair and his group of friends. How would they know you? Kong in hair comes closer. If you're gone, then who will be my punching bag? Since that bastard Jiang created the arena, I have never had a slave. Hee, you think everything will stop if you drop out of school? Follow me, you son of a bitch. They dragged Jisoo over a small deserted alley. The whole group of them rushed to fight him. They happily talked to each other. Ha ha, it's also a good toy, but we can't lose Jisoo. The only loser in this 6 subjects was the most handsome guy when we fought. You know that. Lee Gilsoo just held his head in anticipation. I'm going to die, please stop. Standing outside watching Kong in hair holding the handle cigarette mouth mumbled ha ha. But you should be happy, Jisoo. If the 6 subject school is really bossed by my brother now, then you will really die. Then he took the phone out of his pocket. Oh, that's right, the address you sent me before, right? Jisoo doesn't understand what address he's talking about. He looks at the phone and smiles. Wow, our Jisoo's house is so beautiful. Apartment number 1. 105 Continent Building, Yoa Apartment Complex, Menggu City. Next time we'll come visit. Since you're not participating in the arena, let's meet often. Ha ha ha. Lee Gilsoo is now struggling to resist. What are you guys doing? Why are you trying to take my address? Oh, is she resisting? Be quiet or I'll take your picture after we beat you. Tattered and sent to everyone, he said as he grabbed Jisoo's face and held up my phone to take a photo. Lee Gilsoo gritted her teeth tightly. Why would they do that to me? What did I do wrong? I thought everything was almost over. This painful hell. I thought I was out of it. But what the hell is going on? What can I do to get out of this hell? In his mind, he remembered President Jiang's words in the reminder. Who says you had to fight like a pro? Then gave him a direct punch straight to the face. Why should I give money to someone like you? Then continued to choose someone standing outside. Look up and be his punching bag. But now you come to yourself and you don't even want to protect. Lee Gilsoo now seems to have awakened to something. He raised his face to the sky and shouted loudly. Outside, Kong in hair saw, so I laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. This loser's screaming sounds really funny. Ha ha. Hey, hold it tighter. This is so fun, haha. As he said that, he held out his phone to record. Lee Gilsoo struggled with all her strength and shouted, why? Why me? What did I do wrong? Kong in hair's phone was thrown away. He was so angry that I told you to hold him tighter. It's struggling. My phone. Jiang's words echoed in my ears. If you don't have teeth, then use your gums. Lee Gilsoo mustered all her strength to open her mouth wide. He bit Kong in hair's hand so hard that his hand could barely teach him how to count 1 to 9.5. He cried out in pain. Get out of this bitch. The more he hurts, the harder Gilsoo bites. His mind is filled with Jiang's words. If you don't have strength, use your courage. Yes, I will fight back. Do you want to die? Kong in hair pushed Gilsoo to the side. Sighed. Crazy bastard, it hurts so much. Lee Gilsoo used her hand to wipe her bloody mouth. Why are you smiling? It hurts a lot, right? If I die from now on, I'll drag you along to die with me, you bastard. Kong in hair surprised. Haha, look at that. Even a mouse will turn around and bite when cornered. At the end of the line. You're ready, aren't you? After speaking, they rushed towards Lee Gilsoo. He grabbed a handful of sand, swung it hard and threw it at them. "Go away, you damn bastards." The guys who rushed up were also surprised by their resistance. What the hell is Jisoo resisting? Jiang's words reminded him of who told him he had to fight like a pro. His skills don't need that kind of crap. Lee Gilsoo told himself he didn't need to look cool when fighting. "I just need to do what I can." Kong in hair held his hands and silently thought. Why did sand catch him and he fell? After throwing, Lee Gilsoo quickly turned around and ran away. Kong in hair angrily ordered his accomplices to catch Jisoo. He ran and looked back. "Look at me. Am I crazy or something? Why do I have to fight with you guys right now?" In the arena, matches are still taking place. The atmosphere is extremely exciting. The arena door gradually opened. Inside, the president suddenly turned to look. Lee Gilsoo stood up in front of everyone. Attract all the eyes of everyone around. You say loudly, I will join the arena. I will enter the arena." Lee Gilsoo spoke firmly. Behind, Kong in hair and his gang also caught up with Lee Gilsoo to the arena door. President Jiang, in hearing Jisoo's words, immediately smiled. "You're actually more interesting than I thought." Above the stands a small voice of a tattooed guy. He said contemptuously and bitterly, "Lee Gilsoo, you trash. I should be the one who will beat the nerd to death. It's not Kong in hair because of this damn arena. He is a member of Kong in hair." Park Yung coughed. An arm behind him pulled him back and reminded him, "Hey, be careful with your mouth. We're not the only ones here." After speaking, both of them looked down at where President Jiang Trong was standing. "Oh, I know we have to be careful. Maybe there isn't just one gang here because Jiang Trong is the leader of them all." Battle. Kong in hair and Lee Jisoo's match is going on. Jisoo received a powerful punch to the face, followed by a quick knee strike. A succession of fatal blows to the face that left Lee Gilsoo almost helpless. Kong in hair's blows. "I thought there was nothing you could do if you fought with me." Finished speaking, he raised his fist and threw a knockout punch, causing Lee Gilsoo to fly to the corner of the stands. It's true that trash people have delusions. He raised his leg and continued to kick Lee Gilsoo straight in the face, causing him to spit blood all over the place. Kong in hair walked over and grabbed his collar. "Jisoo," he smirked, "Ha ha, how will you regret not watching this if you keep quiet and take the beating like that?" Strangely, Lee Jisoo's face at this moment did not show any fear. He looked at Kong in hair contemptuously. Kong in hair saw that and got mad. The bastard lowered his eyebrows. After saying that, he slapped Jisoo hard in the face. "This idiot wants to crawl up. He has to know his place. If you're already a trash, then just live like a trash." As he spoke, he continued to slap you so hard. "Do you think I'm just like the main characters in the story?" After saying that, he threw out a kick, causing Jisoo to fly and fall to the corner of the stands. The sound of Lee Jisoo's entire body colliding with the ring sounded terrible. The cheering audience saw that and opened their mouths in surprise. "Oh, Kong in hair is really terrible as rumored. It sounds like the sound of frost cracking. Is he dead now?" Kong in hair stood there for a while. He was so complacent that he was so excited. Why isn't that guy dead yet? His name is Kong in hair. Reaching out like this was just a warm-up. He walked around looking at Lee Gilsoo, who was collapsing on the ring. Kong in hair's face looked surprised. What the hell, he should have collapsed with that blow. Then he walked closer to Jisoo and looked threatening. "Hey, don't try to be strong. Be careful, I'll take your lead. Eat me." Lee Gilsoo tried to get up. With just that, Jisoo's face was filled with only hatred. He rushed to hug Kong in hair's waist and pushed him hard for nothing, compared to the pain I've had to endure until now. Finished speaking, Jisoo punched Kong in hair so hard that his face fell down. Facing the ring, everyone in the surrounding stands looked at each other excitedly before the attack in response to Jisoo. "Oh, this nerd also took action. Why did he suddenly get angry and look so funny? Ha ha." At this moment, Kong in hair is lying on the ring. He was surprised by Jisoo's recent attack. "I thought he gave up. It caught me off guard." Lee Gilsoo, standing above, raised a strong punch towards Kong in hair. He quickly countered and hooked Jisoo's jaw with a strong blow. "So slow, he wanted to punch me, ha ha ha." If he didn't have the strength to finish his sentence, Kong in hair realized something was coming to him. Lee Gilsoo used the Iron Head strike technique in the 72 Shaolin techniques to hit him directly in the head with a crushing blow. Lee Jisoo's life responded, but I had the will. One strike made Kong and Hair really feel the pain and blood spewed everywhere. The whole arena seemed to explode with Jisoo's just attack look at the end. The guy who transferred schools also punched really well, which was more interesting than I thought. Ha ha. President Jong-in just stood with his arms crossed in contemplation. He thought whether Hak Man Arna Lin relieves the pain. But he must have suffered quite a lot of damage. You really have some resilience. Kong and Hair kicked hard and threw Lee Jisoo away. He stood up, wiped the blood on his face and cursed. You bastard. You want to die, don't you? Lee Jisoo put his hands on his hands. He stood up with injuries everywhere on his body. Jisoo's face is filled with hatred. Jisoo walks slowly. Is that all they have? Gangs that I feared. This is all they showed in the arena. The whole stadium was chanting Lee Jisoo's name, as if gaining more confidence. Lee Jisoo gritted her teeth tightly, used all her last strength to rush towards Kong and Hair. He jumped up and gave a strong punch. Jisoo thought in her head, why all this time? I'm scared of these damn dogs. But life is still a life. A jaw-dropping hook from Kong and Hair made Lee Jisoo realize that she still wasn't angry enough. I'm sorry, but I won't let my guard down again. Kong and Hair glanced at Jisoo. KO. The referee signaled to announce. The winner is Kong and Hair. He calmly slowly walked out of the ring. Ignore Lee Jisoo lying motionless on the floor. A moment later, Lee Jisoo is gradually regaining consciousness. His body was in a dreamy state. 100.000 why questions appeared in him. Where am I? Did I faint? Even so, I did it. From the beginning, I thought I wouldn't be able to win. Everything I did is to rush forward and hope to hit that bastard. I did everything I could. But at that time, if I had been calmer, then it wouldn't have ended so quickly. Or I should have aimed for his lower body. Like at first, he definitely won't fall unless he's caught off guard. If only he was stronger even just a little bit. You raised your face and looked up at the river. Do you feel more alert now? Are you still here because of me? As the student council president, it was my responsibility to look after an unconscious student. The arena is not a place to beat someone to death. It is a place to protect the students. And you know that is only for today, right? From tomorrow you are not allowed to enter in. Because you are not a student of 6 subjects anymore. Take care of yourself. What should I do? Lee Jisoo bowed down. Jeong in surprise at Jisoo's words just now. Lee Jisoo gritted her teeth. I won't give up. Please tell me what to do. I want to become stronger. Seems it's like scratching the right itch. Jeong in smiling. Training the weak is also part of the responsibility of the student council president. Are you ready? Then Jeong Trong threw a huge punch into Jisoo's stomach. Took the punch and left Lee Jisoo with almost no stamina left. He screamed in pain, holding his stomach, and collapsed to the floor. What do you think? It hurts like hell. Right. But it's only just begun. Arduous training period is long. Lee Jin-soo thought about the time in class. At first I just accidentally got in the way of a flying sandal. The students gathering to play soccer in class. Seeing that, he immediately looked like he was asking, sorry, are you okay? Lee Jisoo, honestly I'm okay, hee. That slipper incident exposed me as a weak person. They lifted Jisoo up and pressed her against the wall repeatedly, demanding the amount of 100,001 you have to pay every week. They threw Jisoo on the classroom floor looking happy. This is why losers like you must be beaten. Ha ha ha, this guy can't even open his mouth. Have to hit him with love. Only then can it learn. Remember to pay 200,001 next week. While talking, they beat Lee Jisoo. Jisoo could only hold her head and bear the beating. Jisoo has become a weak person. He couldn't even protect himself. But returning to reality, he was determined to tell Jeong-in, please teach me. I want to be strong. I won't live that pathetic life anymore. Jeong Trong smiled softly with satisfaction. As student council president, then your duty is to make the weak become stronger. Finished speaking, Jeong Trong threw a punch. Like lightning, it hit Lee Jisoo's ribs. Jeong's strength in just one punch, making Lee Jisoo almost motionless, cried out without a sound. He clutched his stomach and collapsed. What did Jeong see as he walked in? Felt like he was about to die. Right? That's just the beginning. When it's done, You could easily face punches like this. The next morning at school. Poor Lee Gilsoo. His whole body was covered with wounds. Holding a bruise on his side. Which Jeong Trong fought last night. How hard did he punch me? It feels like a bone is broken or something. He thought back to the words Jeong told him when he left. When you have a break, come see me. If you keep persevering like that, you will become stronger. Just doing that will really make you stronger. There is a voice calling from behind. Jisoo. I thought you were going to give up. That's Jin Duen who you met first. Well, I changed my mind about that. Jin Duen was surprised. Oh really, it looks like you. I really like the arena. Don't you have guts? Said Jin Duen, ran to Jisoo's shoulder excitedly. Lee Gilsoo was shy. That's not it. Was busy laughing and talking. The two suddenly stopped. Jisoo raised her eyes and looked up at a familiar voice. It turned out to be Kong in hair and his accomplices. He sarcastically, Jisoo, oh the punching bag is back. Lee Gilsoo sees Kong in hair. The body doesn't seem to want to move. He thought to himself that it was too strong. Kong in hair walked down alone. Oh wow. I didn't expect you to come back. Do you want revenge? Ha ha, but you should know your fate better. The next time you see me it might actually be your death anniversary. After saying that, Kong in hair and his accomplices left. It seems he left together. Lee Gilsoo had not yet arrived at the arena that day. So I don't understand what happened. Beside, Lee Gilsoo gritted his teeth. Your hatred is burning. I will become stronger. To never have to lose to bastards like him again. After school afternoon. Lee Gilsoo's cry echoed everywhere. A punch to the face. Followed by a jab to the chest. Lee Jin-soo screamed in pain. Jeong Trong shouted loudly. Open his eyes and see. Don't be afraid to look straight at the fist here. Jong inside grabbed Jisoo's neck and lifted him up. The other hand had already raised a punch. He reminds you not to fight. Until my training is over. Lee Gilsoo looks at his bloody fist. No way, what is this training? Continuously, Jeong Trong and Lee Gilsoo trained each other on the school rooftop. It's been a few days now. Continuous and consecutive days of receiving blows from Lee Gilsoo. A right punch. A direct punch. A left hook. And finally a leg sweep. Causing Lee Gilsoo to fall over. Called training. But it must be called training for Jeong inside. Perhaps more correct. Only Lee Gilsoo unilaterally took the hit. Kong in hair's continuous practice in the ring at night. The referee signaled to stop. Kong in hair stood there. The body seems tired. With blood stains from his opponent. Kong in hair's opponent lay motionless on the ring floor. The referee signaled the end of the match. The winner is Kong in hair. People around the stands whispered to each other. That guy acted cruelly. Since the fight with Lee Gilsoo. I'm sure that touched his ego. Who knows what the outcome will be? What if that guy hits his head on it? That's right. Kong in hair's weak point is his head. Even the vomiting thing. Kong in hair is standing wiping sweat. Heard what they just said. He approached the group of people who had just said that. If you guys are that confident, then why don't you come up and fight with me? The two guys who said bad things were scared and quickly apologized. Kong in hair doesn't seem to notice the small fry. He immediately left. Kong in hair's mind still seemed bitter. Damn, what a bunch of idiots. Kong in hair walked over to where his accomplices were waiting. Have you seen Lee Gilsoo today? What Lee Gilsoo? Why haven't I seen it around here lately? That's right, I couldn't see him during break time. He probably wouldn't have come here either. So green beans, aren't they refusing the arena? Refused to listen to this. Kong in hair remembered what Jeong Trong said before. From today onwards, first year, Lee Gilsoo will no longer be protected by the arena. He chuckled and came up with an idea. Hey guys, I have an idea how to could beat the hell out of those pathetic guys. That same night, under the bright lights of the park, Lee Gilsoo was jogging hard without knowing. Are you practicing your best strategy in 36? Sun Tzu's strategy of war. To deal with that Kong in hair guy, don't go back to Gilsoo. He remembered the training sessions. The beating style is my main style with Jeong Trong. Gilsoo thought to herself, have I really become stronger with this kind of training? Not enough, I will come back stronger and faster. Suddenly a car came. He rushed directly at Gilsoo. One swipe made Gilsoo startled. He stopped the car and turned towards Gilsoo and shouted loudly. What the hell? You scratched my beloved car. It's true that he just robbed and called the police but refused to leave Jisoo alone. He walked down with a proud voice. Sorry. I think we have to discuss a bit. My beloved car was destroyed by you. It must have cost 5,000,000 to fix it. You have to pay me. Lee Gilsoo surprised. Where can I find such a large amount of money to give it to you? Besides, you were the one who passed me. The driver who just grabbed Lee Jisoo's hair. What the hell did you just say? You look like a pathetic guy. You want to play with me? As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch right in Jisoo's face. The driver's accomplices saw this and all followed suit. We can see it all. You rushed into his car. Punched it and it flew far away. Maybe even I could punch her out. The driver came and sat down next to Jisoo. He threatened me. What the hell are you doing without listening to what I say? Please answer me. Lee Gilsoo lowered her head and ignored what the other guy was saying. What are you surprised about? What the heck? Why don't I feel scared at all? Not letting Jisoo think, he reminded Jisoo to stand up. The other hand was prepared with a fist. Hey, do you really think I asked for 5,000? 5,000, huh? I mean what I say. You must pay all the money you have now. And even later. Same thing with this idiot. Only now does Lee Gilsoo realize it. From the beatings that Jeong Trong taught him, Jisoo was beaten to a pulp by that monster. All this time. This stinging name. What is it? Jisoo shook his hand hard. Then gave him a direct punch straight to the face. Why should I give money to someone like you? I'm not afraid of you anymore, you bastards. A punch in the face. Why should I give money to a bastard like you? Mung Bean, I'm not afraid of you anymore. Where? Seems to be unharmed after Lee Jisoo's punch. He held your wrist tightly. In a disdainful tone. Why the hell are you planning on punching me too? Finished speaking, he rotated his wrist joint. Probably preparing to give Jisoo a beating. Lee Gilsoo was confused when she saw that. Are my fists useless? Lee Gilsoo screamed, causing the bully's accomplices to bully him. Also sweating profusely. He screamed and threw a series of punches at the bully. It looks like Lee Gilsoo is attacking. But actually, you're just making time for yourself. You're hitting and screaming and thinking, what should I do now? I still haven't learned about damage. All I've learned is how to get hit. Seems too used to bullying the weak. So this guy wasn't distracted by Jisoo at all. He kicked Lee Gilsoo straight in the face, causing Lee Gilsoo to vomit blood. He shouted, you're acting like a clown. You're an idiot. His accomplices also came to hold Jisoo tightly. Do you think this is a swimming pool? Hey. This guy looks like a windmill. You're done. You dog. While waiting for my accomplices to hold Jisoo tight, he wore an iron glove on his hand. Looks like this time he's going to give Jisoo a good beating. He smiled sinisterly. In the end, he's just a piece of trash. Keep it. This guy has to beat himself up to regain his sanity. Then you will realize how helpless he is. Okay, now clench your teeth on your dad. Come here. A punch as fast as electricity was heading straight for Lee Jisoo's face. Suddenly a stranger appeared and jumped out. The bully was quickly distracted by this person. A knee straight to the bully's face, causing him to collapse. The soup splattered. His accomplices standing around. I could only open my mouth in surprise. Lee Gilsoo stood stunned. He recognized this person. Turned out to be his friend Jin Duen, who rescued him. Jin Duen. At that time, I also realized who was being bullied. So it's Mr. Lee Gilsoo. One of his accomplices. I saw my teammate was just defeated. Rushed up angrily. He raised his fist and ran towards Jin Duen. Damn this bitch, where did you come from? Jin Duen gently dodged this guy's punch. He immediately responded with a punch. Straight in his face. Another guy rushed up. This time they held more weapons. But although the topic was slightly different, the result was still the same. Jin Duen threw a jaw hook, causing him to mix his teeth and lips. All of them. Jin Duen was knocked out with just one punch. The younger sister went with them. Now I realize I chose the wrong side of these guys. Instead of Kuoi Review, standing there witnessing everything that just happened, Lee Gilsoo blankly looked at Jin Duen. Whoa, he's so strong. I thought he was just a normal person. Has he always been this strong? That girl, after a while of kicking and punching, But his accomplices still did not wake up. Immediately ran to Lee Gilsoo and Jin Duen. Talking. The girl ran and shouted loudly to express her admiration for the two dogs. Do you know who we are? Is the strongest first year of Jinsan Technical High School. If you let us tell the seniors, then you're done. Lee Gilsoo and Jin Duen were motionless and did not react. According to anthropometric analysis, Jin Duen thought it was. Should this girl be kicked or punched? Because maybe one kick is too little but one punch is more than enough. A guy crawled up and weakly said, "Stop. Don't be aggressive with them anymore. Look at that guy's uniform. It's a 6-subject school. I thought this trash guy was just a bit strange. I didn't expect to bump into the wrong person and damn it. Let's go. If we knew he was from the 6 sects, I wouldn't have touched it already." After saying that, they quickly pulled into the car and drove away as fast as they could. Jin Doi watched their silhouettes walking away. He told Jisoo, "They're just stupid. Why do you get involved with those bastards?" Lee Gilsoo was silent for a while. A loud shout from Jin Duen. "Huh? What Yang's special training in?" Jin Duen surprised. "Oh, looks like you're really serious about the arena." Lee Gilsoo shyly said, "Yes. But I'm still so weak. So while I was working out I met those bastards." Jin Duen laughed excitedly. "I saw you waving your hands in the air." "So true." Lee Gilsoo scratched her head and ears. "Have you seen it since then?" "On the outside, it seems a bit shy." Then Jin Duen saw that scene of me. Jin Duen confided, "Yes. It's also good. He is no longer afraid and knows how to fight them. But still not strong enough to be able to fight with so many guys at the same time. If it were me, I wouldn't bother avoiding it. But you have to punch them in the face as soon as you see them." Jin Duen said as he stood up. "Dance a few songs for Jisoo to admire." He turned back to look at Jisoo. "By the way, Jiang is training for you. Makes me really jealous. What's important to you?" One person refused. "The arena is to adapt to 6-subject high school. That's a pretty special school." Si Duen said so. Jisoo suddenly realized what the bully said. Before leaving, "Let's go if we know he is from the 6 sects. I didn't touch it." Lee Gilsoo wondered. But Duen. It seemed like they ran away immediately, knowing that he was a student of 6 subjects. Jin Duen sat down with pride. "Haha, of course I have to run. Our school is a bit famous in this neighborhood." "Famous?" Lee Gilsoo was surprised. Jin Duen continued. 6-subject high school is a gathering place for those who can fight. In Yungnayung area, it is an old school gang, like a green forest, where ordinary students will become a victim of violence. School is rampant. Lee Jin-soo is even more surprised. "What is the 6-door thing like that? But it doesn't look like that anymore." Jin Duen's voice deepened at this moment. "It's all thanks to Jiang Trong. After conquering this lawless environment, he created the arena and set some rules. 6 subjects high school now has solo battles in the arena. And the individual combat rules also gradually become cleaner. That's the result of having a different method to resolve the senseless violence. But if Jiang in arena disappears, and obeying the law is meaningless, who knows? When will this place return to its previous hellish appearance?" Speaking of this, Jin Duen's face was pensive. There are still some bastards who want to return from the previous 6 realms. At the same time in the arena a match is going on. A weak voice I lost then stop. It seems Park Yung-ho has beaten his opponent. Begged to surrender. He looked bored. Is that all? Then continued to choose someone standing outside. Look up and be his punching bag. Just because right from. Park Yung-ho already doesn't like this person's eyes. Is he threatening or do you really want to refuse my challenge? In this arena, Park Yung-ho's accomplices is also the team of Kong and Hair. Standing above excitedly. Haha, this Park Yung-ho is planning to make a win streak. Looks like he's more excited than usual. Kong and Hair is pleased. Ha ha ha, trash, I wonder. Do they know where they are? Park Yung-ho rushed over. Threw a punch straight to the opponent's face. A fatal punch that sent blood flying everywhere. Continuing with a right hook equally good. Only 2 punches from Park Yung-ho. His opponent raised his hand to surrender. It seemed his chin was crumbling. Despite his opponent's pleas, Park Yung-ho continued to throw a hook. from top to bottom, causing the opponent to be knocked out on the spot. He raised his hand to wipe the blood. Look of disdain, ha ha, so easy beep. Hey, get out of the way, it's my turn, the voice of Kong in hair rang out. It turned out to be outside the arena. Kong in hair also took off his shirt, preparing to enter the stage to entertain with the same name, Park Ying, coughing. In the stands, a guy with split hair saw that, turned to talk to his companion. Kong in hair is here. I wonder who he's going to fight. I don't know, maybe it's not the first years. Suddenly Kong in hair's voice rang out. Hey, what are you doing? He pointed straight at the person who just said, get out of here, you dog.
Well, I'm just asking for a fight. But it seems like there's a bit of a misunderstanding here. When he looked at Jiang Trong with a challenging expression. Why do you have a problem? I didn't violate any laws. What Kong in hair just said really made Jiang hot in the eyes. In an abandoned house, the gang of Kong in hair was gathering. It seemed they were thinking of something to disrupt the arena. One guy exclaimed, you found a way to deal with that loser. What do you mean you found a way to interfere in the arena or something? No, that loser will only harm himself. As he said the name Kong in hair, he put a cigarette in his mouth. He mused that he was the first person who didn't dare to make it public. Say no to the ringmaster. As long as you have enough hands and feet. Anyone who is a bully or being bullied. Everyone can fight in the arena. Where everyone must be equal before violence. That's the 6 subjects high school arena. They bragged about how wonderful it was. But what if you look at it from another side? You can see those who just like to watch others fight, but never fought on his own. The thoughts of a loser will always be a failure. Hearing this, they all agreed that's right. Those guys have never fought like the others. That's right. They hide behind school rules and enjoy that comfortable time. Named Kong in hair puffing on a cigarette. Medicine, but that idiot showed up. I'm a transfer student. The person he was referring to was Lee Gilsoo. At the same time, Kong in hair came up with an idea. What do you think happened? If you guys challenge someone who hides behind those rules. Park Young's cough. It seems to hit the right spot. His face turned amused. Ha ha, they will think they have to fight at all costs. To avoid becoming Lee Gilsoo. Exactly, that damn arena is now our playground. Ha ha ha, the piece of the arena. About to go through a big change. Returning to the arena. Kong in hair is showing a challenge to Jiang In. He frowned. What's wrong with you? Jiang Trong. I don't think I broke the rules. Jiang swallowed his anger as he passed by. Gently touching Kong in hair's shoulder and speaking softly. It's best that your attitude isn't meaningless. Kong in hair did not pay attention to Jiang Trong's reminder. He smiled slightly and apologized for causing chaos. Next time I'll be careful. Jiang Trong gritted his teeth. Angry at the words. Almost defiant to his position it seemed. He also understood the intentions of Kong in hair. When causing chaos in the arena. This morning was another training session. Of Jiang In with Lee Gilsoo. Continuously throwing punches as fast as lightning. Uppercut, uppercut, jaw punch. Punched straight in the face. Everything Lee Gilsoo received are fatal punches, but he just knows how to enjoy it. Lee Gilsoo felt like he was about to die. He raised his hands and blocked one of Jiang's attacks in. But now I can withstand more and more attacks. I'm no longer as scared as before. Jiang in satisfaction, haha. So you know how to use your fists already. Then Gilsoo immediately threw a punch that missed, making Jiang startled. Lee Gilsoo finally knew. If you want to win a match, I have to beat him. And it seems like this is Lee Gilsoo's personal martial art. He threw a series of punches towards Jiang Trong. His mouth kept screaming like a movie, voiced by the palmistry to increase the drama. Jiang In easily dodged his anger. Punched back with a punch until I sat here. I also heard Gilsoo. Jiang's pitiful cry in frustration. When hitting, don't make those strange sounds. When attacking, it seemed like a failure. Lee Gilsoo now collapsed. Holding my stomach in pain that doesn't come out. He thought out loud. It seems like my dubbing is a bit hard to hear this time. Jiang Trong hit me harder than usual. Jiang Trong walked towards Lee Gilsoo. He told Lee Gilsoo there are 2 things. If he is good at both, you can win any battle. But it seems it's not just a reminder. Jiang Trong's muscles and bones seem to be intending to continue beating Lee Gilsoo. Scene changes to an abandoned building. Jeong Trong took Lee Gilsoo to an entertainment club. Long neglected. Jisoo surprised. This place is really old, but why did we come here? Walked over to Lee Gilsoo and opened the door of the house. Caught his eye first. Is a human dummy. More precisely, a sparring machine. Jeong In is already in position. He guided Jisoo first. Bring 2 fists up to your chin and pull your chin back. Spread your legs shoulder width apart and gently move. Give a gentle punch with your front hand. With the second one, put your weight on it, rotate your hips in. A fiery punch to the dummy. But it seems like the machine has been around for a long time. So only got the minimum score. Lee Gilsoo stood on one side. Rolled his eyes at the mannequin. Seemed to be fuming at that punch. He thought to himself. The enemy sounded like gunfire. Then immediately, Lee Gilsoo returned to a determined state. Okay, now it's my turn. A gentle punch. Then put the focus on and punched the dummy on the chin. Jisoo's blow seems to be the strongest ever. You're so excited. I'm starting to understand. But on the measurement chart, the punch level is still only minimal. That weak punch is no good, said Jeong in the middle while giving another punch. This thing has been broken for a long time. It won't work if it's not strong enough. You need to punch harder. Let the machine register it as a punch. Only then can you cause damage to your opponent. Find the correct posture. And don't show me. Until he gets a perfect score. Returns to class. Blonde friend. Caterpillar eyebrows. Is devastated because his lover kicked him in the head. Damn, why did he do that again? He was fine yesterday, but a person passing by intentionally bumped his shoulder. His name is Park Young-hoo. Kong In-hair's accomplice. Him immediately apologized in a fake way. At the same time, he raised his leg to trip his leg. The blonde hair fell over. The phone also fell to the ground and broke. He looked at the blonde hair lying on the ground. Provocative voice, oh my god. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bump into you. Blonde hair realized it wasn't at all an unintentional. Are you angry on purpose? The name Park Young suddenly changed his voice after coughing. It's just a coincidence. What's with your expression? If there's any problem, go to the arena and say it. Blonde sweated when she heard this. You were silent for a while. It's not my fault. He turned away and admitted his fault. To avoid having to go to the arena with him, Park Young coughed proudly. He laughed loudly, attracting all eyes around him. Ha ha ha, right. Is it your fault? He turned to remind the blonde. In case there is any misunderstanding. Then that is not school violence. Didn't violate the rules at all. I just accidentally bumped into you. Remember to be careful next time. After speaking, he turned and left. Just then, Jin Duan promptly ran over. He held up the blonde hair, turned around and asked what was wrong with that bastard. Was it intentional? We have to report to the student council. Blonde stopped. Don't just leave it like that. It's not a big deal. Jin Doi looked towards Kong In-hair's group. Sad face, speechless. Lunchtime arrived in the school cafeteria. Lee Gilsoo seemed tired. Before Jeong's training sessions, he ate like someone who had been starving for a long time. He thought to himself that he punched the machine during break time. No matter how much he ate, he still felt hungry. But why do I punch hundreds of times and still get the same score? How much harder do I have to punch? Suddenly a muffled voice rang out. Watch out. Lee Gilsoo only had time to look back. A tray of food hit him right in the face. The tattooed guy Park Young-ho. He again played the trick of bullying the blonde with Jisoo. The name Park Young-ho continues to act fake. Oh my god, sorry, is it Lee Gilsoo? I'm sorry, I don't usually see you here. Where do you go every break? I miss you so much, you bitch. As he spoke, he brushed it away with his hand. The rice stains on Jisoo's clothes. But strangely enough, his wave of his hand to brush it off was stronger than Jisoo's punch. It's good to meet you, ha ha ha. You see it too, don't you, Jisoo? At this moment his face clearly shows satisfaction. It seems that this is also the purpose he wanted to. His previous group is also the group of Kong In-hair, gathered together in a corner of the school. They talk about victories, and what has been done recently. An excited guy, ha ha ha. This has been really interesting. Young-hoo pushed that guy. And he's the one apologizing, haha. They will gradually realize how this school works. Kong in hair is still only targeting Jisoo. He reminded his comrades. Now drag Jisoo into the arena and show her your hand. We must make sure he knows the consequences. When it comes to us. This seems to make Park Young-ho very interested. He stood up and took charge of this. I'll take care of it in hair. You don't have to have a hand in pulling that bug out. Kong in hair was surprised. So what are you going to do? Tattooed guy in short, trust me. Go back to the cafeteria now. Lee Gilsoo stood up and grabbed his arm. Park Young coughed in surprise. Our beloved Jisoo now knows how to fight back. You look cuter when you're angry. Lee Gilsoo didn't know what to do at that time. To deal with Park Young-ho. He remembered what Jeong said. You are banned from entering the arena when you complete your training. Jeong Trong said so. But things have come to this. I have no choice anymore, I've been practicing hard so. A voice shouted from behind. I'm eating rice. Accompanied by that voice. Is a tray of food. Was rushing straight towards where Park Young-ho was standing. And then poof, Park Young-ho ate a whole plate full of food in his face. It turned out to be Jin Duen. He felt annoyed by the actions of Young-ho. Jin Duen stepped forward. You will teach him a lesson. There is a saying that heaven and earth should avoid meals. You should know your limits. Bitch. Named Park Young coughed so much that his whole body was shaking. Too loud, you're crazy Jin Duen, do you want to die? Gilduen angers him even more. The same way he does to others. Duen said sarcastically. Sorry. But this is not school violence. My hand slipped. Ha ha, Park Young-ho is getting more and more bitter. Talking about this, wearing Jin Duen goes into serious mode. Anyway, I want to fight you. Good luck, come to the arena today. I will teach you properly from here on out. There will be battles of real warriors. It is no longer the private arena of the strong. Bullying the weak again. Going back to school then. Jin Duen and Lee Gilsoo are washing away. Food stains. Shot on clothes. Lee Gilsoo looked shy. Hey Duen. Sorry for me. Jin Duen laughed lightly. Ha ha. What are you talking about? I didn't do that for you. Even though it looked like he was really aiming at you. But I have no intention of fighting for you. I have always wanted to teach Kong in hair for a long time. I'm annoyed by their antics. In the arena already. Lee Jin-soo surprised. Is there something wrong? It seems Lee Gilsoo still hasn't noticed. An anomaly is happening in the arena. Jin Duen sit down and explain the reason. You probably don't know because you haven't been there for a long time. Those bastards force weak people onto the floor. Then torture them in the arena. They say they have strange negative emotions inside. Then punch and kick them when they are scared. They took issue again. You refused to participate in the arena. Hearing this, Lee Gilsoo became even more hateful. Named Kong in hair and their accomplices. Part of him also felt sorry for himself. That many people were beaten. Jin Duen continued. I haven't had a chance to fight them before. So this is a good thing. I can't stand by and watch the arena go crazy like this. Lee Jin-soo sitting with you still doesn't understand. Why do you want to protect the arena? You are so strong. I don't think it matters whether the arena exists or not. What's the matter? Do you have your own reasons? Jin Duen fell into deep thought. He confided softly. I had a dark time like you. Then you started to remember the moment when you were bullied as a child. It turned out to be your childhood. Jin Duen is a chubby and weak boy. He is constantly bullied. They tied him to the pole. On hand, they also held an opened yellow bottle of water. The leader came forward to rub. I thought our Duen was hungry. That's why I made this urine lot just for you. Open your mouth, ha ha. Jin Duen struggled in despair. His whole body was tied tightly. Shirt was ripped. On people. They were so full of ink and pens that they drew graffiti on his body. Jin Duen begged. His voice was trembling and he couldn't stop. Stop it. Didn't even let Duen finish his sentence. They squeezed his mouth and shouted excitedly. Dear customers, this is the urine lot dish you ordered. After using it, please leave us a review. Every time Jin Duen thinks back to that day, he always thought it was a dark hell. At that time, Duen only thought that death would be better. Then a savior came, grabbed the bully's water bottle. He frowned slightly. Stern voice. Made them even spit out their pants. Those brats. We must treat you well. This savior. The one who saved Jin Duen from hell. Jin Duen quickly put his shirt back on, continuously thanking his savior. Jin Duen hesitated. Thank you, uncle. Even though I don't know who you are. Didn't finish his sentence yet. This savior gave Jin Duen a piece of paper. Turns out that piece of paper is the invitation to participate in boxing training. That savior is a boxing master, owner of a nearby boxing gym. The very next day, Jin Duen tried to get used to boxing, and became a crazy fan of this sport. Boxing made Jin Duen transform into a new person. He went back to find the group that used to bully him. Just one punch sent them flying to the corner of the wall. Them at that time. It's the one who's been begging for his life. From then on, no one can bother Jin Duen anymore. Those bastards acting like gangsters. They are nothing in the face of me anymore. Heard that, Lee Gilsoo became even more determined to come. Jin Duen was also bullied. How can I do this when I've expressed all my feelings? Jin Duen stood up and continued talking about the arena. Although Jiang's leader rule is a bit excessive, but I really like it. That you can fight with your own strength, without being held back by the fear of being beaten up. So that's why I want to preserve it. Just wait and see how I beat that bastard Park Yung-ho. That night, on the floor around the entire arena, it seemed like it was exploding. Everyone cheered, because I'm about to witness a real match between Jin Duen and Park Yung-ho. The name Park Yung coughed provocatively. I don't know. Where do you get the courage to declare war on me? But I will show you. That would be your stupid decision. This article doesn't seem to apply to Jin Duen. He smirked. Fighting with each other. Yung-ho. Stop talking nonsense. Let's fight. I'm so excited. Above the stands, Lee Gilsoo quietly cheered for Jin Duen. Just wish good luck to Jin Duen from afar. The referee's signal rang out. All ready to start. Park Yung coughed out the first blow. He rushed up and punched hard at the Duen. But he gently tilted his head to avoid. The name Park Yung coughing in surprise did he avoid that. Then continuously. A series of punches from Park Yung coughed towards Jin Duen. But the result is still the same. Jin Duen gently dodged everything. Not only defending when the opportunity came. Jin Duen threw a punch straight to the face, causing Park Yung to cough up and take the hit like a hammer. The whole audience gasped, wow. What's wrong Jin Duen so fast? His reaction speed is not average. Park Yung coughed and spit out a blood clot from his nose. Because he just ate Duen's punch. Just mumbled. Damn, what the hell, is he faster than I thought. This guy studied boxing. The footwork isn't bad either. Doesn't give Park Yung-ho time to think. Jin Duen rushed forward, continuously punching Park Yung-ho. At this time, Park Yung-ho became defensive. He continuously backed away and dodged Duen's attacks. To get space to analyze Duen's attacks. He recognized Duen's attacks very quickly. But the force is a bit weak. This is a bit surprising. But I'm still stronger than you. Having finished speaking, he struck back, but still was blocked by Duen, who raised his hand. But it seemed about time to defend. Made him analyze Jin Duen's weakness. He turned his legs and bowed deeply. Prepare for a hook from below Jin Duen. This way of throwing is really okay, like okay. Barely able to bend down. Jin Duen's fist was waiting. Punched with force and speed equal to Son Goku's. Made Park Yung-ho sore and the soup splashed everywhere. Jin Duen laughed scornfully. Your analysis was too accurate. After being beaten, Park Yung-ho realized. It's not because Jin Duen's strength is weak. But because you deliberately set a trap for him. Witnessed that hit. Lee Gilsoo gasped in surprise. This Jin Duen is so strong. Park Yung couldn't even fight him once. Behind, the other guys were talking excitedly. Hey, Jin Duen is always this strong. This type. Park Yung-ho's winning streak is probably about to be broken. This will be very interesting. Ha ha. Jin Duen stood there. Could hear their entire conversation. He wondered. Park Yung coughed. Is he undefeated in the arena? Returns to the ring. The name Park Yung coughed continuously. But one after another. His attacks were still neutralized by Duen. He was mad as hell. Why can't I hit a single shot? Jin Duen dodged his mouth while provoking. Let Park Yung cough and lose his temper. Now your armor misses all the time. I think wide attacks are effective. Ha ha. You have to do the small things before thinking about the big ones. Speaking of this, Duen gave him a fatal blow, causing Park Yung Ho to fall backwards. Jin Duen continued to teach him. There's a lot of sewing, but that's all there is to it. You're so weak that you still cause trouble with others. Don't disrupt this arena anymore. Go away. Park Yung coughed after taking all the Duen's punches. He trembled 7 times. He tried to force himself to breathe loudly. He turned towards Kong and Hare. Watching me from above, Kong and Hare's eyes are really judgmental. Park Yung didn't understand what Kong and Hare was thinking. He looked down and smiled and said to himself, Kong and Hare, don't worry, I won't lose. Then he stood up like a zombie. It seems the battle has just begun. He looks excited. Okay. I admit you are better at boxing than me. But now I'll hit him properly. Then he raised his foot. Looks like Park Yung is very skilled. A very strong traditional martial art. The real battle has just begun. Come here, you bitch. Okay, I'll show you what seriousness is. He is serious. Come here, you little brat. Jin Duen suddenly didn't realize his posture. Which sect do you belong to? You don't know either. Is he going to throw a fist or kick next? This time Jin Duen is the one to attack first. He rushes up and throws a sweeping kick, aiming for the supporting leg of Park Yung Ho. A quick kick. Suddenly Jin Duen stopped. He realized something was wrong. Why the hell could his legs be so stiff? The guy Park Yung coughed, not giving Do-in time to think. He threw a punch back, causing Do-in to step back to avoid the attack. Now your priority is to increase the distance. For more time. Analyzing the attack of Park Yung cough. But like a hungry animal named Park Yung coughed crazy. He rushed like an arrow towards Jin Duen. But also because of the way he rushed forward, made Jin Duen know the purpose of Park Young's attack. Sure enough, he rushed in to kick. With this size, just use your hand to support it. Finished speaking, Jin Dui immediately raised his hand to block his kick. Was moving towards. But something went wrong again. This foot strike is not at all like a human foot. It should be exactly a concrete pillar. Was rushing at Jin Duen. By the time he realized this kick was too strong, it was too late. Jin Duen took the kick and sent him flying a few meters away. Jin Duen trembled as he stood up. What the hell are you swearing at? What kind of power is this? I blocked the kick, but it still hurts like this. Park Yung coughed, not giving Duen time to stand up. He added another kick. This time, Jin Duen still caught but it was no longer just thrown away. Because he received 2 consecutive kicks like a hammer, causing the bones in his hand to show signs of cracking. Lee Gilsoo outside the arena. Worry was clearly shown on his face. He shouted loudly calling Duen's name. But in the ring now Jin Duen. In addition to dodging Park Yung Ho's blows. So why do you have your mind to care about anything else? Park Young's name is not gaining momentum. He provoked, ha ha ha. What are you doing? Keeping backing away like that? Are you afraid of rushing in here like before? Jin Duen can only wonder now. Why is that brat's kick so strong? Completely different from his punches. This time Park Yung coughed up again. Jin Duen took a defensive stance. Prepared to receive his kicks again. But this time it wasn't what Duen thought. Was Park Young's punches in succession. Left hook, right hook, direct punch. He threw the blow while shouting excitedly. Ha ha ha, now it's my turn to attack. Jin Duen is now in a difficult situation. Just pay attention to the kick. So I didn't have time to react to these punches. Park Yung Ho came closer to Duen. He seemed interested in you. Don't disrupt the stage with that weak gesture. Come attack me. Jin Duen didn't seem scared at all. He replied contemptuously. Please stop talking nonsense about who you are. But it seems like he really is nothing in this martial art. A kick that swept straight into Jin Duen's base leg, causing him to fall to the floor. Park Young's name gained momentum. His voice was as weak as a snail. But it was placed on his face. Teach other people's lives? Jin Duen noticed his feet. Now I have no more strength. He couldn't stand up. Can't block Park Young's attacks anymore. Finally Park Yung coughs out the attack. Decided to include a farewell for Jin Duen. You should walk slowly and straight, hypocrite. Lightning fast foot strike approaching Duen's face. At this moment Jin Duen can only close his eyes and pray. His arms and legs were no longer able to handle it. To block this kick too. And then the noise of the audience echoed throughout the arena. The referee saved Jin Duen's life and stopped. The opponent who has lost the ability to fight, continues to attack will be defeated. The referee is also a talented person at school. I'm the class president of grade 12. Good name Jun Hang. Name Park Yung Ho quickly turned around and left. He looked dissatisfied. I just started it but it's already blocked, haha. Anyway, it's been a long time since there's been such a good match. Maybe that's why the kids who rarely come have appeared again. Saying this, he flashed a sharp smile. The person he was referring to was Lee Gilsoo. Then he turned to speak to everyone present in the arena. With a sarcastic tone, this arena will be even more bustling. Everyone, remember to stop by and watch. On the way back from the arena, Lee Gilsoo helped him. Duen's friend has a full body injury. He kept asking, it hurts so much. Duen. It seems these injuries don't make Duen think. What you think is, what will happen to the arena? When you lost the battle. Now then, the bullies in the ring are even more overbearing. Lee Gilsoo found it difficult to understand. At first it was clear that he was dominating. Just because of one kick, he lost his advantage. Jin Duen's face darkened. That kick of his, much stronger than I imagined. It was strangely strong and suspicious. Now thinking back about the kick, changed the outcome of the match. Jin Duen still can't understand. What the heck is it that's so strong? Talked for a while then went to the Duen's house. He thanked Lee Gilsoo for helping. Duen thought because he had to carry me a long way. Lee Gilsoo was also tired and invited him to rest. Take a break and drink water. But it seems Lee Gilsoo is in a hurry for something. He immediately refused and promised Jin Duen to come back some other time. Jin Duen was surprised. It's past midnight now. Lee Gilsoo is so busy at this hour. Why are you in such a hurry? What's making you in such a hurry? The next morning in class, Kong In Hair sighed because of the gift he received. What are you doing with this? It's so useless. A shy, stammering guy. Anyway, they accepted us into the group. Consider it a bit of sincerity. Okay, I hope we can cooperate well in the future. Looks like shoes aren't what Kong In Hair needs from these guys. Park Yung Ho looks like he's looking for something. He approached and wondered in this hair. Looks like Lee Gilsoo didn't go to school today. Kong In Hair is happy. Oh, you're here, Park Yung coughed. But why are you still mentioning Lee Jisoo's name? Park Yung coughed in surprise. In the plan now is the time to deal with Ghost Jisoo. Kong In Hair put his hand on Park Yung Ho's shoulder. The tone is different from usual. It's not thanks to you that the situation has changed. The fact that you defeated Jin Duen has proven our strength. Now no one dares to look down. We will definitely have to be careful. Now you can touch someone as weak as Lee Gilsoo. It makes us even more embarrassed. The accomplices were excited. Sure enough, a comb-haired guy came up with an idea. So now what do we do next? The group is highly reputable. Or go to the arena and hand out flyers recruiting members. Kong In Hair seems to have already made a plan. He refused his accomplice's offer. Now the plan to take over the 10th graders is complete. Must move to the next step. Block 11 boss. Sun Suk-gu is playing cards with his accomplices. I was startled when I saw Kong In Hair's group coming. Kong In Hair's name, pretending to respect my seniors. We wanted to meet our seniors so we came here. Sun Suk-gu's group burst out laughing. Ha ha, you think. Do I have time to talk to the 10th graders? You brats dare. Kangen, he came closer. Flattering voice. Of course, in the eyes of the seniors. We are just small fry. Because of the seniors. Are legendary members of my brother's generation. What did Sun Suk-gu realize then? Is he that guy's younger brother? Kong In Hair suddenly changed his tone provocatively. But now you are trapped in flying rocks. I have to hide and hide like an old man whose time has passed. Sun Suk-gu is mad. Rushed to grab Kong In Hair's neck and shouted loudly. What the hell are you talking about? Brat, are you trying to die? Kong In Hair is not afraid. His voice changed 180 degrees from provocative to convincing. What a pity for the seniors. At that time, the seniors had to fight in solitude. But now things are different. The situation has changed. Mentioned here. Kong In-hair changed his face to become very sinister. Sun Suk-ji seemed to gradually understand Kong In-hair's request. On the school's rooftop, grade 12 class president Hee Zul-hang constantly complained. If you just leave it to them, take advantage of loopholes in the law, then this whole arena will be turned upside down. This is no longer child's play. There's more fighting among the 10th graders. The name Kong In-hair is Kong Han's younger brother. You know? Jiang thought silently and then left. He just reminded, even if you take advantage of it, the law is still the law. Hearing that makes Jun angry. What do you mean just leave it alone? Jiang Trong still doesn't care. He still walked and advised Jun to hang. Even if I come forward to solve it, will this arena still be the same? Jun Hang heard that and fell silent. Suddenly the phone ringing in Jiang Trong's pocket rang. It was Lee Gilsoo's incoming call. Returned to the abandoned entertainment club Hoang. Jiang In opened the door wide. The scene of Lee Gilsoo feeling tired and sitting down on the floor. Eyes made Jiang angry. I told you so. Don't contact me before you get the score. I said, are you discouraged and giving up now? That's why I contacted you. Jisoo's tough voice, making Jiang suddenly surprised. He looked towards Jisoo and the exercise machine. The scene in front of him made Jiang Trong stand still. Lee Gilsoo, he achieved the maximum score. Lee Gilsoo showed excitement. Now Jiang Trong. You tell me, what is the next part of the training? Quickly said goodbye to Jin Duen. Lee Gilsoo quickly left. Jin Duen stood dumbfounded and wondered. Where is he going at this hour in such a hurry? Lee Gilsoo just ran. His face showed determination. Lee Gilsoo remembers Park's face. Yoon coughed when he beat Jin Duen, which made him even more determined. Must quickly get stronger. After speaking, he ran like a shot back to the abandoned entertainment area. Arriving at Lee Gilsoo threw himself into practice. He practiced like crazy. A person with nothing like Jin Duen. Now we can only rely on efforts. Even weak punches. But what if hundreds of thousands of punches are thrown? Yang's instructions is always on Jisoo's mind. You have to at least be strong enough for this body to react. To be able to cause damage to opponents. Find your own stance. Lee Gilsoo realized. Because my body is lacking both weight and strength. The leg opening is a bit wider than the predecessor. Maybe it would be better to put more force into the fist. Swing your arms as wide as you can swing a golf club. And then do all the preparations just now. Lee Gilsoo put everything into this punch. Boom, a punch so strong it sounded like there was an explosion. The end. The scoreboard jumped the first scores. Not at all satisfied with the first steps of success. Lee Gilsoo is still crazy about practicing. Morning until night with continuous scoreboard. Jump before the power of Lee Jisoo's punches. 20 points, 100 points, 300 points, 500 points, 800 points. Left punch, right punch, front punch. Crazy and non-stop punches. And every effort will reap the rewards. One decisive punch. The scoreboard skyrocketed after that shot. And then a perfect score. Lee Gilsoo is officially successful. Past the training. Lee Gilsoo sat down on the floor. His body was still drenched in sweat from his hands and a little bit of blood. Even so, when he saw Jiang Trong appear, Lee Gilsoo is still excited. Request a follow-up training session. Jiang In feeling interesting. Oh, faster than I thought. Lee Gilsoo stood up. Because you need to be faster. So that no time is wasted in a place like this. Jiang Trong also doesn't want to waste time. Furthermore, he praised Lee Gilsoo. And will give it to Lee Gilsoo. Quickly move on to the next exercise. But don't forget to remind Jisoo. Be prepared. This lesson will be much harsher. Compared to previous exercises. Just finished speaking. Lee Gilsoo collapsed on the inside. Then fell asleep. Maybe he was tired. Jiang saw that. Didn't feel as uncomfortable as before. He was satisfied. To what Lee Gilsoo achieved today. And for Lee Gilsoo to recover. This also counts as part of practice. The following night in the ring. Park Yoon coughed angrily and shouted. What is this? Why are there only so few people? It seems like it's only half of what it usually is. Then he turned 180 degrees and laughed. Are they all scared now? This is also what Park Yung-ho wants to achieve. A stage that makes everyone afraid. I don't dare to come back. The sound of footsteps coming forward. Who is afraid? Looks like I have to re-educate those insolent 10th graders. He is a second-year student. Belongs to the disciplinary team named Choi Suk-ho. Park Yung-ho turns his head. Looking at Choi Soo, he coughed in surprise. Why is there a disciplinary team here? Choi Soo coughed, looking annoyed. Right from the first time I met you, Park Yung-ho. I'm already irritated by the dragon head on your arm. Is that reason enough for us to fight? Ever since. You always cause trouble for stupid reasons. But, Park Yung saw the senior in front of him tremble. His voice stuttered and couldn't form a sentence. Outside the ring, Jun Hang witnessed everything. Almost trying to control himself. Now I can't turn a blind eye anymore. Tit for tat. Forever in thought. Suddenly the arena door was opened. A voice full of provocation. Why is the atmosphere so tense? I heard the arena is very busy these days. So I just came to have fun. Block 11 is fighting with Block 10. What's so funny? Maybe caw-caw. I'll dance a little bit to lighten the mood. So it's the named Sun Suk-gu. He and his accomplices came to cause chaos in the arena. Jun Hang came forward to question this Sun Suk-gu. What are you doing here? Sun Suk-gu laughed. Go to the ring to fight. Nothing else. I'm also a student at Ju Moon School and Jun Hang is angry. Don't make excuses. After that, do you still dare to show your face in the ring? Sun Suk-gu seemed evasive. Let's forget the old story. Let's have fun together. Class president, Kong in hair, standing behind, also voiced his agreement. That's it, senior. Why are you so strict? The number of people coming to the ring is also decreasing. Adding new people is even more fun. What do you think about this? Kong in hair appeared to challenge. Hazen Hang and has now recognized the true face of Kong in hair. He could only swallow his anger inside. Because Kong in hair's group is really crowded. Kong in hair's name is so sarcastic. Scared already, ha ha ha. Returning to Jeong Trong and Lee Gilsoo's practice session. Lee Gilsoo wandering around the new practice place alone. He wondered, why did you choose such a gloomy place to practice? It's as gloomy as a cemetery. Surely a ghost will appear. I found it, and Jeong's voice appeared from behind. Lee Gilsoo turned around to ask his seniors in question. What is today's exercise? Jeong in standing at the entrance of this place. He folded his arms sternly. Have you ever heard about the history of Ju Moon School? Lee Gilsoo looked confused about the place. Jeong in just mentioned. Jeong in explanation. In the past, high schools in Yungnayung area once fought to compete for the throne. Strongest school, and Ju Moon School, was the absolute winner in that war. After Ju Moon dominated the area, the remaining schools were forced to retreat to the consulate. My land. Lee Gilsoo still doesn't understand. But that's it. What does that have to do with today's practice session? Jeong said the main point directly. The place where you are standing is the territory of the Jin Sang. Even though the schools are no longer fighting, but trespassing on another school's territory is still considered a blatant provocation. Lee Jin-soo only now realizes the danger. It's too late. The gate is closed. Jeong Trong has locked this door tightly. The next exercise officially begins. The other gate is still open. Try to exit through that gate. And by his own strength. This lesson is a real combat lesson. There will be no better lesson than the real thing. Lee Gilsoo ran screaming inside the gate. Senior, what the hell is going on? It seems like Lee Jisoo's cry for help did more harm than good. That cry made the guys inside pay a lot of attention. The sound of a motorbike coming. A driver clearly showing discomfort. Who dares to make noise on our territory? Ah, so it's that nerd from Ju Moon School. Lee Jin-soo has also realized now. He is the guy with long hair. Drove into you the other day. They rushed to surround. Jisoo, the long-haired guy, was still quite bitter last night. Today, the prey brought to his house made him excited. You know where this is. Lee Gilsoo. It's so nice to see you here again, ha ha ha. You dare to come in here alone. Today I'm going to break you. My mother said. He immediately put on the iron glove that had not been used the other day. Holding Jisoo's head tightly with one hand. The other hand raised a punch to his mouth and continued to shout loudly. What is this? I'm scared, ha ha ha. You idiot already stood still like a statue like this. He suddenly stopped and looked intently at Lee Gilsoo in confusion. Why are you muttering at this hour? Do you want to say goodbye or pray? Then say it louder before I chop your face off. Lee Gilsoo continued to whisper. Raise both fists to chin level. Chin tucked in. Legs shoulder width apart. Light footsteps are fine. Dad throws a straight punch with his front hand. Truly a real person with real things. Talk and do together. A direct punch to the long-haired man's chin, causing him to fall backwards. It seemed like the long-haired guy was still bewildered. I don't understand what's going on with Lee Gilsoo. Continuing to recall the movements, he rotated his legs and put his body weight into the hook punch. And then a punch as fast as sand. Straight into the long-haired guy's face. A direct punch with the force of a hammer hitting his face. He didn't have time to realize what was going on. Ate the whole thing and flew a few meters away. The long-haired guy's accomplices stood around. Seeing this punch, I could only open my mouth and stay silent. Lee Gilsoo seemed to smile. He finally understood how to deliver an attack. To be the strongest thanks to real combat. In the arena named Choi Super is begging to be spared by Sun Sukgu. Only has a few basic punches. But Lipstick Sukgu caused Choi Super to lose his ability to fight. Sun Sukgu lifted him up. Smiley face excited to know that the arena was this fun. I would have come earlier, ha ha ha. Having a reputation as a disciplined team but being as weak as a snail like this. Or Jun Hang couldn't bear it anymore. He took off his shirt and stepped into the ring to challenge. Enough, Lipstick Sukgu. At least fight with someone of the same level. Please show your face and teach the world. Looks like Sun Sukgu has other plans. Not just come here to fight. He refused the challenge. Jun Hang signaled to his accomplices. Just come here today. We also have other things to do. Right? But it seems like we're the only ones left around now. Jun Hang turned around and looked around. Even the remaining students all left. Possibly because of the chaotic matches on the arena. And the appearance of Sun Sukgu. Maybe they were all afraid of getting in trouble, so they all left. Jun Hang looked at Kong in hair, who was smiling happily. I wonder if this is your intention. Is that why you dragged Sun Sukgu here? To make things go according to your plan? Kong in hair suggested to Jun Hang. Senior, if you want to fight that much. Let's set a proper date and time somewhere else. The arena is so empty now. We don't have to follow the rules anymore. Jun Hang clenched his fists in anger. It seems everyone has fallen into Kong in hair's trap. Sun Sukgu standing there immediately raised his voice in challenge. You heard me clearly. Jun Hang went to Jiang Trong and told him that you want a proper match outside. Not this childish playboy. Back to Lee Gilsoo, your punch. Causing the long-haired guy to slurp his blood until it spilled out. Splashed on Lee Jisoo's face at the same time. Also realized the most correct posture. To prepare for battle. The guy in black saw his long-haired accomplice being punched down. Furiously rushed up. He rushed to Gilsoo. Like an escaped dog tearing into the house. This bastard. You dare to attack on our territory. You're dead, you stupid idiot. He threw a punch straight at Jisoo's face. But Lee Gilsoo almost didn't move. You stand still and let him punch. With Lee Jisoo's strength now. But a small punch like this no longer works on Lee Gilsoo. Lee Gilsoo threw a punch back. This guy also ate the whole thing and threw it a meter away. And it seems like these guys like lining up to be beaten. The remaining one continued to rush forward. The outcome was the same as the previous two. A left hook as strong as a hammer sent him flying to the corner of the wall and collapsed. The black-shirted guy at that time, after taking all of his punch, Jisoo just restarted successfully. He crawled up in panic. This guy, could it be that guy? So his sister just appeared now. I'm always the last one to come out and talk the most. My hand pointed at Lee Gilsoo. Mouth constantly threatening. That nerd. Do you know what you just caused? You're definitely dead. The black shadows in the background gradually appeared. Looks like this time my sister won't talk nonsense anymore. This time I brought a lot of help. A group of thugs gradually appeared in the darkness. What a surprising name. Why is there a guy from Jumoon School here? Damn it already. Lee Gilsoo realized it was already a bit too late. There are too many of them. It's impossible to duel with all of them. What to do? The younger sister continued to talk loudly. Ha ha ha, I understand the situation now. Today you will definitely die. But you haven't paid close attention yet. Lee Gilsoo climbed onto the motorbike of one of the three guys. You just beat. If you can't use your hands, then you have to use another plan. As long as the results are achieved. The gangsters standing there were all surprised. But suddenly they burst out laughing. It turns out Lee Gilsoo. Ours doesn't know how to ride a big bike yet. He staggered. Made them laugh out loud. One guy said loudly, ha ha ha. Look at how cute it is when it stumbles. Looking at your face, I feel embarrassed for you, ha ha ha. But it seems this is also Lee Gilsoo's plan. Or you don't know how to ride a real big bike. But in the difficult situation comes the wisdom. Taking advantage of the time when the thugs were busy laughing and lost concentration. Gilsoo let go of the motorbike and rushed straight towards them, causing them to scream in shock. Before they could recover, Gilsoo jumped up, threw a punch straight to the curly-haired man's head, causing him to fall. Because of that, Lee Gilsoo was able to escape through it. Group of them temporarily escape in network, but it doesn't seem that easy. They immediately gave chase. Only now did Lee Gilsoo have a feeling. This is the first time I want a fighting stage so much. He thought to himself, if we fight hand to hand, we can handle these guys. Only the arena could keep him from being beaten. Then suddenly Lee Gilsoo realized something. Lee Gilsoo ran into a high-rise building. They were still following him very closely to the stairs of the building. The side above, Lee Gilsoo did not run at all. Again he stood and provoked them. One guy seemed proud, ha ha ha. He must have run so hard that he hit his head on the wall. And shouted loudly for his accomplices. You have nowhere to run. You bastard. You guys rush forward. The bald guy volunteered to rush forward. Got hit with a punch that sent him flying down. The guy in the blue shirt who came next was no exception. A punch that sent him tumbling down on the whole group behind him. It seems it's not a coincidence that Lee Gilsoo ran here. The stairs are a narrow place, causing them to rush forward one by one. Also for this reason, causes Lee Gilsoo to successfully increase her defense. Moreover, being up high makes it easier for Gilsoo to hit. Now after taking a few demo punches, causing their morale to drop completely. Now you just need to defeat them all to escape. Lee Gilsoo deserves to provoke everyone. Let me quickly leave here. Looking down suddenly, the noodle came out of nowhere and hit Gilsoo on the head. Then a guy standing above rushed forward, threw a kick that sent Lee Gilsoo flying down. The group of thugs shouted hello to their seniors in unison. The senior frowned angry. Damn, I'm eating delicious noodles. Seeing the face of School Ju Moon, Lee Gilsoo was a bit surprising. While there was still someone above, he was secretly attacked. Lee Gilsoo, without thinking, he rushed to respond, but took another punch right away, causing the soup to splatter. Now Gilsoo begins to think and analyze. This guy is really stronger than the rest. The senior's voice commanding the lower grades. Must deal with Lee Gilsoo within 10 minutes. Once done, bring it up to him. They all obeyed, and proceeded to beat Lee Gilsoo, even though he let his subordinates handle it. But this difficult senior still couldn't stop being annoyed. He is still bitter. Because of Lee Gilsoo, he doesn't eat noodles well. Then he turned away. Update the deadline for the lower levels. Oh no, it's only 5 minutes with this guy. Handle it within 5 minutes. Obey your senior's orders. They trampled on Gilsoo even harder. Lee Gilsoo was now shrinking her body to support her. He looked towards his senior. Then gritted his teeth and thought to himself. Damn it, only one name has appeared. But those cowards became aggressive again. Then Lee Jin came down to regain all his strength. He struggled to stand up. Now he had to change. Another way. If it's impossible to win against these guys, then. Below, the senior is walking down the stairs. He shook his head and sighed as he walked. I said I couldn't trust it. This year's first-year students. All gathered together but couldn't even handle a bookworm. Who was lost in his thoughts. The senior felt something coming towards him. He looked back at Lee Gilsoo as if turning into a crazy animal. Rushed towards him, jumping down from the high stairs. He shouted loudly, and I said it didn't take 5 minutes. then jumped right down. He stuck his head into the senior's head. He suddenly pushed Lee Gilsoo down the door. He held his head in his hands and screamed loudly in pain. The guys from the lower block saw the senior being beaten and trembled in fear. Ran down to ask, "Is your senior okay?" The senior almost went crazy. He orders all of you to capture him. Otherwise everyone will know my hand. Lee Gilsoo turned around and chuckled. Looks like your escape plan was successful. Lee Gilsoo quickly ran out. Now the last thing is, just run to the back gate and you're done. Lee Gilsoo's eyes were happy when she saw the gate in front of her. There, the back gate is already there. Suddenly a very loud sound was coming towards him. Lee Gilsoo was scared. He turned back to look. That light was moving very quickly towards him. What sound is that? Couldn't it be a motorbike? The blue-haired guy quickly drove past and blocked Jisoo's face. Lee Gilsoo stood still. What is this guy? Not the motorbike guy from before. The blue-haired guy stopped the car and asked Lee Gilsoo what's wrong. It's you, the guy who beat up my juniors. I thought the big brother was feeling sorry for his juniors. Took revenge. But it wasn't like that. He also tied his long-haired junior. Just got knocked out by Lee Gilsoo when I first came here. And dragged everywhere looking for Lee Gilsoo. He looks more like a villain than a leader. Just saw Lee Jisoo's face. He was even more angry with his useless juniors. Just because of a nerd. But all of his juniors were beaten to a pulp. But then the blue-haired guy walked down with his hands in his pockets. His face showed interest. Ah, but you look good. I really like cute girls. His face darkened. The whole body exuded the cold-blooded look of an old python. He is the school boss Jin to Hoang Hai Huk Jin. Hoang Huk Jin stepped forward. He felt interested. You look good, Lee Gilsoo. I really like cute kids. Lee Gilsoo wonders who this crazy guy is. How can I use a motorbike? Dragging others away like that. This time accomplices. Just started a fight with Lee Gilsoo in the building. Also caught up here. They panicked when they saw their wild big brother Jin was also here. The wild man rammed Jin and saw his tattered appearance. He also guessed it. I'm sure we've all been dealt with by that nerd too. Let's just stand there and wait a bit. Then I will give it to you too. Beautiful as the name was dragged in this car. The scared juniors begged no. That's not it, senior. We will handle it ourselves. But for now, the wild name Jin seems to have transformed into a beast. His body exuded an aura of strength. A form of magical power like that of a tyrant python. He whispered like a python hunting this prey. Don't touch my prey. Everyone saw that and backed away in fear. Standing there Lee Gilsoo also noticed. I'm facing school boss Jin Sang. But he seems shorter than me. His physique is also not as muscular as Jiang's. After speaking, he put all his strength into rushing towards the wild man Jin. As Senior Jiang Trong said, no matter who the opponent is. Then the hand attack is quick. Still effective. First will be the left hand. But this time his opponent was no ordinary person. He bent down and easily dodged Lee Gilsoo's punch. His face looked very amused. Surprisingly, you are really cute. Dare to rush in and attack first. The guy rammed Jin used both hands to lock Lee Gilsoo's ribs. A gentle flick also sent Lee Gilsoo flying a meter away. This seemingly light throw, but with a very strong pressure, causing Lee Gilsoo to almost immobilize when he came into contact with the ground. The blow to the head left Lee Gilsoo almost motionless. He grabbed his collar, holding Jisoo's glass upside down like she was playing. Don't fail until you fall. Play with me some more, haha. Then continue with the rib lock attack. He hugged Lee Gilsoo tightly. A 360-degree backflip made Lee Gilsoo eat the entire weight of Jin. Pressing on the body. Not only that, landing on the head is the most vulnerable place of his body made Lee Gilsoo seem unconscious. The blood inside him spewed out. He just had time to think. Damn, this time I'm going to die. The juniors, when they saw Big Brother beating Gilsoo, was visibly excited. Kha looks so pathetic. Who's telling such lies? Purple-haired senior is angry. Please shut your mouth. This is not the time to celebrate. When it's done, it'll be your turn. Return to the wild name Jin. He strangled Lee Gilsoo and then lifted her up and fainted. Try to struggle more, haha. The sentences wished to be seen. Lee Gilsoo used all her strength, kicked hard on the wild man's face and rammed Jin. The voice replied without the slightest trepidation. Being so small yet still likes to call others cute. Cute your head, you're the cute one. How what his face turned cold, do you dare call me cute? The junior heard it and had to exclaim. That guy is definitely dead. Hug Jin, I heard. As a child, he was bullied because he was too small. So before him, even if you die, don't say the word cute. The atmosphere suddenly became tense and quiet. That bastard Jin didn't move anymore. Lee Gilsoo realized this is the moment for him to respond. He put all his strength into this punch. But it seems this time he was the one trapped. He grabbed Lee Gilsoo's outstretched arm. Next, his legs jumped up and tied tightly around Lee Gilsoo's neck. He laughed like a crazy person on drug overdose. Come to me. Come to my hell. All parts of Lee Gilsoo were locked tightly. Her neck was clamped to the point where she could barely breathe. Gradually this squeeze became tighter and tighter. He lay there in a tight position locking Gilsoo, constantly waving his hands around. Ha ha, this baby dish is really delicious. The juniors behind it began to recognize familiar attacks. That is Chong Li from hell. The attack exudes the cold blood of a tyrannical python. This technique will lock the opponent's limbs, making them unable to resist, and was beaten to death. These repeated blows to the head, almost fatal blows. There's no way out, unless unconscious or dead. Hoang Hock Jin repeatedly punched Lee Gilsoo in the head. No matter how arrogant he is. Am I cute now? Tell me, is it cute? Lee Jin-soo keeps getting it. The hand is locked tightly. Cannot defend or escape. He gradually became desperate. What about this match? Completely different from previous matches. I'm really about to die. Suddenly something, causing the bastard's subordinates to attack Jin. Must be overwhelmed. Is Lee Gilsoo. He mustered up all his strength. Kneel and stand up. Lifted the wild man Jin, who was still hanging on his neck. It seemed these guys were unknown. Lee Gilsoo is the king of toughness. You will never let me fall so easily. Wild man Jin started to feel amused. He slithered like a snake towards Lee Gilsoo's back. An arm lock that clamped tightly around Lee Gilsoo's neck. He said in a perverted voice. Ha ha, I already like you. From now on you are mine forever. As he withdrew the sentence, he turned Lee Gilsoo's body upside down and locked his neck with both hands. Two legs locked lower body. With this attack Jin Sang's school record only lasted 7 seconds. Looks like this time Lee Gilsoo had a real challenge. He got locked again this time. Even made Lee Gilsoo's legs unable to move. But stood up like before. In Lee Gilsoo's mind she never gave up. He always thought he had to try hard and not give up. He would never lose to these bully bastards. One more time. But then Lee Gilsoo seemed to no longer resist. Whole body started to soften. The wild guy Jin saw that Lee Gilsoo seemed to have passed out. Looks interested, ha ha, and it's cute. This guy is really interesting. I have to bring it back to play more so. The juniors can escape death. It seems like the senior is having fun with Lee Gilsoo. So I won't pay attention to them anymore. They quickly ran away. Returned to Lee Gilsoo. He was being dragged on the ground by the wild man Jin. His eyes opened slightly. It seems like this is just Lee Gilsoo's unconscious game. The game his bullies often play. Before he changed schools, Lee Gilsoo began to remember the moment of bullying. At the old school, they gathered together and looked down at Lee Gilsoo, lying on the floor struggling. His eyes are rolling back. Ha ha. This name is also really tough. Turns out they were betting. How long will Lee Gilsoo last against this strangulation? All of them exude evil. And enjoyed Lee Gilsoo's pain. In that situation, Lee Gilsoo has learned how to survive. The weak struggle of the weak. To hold on to life. At the same time Lee Gilsoo picked up a stone. The wild man rammed Jin noticed something behind him. He turned to look. The determined and fearless Lee Gilsoo is rushing forward. This punch is the crystallization of pain that you have suffered in the past. The blow of the miracle finished the sentence. A straight punch with pent-up power. Accumulated all in this punch. The blow was so strong that the stone was in Lee Gilsoo's hand. When coming into contact with the face of the wild man Jin, must also crumble. Blood pudding splattered all over Jin's face. The juniors returned. I just had time to see my boss being knocked down and scream. Is your senior okay? The blow stunned the wild man who rammed Jin. Create an opportunity for Lee Gilsoo to escape. Lee Gilsoo is confident. Now just run to the back gate to escape. The gate was right in front of his eyes. Then Lee Gilsoo felt a magical power. Let chills run down your spine. Jin has turned into a wild beast. He exuded a cold voice. I found you. Baby, come play with me. He bent down and rushed forward. Lee Gilsoo is like a poisonous snake, crawling to hunt its prey. Lee Gilsoo now also feels scared. He wondered what the hell was going on. If you throw a stone, it can still move. Damn, I'm almost there. Should I really die here? During the decisive time, the wild man Jin was about to capture Lee Gilsoo. Suddenly there was a rush of crazy power. Like a fierce beast appearing. That is Jeong Trong. He was already waiting for Lee Gilsoo at the gate. Jeong in the order to rush Jin to Jin. Please stop. If you're still stubborn, I will consider it an act of provocation. The whole school Ju Moon. Lee Jin-soo stood there and suddenly realized. The bastard Jin has left Jin's territory. The bastard Jin seems to be mad. He showed a provocative attitude towards Jeong Trong. I've been suspicious for a long time. So it's good that you're the one behind everything. I also wanted to fight you for a long time. The wild man knocked Jin down and rushed forward. Like a bloodthirsty python. He's arrogant. You guys, Ju Moon's era is over, ha ha ha. But it seems he is a real python. But pythons don't have ears. So there is a sentence that is very suitable for the wild named Jin. Deaf and not afraid of guns. Jeong turned around and threw a hook punch. And with just one punch, the bastard Jin had to restart. Jeong in anger. These Jin guys really don't know what to do. Give them a lesson they will never forget. Then he turned to look at Lee Gilsoo with a satisfied expression. This test is considered to be passed. Now there is only one more test left. Come up to the rooftop to meet me tomorrow. Lee Gilsoo happily accepted the next challenge. The next morning at school, Jin Duen was bullied after losing in the arena. Lee Gilsoo suddenly appeared with her hand tightly bandaged. You blocked this Jin Duen's attack. If you want to finish bullying, come to the ring and meet me. I will take you all down in the end. The test that Jeong Trong told him about will never happen. Back to school, group Park Yung-ho caught Jin Duen. Now he noticed Jin Duen's bandaged arm. Park Yung coughed out a mocking voice. Weak guy. Is your arm really broken, or are you just acting to avoid having to fight with me?
Then he came closer and pointed at Jin Duen's chest. Hey kid, what are you talking about? Are you standing still like rice? When he was in the cafeteria, he was so arrogant. Jin Duen didn't reply. He kicked hard with his foot, causing Jin Duen to fall and hit the wall hard. He shouted, now you know yourself and your destiny. Not only that, he stomped his foot hard on his arm, broken by Jin Duen, causing him so much pain that he died, screaming without a sound. Turns out it's really broken, ha he he. Stepped on the hole. Sorry, what a fake guy. Jin Duen held his hand in pain. He was angry. Do you want to break this school's rules? Park Yung-ho grabbed the Duen's collar and lifted him up. What are the rules of Car? No one wants to go to the ring anymore. Who cares about the rules? After speaking, he raised a punch to destroy Jin Duen. Suddenly from afar Lee Jin-soo rushed like an arrow. He raised his hand to block Duen's blow. Lee Jin-soo looked straight at Park Yung-ho. His face clearly showed the will to take revenge. You were close to the voice while I was practicing. School has changed a lot. And I realized it was time to stop practicing. Finished speaking, Lee Jin-soo officially challenged. When you're done, come up to the ring and meet me. It's time to prove it. Park Yung-ho excitedly. When it's been a long time since I last saw Jisoo. He went to mock Lee Gilsoo. Oh. Who is that? The boy who vomited Lee Gilsoo. What happened to his arm because he practiced on his own so he got injured? Ha ha, you have to learn how to defend before you practice. Lee Gilsoo pulled her hand away. Makes Park Yung cough awkwardly. Please answer me. This afternoon we had a fight in the ring. Park Yung coughed and shook his head, smiling naturally. I don't know where I get that confidence from. But it's also interesting. His face gradually became cold. You probably want to be beaten to a pulp in the ring. That's why. Really excited. See you this afternoon. Named Park Young-ho accepted Lee Jisoo's challenge, then turned around and left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to threaten Lee Jisoo. Let me show you what the arena is like now. Wait for it, Lee Jisoo. The school's rooftop. Jang Trong stood there alone with his arms crossed. His expression seemed to be gloomy, thinking about something. Suddenly the door was opened. Or Jun Hang. You seem to have something very important. Want to find Jang inside? Just found Jang in. Or Jun Hang angrily shouted. Jang, where were you last night? Do you know who came to the ring? Jang stood there dumbfounded, not understanding what was going on. Or Jun Hang angry Sun Sukgu. He came to the ring with Kang in hair. I already said it. If you leave it alone, the situation will only get worse. Quickly think of a way to go. The more Jun Hang talked about it, the more his blood boiled. Jang didn't worry at all when he heard it. He smiled. Sun Sukgu coming to the ring is so interesting. Or Jun Hang is confusing. To Jang Trong's indifferent attitude. His voice was close. The arena is about to collapse. But can you still say that? Jang calmly spoke up at this time. If just because of that little thing, it collapsed, then it's just that. The arena becomes more interesting. Not because I used force. To oppress and establish laws is the opposite. Like a river purifying itself. When the arena changes by its own power, everything will be different. Otherwise there is no meaning anymore. In Kang in Hair's group class gathering, Kang in Hair was surprised when I heard that Lee Jisoo challenged Park Young to a fight. Park Young coughed, looking excited. It suddenly became aggressive and challenged me to a fight. Ha ha, but it seems like a while ago. It's been some practice. The hand is still bandaged. This afternoon I have to give it a good fight, ha ha ha. After hearing the name Kang in Hair, he didn't react at all. He sat thoughtfully, as if he was expecting something bad. Park Young-ho saw that Kang in Hair was not happy. Immediately started talking. What's wrong with Kang in Hair? Kang in Hair frowned now. It's no longer the time to mess around with someone like Lee Jisoo. The important thing now is to deal with Jang in. The name Park Young-ho is still extremely optimistic, said Kang in Hair. Oh, you can rest assured. This time I will make him disabled. Kang in Hair. There is no doubt about Park Young-ho's strength. He just thought that if he won, he would definitely win. But if you leave it alone, it will provoke you. What will others think of us? For our efforts to overthrow the stage, you have to win and convince. He also didn't forget to mention Park Young-ho. Please don't be negligent. After all, he is a stubborn guy. Outside the schoolyard, Lee Jisoo, Jin Doin and Blonde are talking. Blonde hair when she learned that Lee Jisoo had just challenged Park Young to a fight. Then shouted in worry, Jisoo, why did you challenge him? You saw him fight. Even Doin can't win. How could you? Jisoo was still sitting sullenly on the chair. He thought to himself, at that time, I was so angry that I accidentally challenged him to a duel. I don't know if I'm allowed to step into the ring without completing the final test with senior Jang Trong, or not anymore. Only the final test remains. Jisoo was still sitting sullenly on the chair. He thought to himself, at that time, I was so angry that I accidentally challenged him to a duel. I don't know if I'm allowed to step into the ring without completing the final test with senior Jang Trong, or not anymore. Only the final test remains. Jin Doin began to advise Lee Jisoo, please cancel the match. Even though he had senior Jang in training, this match is still too dangerous. You are a new student, so you still don't know clearly. But Park Young-ho is really an asshole. It colludes with street thugs. Specializes in causing trouble. The result is already obvious. So don't interfere. Wait until I recover and I'll deal with those bastards. Lee Gilsoo immediately rejected Jin Doin's advice. Because he wanted to protect me. He got hurt. And you were bullied in the hallway this morning. This is also my daily story. Always being looked down upon by others. Become a laughing stock for everyone. Like a clown in a circus. So my first opponent has to be Park Young-ho. If you want to fight in the cafeteria, just come. No matter how dangerous he is. I'm not afraid. The bravery and courage of being able to stand up. With those memories, showed us that Lee Jisoo had truly become an adult. That night, lines of people flocked to the arena. One guy turned to ask his friend walking next to him, I heard that Lee Gilsoo received special training. Your name immediately shook your head pessimistically. Even so, how can I compete with Park Young? Yes, but anyway, I'm still looking forward to it. The match happens too fast and it will be very boring. In the arena, blonde hair and Jin Doon also showed up early. The blonde hair was surprised and turned to start a conversation with Doon. This is from the time I entered school until now. Just saw the arena so crowded. Doon happily explained. Because Jisoo's previous 2 matches were both very impressive. Moreover, the arena is the place for entertainment without distinguishing between strong and weak. In the ring, named Park Young coughed uncomfortably after waiting forever. But haven't seen Jisoo's appearance yet. 2 accomplices standing next to him proudly. Or maybe I was too scared so I ran away, haha. It's true that Lee Gilsoo is as shy as a rabbit. The name Park Young Ho heard this. I couldn't hide my excitement. If Lee Gilsoo escaped, it would be even better. We can deal with it with dignity. Of course, this important match will not be without Jang in it. He stood quietly above, observing everything. The crowd started to get upset. Constantly mocked Lee Gilsoo. They asked to call Lee Gilsoo immediately. Park Young Ho stood in the middle of the ring looking bossy. Ha ha ha, you guys have been fooled. Lee Gilsoo will never appear. Please get him out of this school already. Blonde hair and Jin Doon standing outside. Also very impatient. The blonde turned to ask Doon, or maybe Lee Gilsoo really ran away. Then a voice rang out, causing everyone to pay attention. Who told me to give up? Now I see how fun it is to go to school. Lee Jisoo's appearance immediately shocked the whole arena. Jisoo took off her hat to reveal a spiked head. Surprised the whole arena, but only 5 seconds later, the whole arena echoed with laughter. The name Park Young coughed and tried to cover his mouth. But I couldn't help but laugh. He laughed until tears came to his eyes and shouted loudly. Mocked Lee Gilsoo. Damn, you guys, look at that. I even shaved my head to show my determination. Looks so funny. Preparing to join the army, ha ha ha. The audience couldn't help but laugh. They gathered around and taunted Jisoo. One of the loudmouths. It looks more like a pocket marine. The other guy also followed suit and looked at the person who was so dumb, ha ha ha. Everyone had tears of laughter. But only Jang Trong was still standing there. Only you. I'm just noticing the difference in Lee Gilsoo. A smile does all the talking. Lee Gilsoo steps onto the stage. Clearly showing confidence, said with the name Park Young Ho. Just laugh freely, because from now on there won't be a chance to laugh anymore. The name Park Young shows Lee Gilsoo's confidence. Immediately quipped that he was like Jin Doon. Were confident at first, until he was beaten to a pulp. Lee Gilsoo replied firmly. Just wait. It will be clear who wins and who loses. Don't keep everyone waiting too long. The referee raised the signal to prepare for battle. Lee Gilsoo clenched his fists in a ready position. Now my previous self is dead. I will definitely win, even at the cost of my life. This courage to the point of recklessness. It really makes us admire. Lee Gilsoo raised his hands in a defensive position. He shouted loudly and sharply. I'm ready. I will be the winner. Finished speaking, Lee Gilsoo rushed towards Park Young Ho. Now his mind was filled with determination and courage. Even if I have to bet my life. The name Park Young coughed unexpectedly. When he saw Lee Gilsoo took the initiative to attack first. He immediately dodged Jisoo's first attack. His mouth constantly provoking. Actively attacking is also good. But that's not enough to defeat me. Then he slid down below. Threw a hook punch. That left Lee Gilsoo unable to defend. But took a full punch to the point of being dizzy. The name Park Young coughed up the sarcasm. If you dare to recklessly provoke me, you will pay the price. Loser. Named Park Young Ho kept throwing punches. Strong as a hammer. In the middle of Jisoo's face. She first hooked left and then right. Punch directly or attack from behind. Continuous fatal blows. Making Lee Gilsoo unable to resist. In the eyes of Park Young Ho. At this moment, Jisoo is no more than a punching bag for him to practice on. He can beat Jisoo until her eyes open. Only then did Lee Gilsoo regain her composure. He raised his hand to defend. At the same time, create space to think. While blocking the attack, he was surprised. Why his speed and strength are better than the ones I've encountered before. Although a bit surprising, but Lee Gilsoo quickly regained her spirit. He returned to his stance. Preparing to attack. The mouth is always talking to itself. I cannot fail. I need to try. Lee Gilsoo responded to the first punches. Park Young coughed with the same result as a few minutes ago. The name Park Young Ho just bent down. Turning your head slightly can help you get rid of everything. He even just stood by and let Lee Gilsoo attack. Without having to raise my hand, I blocked him, showing interest. What are you doing? Hit me. Use your fist. Talking and Doing is the name Park Young Ho model guide. About what a fatal punch is like. He threw a punch straight in the face, sending him flying a meter away. The whole arena shouted and mocked. They shouted in unison. Counterattack. Don't let yourself be beaten like that. Lee Gilsoo, what the hell are you doing? Where is your previous strong spirit? Or Jun Hang standing up there also shared negative thoughts about this match. He turned to talk to Jang inside. It's true that the match took place exactly as predicted. If you win, then they will become more and more rampant. Jang Trong is still silent and focused on observing the match. Park Young's name below seemed to be tired of punching. He stopped and mocked Gilsoo. He laughed lightly. You also took the beating well. It's true that it's a good punching bag for others to use while is busy being self-indulgent. Emotions changed to surprise. He looked towards Lee Gilsoo and couldn't believe my eyes. Lee Gilsoo was still standing. Not only that, he looked stronger. Seeing that, Park Young coughed and sarcastically said, "Oh, are you tired already? Have you given up your defensive stance? What are you going to do?" Lee Gilsoo breathed heavily. He was filled with the energy of revenge now. Lee Gilsoo's match has just officially started. Lee Jin-soo searched through his memories of the previous afternoon. On the school's rooftop, Lee Jin-soo is now showing his determination. He hesitantly said to Jang In, "Sorry, this is the last training lesson. I can't participate anymore. Like you said, don't continue to fight in the ring before this combat training ends. But I had to disobey what you said. While I couldn't control myself, I accepted Park Young Ho's challenge. Because of what he did, I can't bear it anymore." The more I talk about Park Young's name, Lee Jisoo's hatred welled up again. Jang, after listening to the story, he calmly told Gilsoo, "If so, then the training plan probably needs to change a bit." Just finished speaking, Jang Trong Luo quickly approached. Lee Gilsoo reminded in a close voice. His whole body exuded a terrifying power. "This will be a crash course. So you can graduate. The final challenge is to fight me." Fighting with the student council president. Lee Gilsoo was confused and didn't understand what was going on. He looked straight at it. Jang's punch is coming with fear. A punch with only 3% power. But it was enough to make Gilsoo fly 10 in an instant. Lee Gilsoo was confused. Don't know how to react. Why is Jang Trong suddenly so mad? Or is he really crazy? Jang Trong fought harder and harder. He rushed forward like a hungry lion. Then shouted loudly to remind Lee Gilsoo. "If you don't pay attention, you'll always be beaten like this. Let's be serious and fight." Lee Gilsoo was startled. He suddenly stepped forward and continuously punched Jang Trong back. Jang Trong crouched down and raised his hands to block the attack. At the same time, to test Jisoo's attack power, witness Jisoo's superficial attacks, making Jang extremely disappointed. He lowered his voice. These punches were still very slow. With a slow and weak fist like this, who are you planning on fighting with? Hearing that, Lee Gilsoo became confused. He thought to himself, I also know that, but I've only had basic training a few times. How can it be stronger and faster? However, I will definitely win this battle. As soon as he pulled out the hook, Lee Jin-soo threw a punch. Punched with all his force towards Jang Trong. The air suddenly became quiet. Lee Jin-soo looked at Jang in confusion. His punch actually touched Jang Trong's face. But if you look at the river at this moment, you can see it clearly. That punch did no damage. At this time Jang Trong gradually returned to calm. He said in a low voice to Lee Gilsoo, "If you want to win against me then you can. Then go directly in. Return to the arena." Jin Duan and Blonde Hair were gaping, looking at Lee Gilsoo in surprise. He rushed forward like an arrow, threw a series of punches at Park Young Ho. Jin Duan stood outside. "I'm really worried about Gilsoo. If it's a dead-end situation, play recklessly. Just rush forward without defending like that. Then you just have to eat your fill. Same with your previous training. Looks like it doesn't work. Named Park Young-ho also seems to have realized this. He happily sarcastically said, "Oh, what is this? Are you too reckless? Okay, just rush in with me." Then he changed 180 degrees. From defense to attack and then shouting loudly, "If you think, just rush forward and risk your life like that and you will win. That's a big mistake." Then gave Lee Gilsoo a solid punch. Lee Gilsoo seemed to get harder the more she fought. After receiving that slap, he still didn't collapse like the previous times. This time Lee Gilsoo tried to reach her arm, grabbed Park Young's waist and coughed. Startled him. Park Young coughed harder, pushed Jisoo's glass away from his body. Gilsoo tightened her grip even more, determined not to let go. So angry because of Jisoo's stubborn behavior like a leech, Park Young coughed furiously and punched him repeatedly in the back. The names of the audience had the opportunity to discuss again. They appeared uncomfortable. Before Lee Jisoo's attack, a guy standing outside whispered, "It's true that a one-sided match is not interesting at all. Taking risks like that is just punching bags. It doesn't take long to fall. If you lose, try to lose properly." At this moment, Park Young-ho was really irritated. He continuously delivered destructive attacks, like attacking the back of the neck, pressing the head on the pillow. Park Young-ho just attacked. As if going crazy, he shouted loudly, "Even if you try to come here, it's the same thing. Ha ha ha, I'm dead." But it seems like everything just happened. It was the plan of Lee Gilsoo named Park Young-ho. It's the one who's falling into the trap. Lee Gilsoo remembered Jang's advice. Whether you grab the body or the neck, then after trying to approach, let's block the opponent's movement first. Then you will have an advantage for yourself. Talking about it while practicing with Gilsoo, he raised one hand and grabbed the back of his neck to control him. The other hand used all its strength to punch straight into the chest, making Lee Gilsoo seem dumbfounded. Cried out loud, Jang in explanation, "When the opponent moves, then you will have a hard time hitting him. But once you've locked down his moves, it would be much simpler." Lee Gilsoo refused to give up and endured the battle. He also threw a few blows in response, and hit Jang Trong. But this time Lee Gilsoo hit the target. It's not because Jang was negligent, which is part of the close attack. When approaching an opponent, then you will definitely have to take more beatings. At that time, the only way was to try and endure. Jang's final instructions, if applied correctly, all my previous training, will definitely be effective. Be brave and wait until you have the opportunity. Just finished speaking, when Lee Jisoo's punches were revealing her weakness, Jang Trong immediately launched a finishing blow. Makes Lee Jisoo's whole body. It seemed like he had lost all strength to fight. He hugged the hurt place. Her face became heavy with pain, not giving Jisoo a second to recover. Jang Trong flashed in front of Lee Gilsoo. Jang Trong prepared to give Lee Gilsoo a punch, so strong that Jisoo could feel it. There are strong winds being carried by this punch. Lee Gilsoo right now, even though she still has some strength left, but still too small compared to the power of the punch. He stood silently waiting, and then no finishing blow was delivered. The punch stopped right in front of Jisoo's nose. With Jisoo's face and expressions, now it's predictable. He was almost swept out of the arena. Jang gave a cold, warning smile. Just make your opponent panic first. Don't focus all your energy on one punch. When the opponent panics, I will definitely have a chance to return to the match. Lee Gilsoo seemed to copy and paste Jang's instructions. He approached and then kicked, punched Park Young directly in the stomach. Lee Gilsoo also understood what Jang meant in that he would make the opponent unpredictable. What is my next action? Park Young coughed furiously and refused to leave it alone. He continuously attacked the temple in response to Gilsoo. The game has now switched to who is tougher. Named Park Young-ho seems to have also felt the power from close attacks. He frowned and thought to himself, "This guy Lee Gilsoo is causing so much trouble. I can't think anymore." After a powerful attack from Lee Gilsoo, making Park Young cough like he was speechless, exclaimed without a sound. The whole stadium exploded. Everyone cheered with excitement. Oh, that attack was powerful. Is that a hook punch? Jin Duin is no exception. He widened his eyes in surprise. Only then did Jin Duin understand. The reason why Gilsoo approached Park Young-ho is to be able to strike with the most precision. Named Park Young coughed painfully and retreated back to defend. Now it seems like both have all felt the weight of this match. Both Lee Gilsoo and Park Young-ho stood looking at each other. Strictly precautionary way. No one dared to rush forward and attack first. Lee Gilsoo was also almost exhausted. He looked towards Park Young and coughed. Apparently after he approached to hit him. This time, Park Young-ho was alert. He turned his foot to change the direction of attack. This time it was a direct punch to the face. But after being beaten, Park Young-ho was really on guard. He gently tilted his head to avoid Jisoo's punch. He happily showed his satisfaction. Are you trying to aim at my face? It's simple and you can't reach me. How can you hit me? Jang Trong still stood there without any reaction. Looks like he's waiting for something bigger from Gilsoo. Back to the end of Lee Gilsoo and Jang's practice match in. On the terrace, Jang Trong walked up to Lee Gilsoo and gave instructions. Here comes my training. When I get to the arena, then just fight the way you want. Because when fighting, there will be many variables that cannot be measured. So learning is one thing. Fighting will be a completely different story. Please persevere until the end and don't give up. It's surprising when celebrities are tough. As dry as Jang can say. Such words of encouragement give strength to Lee Gilsoo. According to Jang's instructions, you will have a chance. If you stick with your strategy. Lee Gilsoo rushes forward. One hand grabbed and held Park Young's head and coughed. He jumped up and put all his strength into his remaining arm. Only then did Park Young realize that the shot was aimed at the face. It was just a decoy. But it seemed too late. His head was locked tightly by Gilsoo. He looked at him with eyes full of pent-up hatred. Lee Gilsoo sarcastically. You probably won't be able to predict this attack. Right. Die you bastard. After speaking, Lee Gilsoo put all her strength into expressing her hatred. Anger at that punch. A punch of release. The punch was so strong. Making Park Young cough like a balloon. Was punched and thrown far away by Lee Gilsoo. Lee Gilsoo smiled. So can you guess this? Right away. Was a powerful blow that hit Park Young-ho in the face. Causing the soup to splatter. Lee Gilsoo shouted loudly, as if to vent all his anger into that punch. You die you bastard. The whole arena, when witnessing that powerful blow from Gilsoo, were all amazed. Immediately afterwards, the whole arena seemed about to explode with excitement. Everyone simultaneously shouted Gilsoo. Park Young coughed and tried to get up. Looks like he's scared now. Mouth stammering incomprehensibly the bastard. Lee Gilsoo was still standing there with preparations. His face was filled with determination. I'm just getting started. Stand up and play until the end. You bastard. That time in the stands. Still there are endless compliments for Lee Gilsoo. Wow, Gilsoo is so cool. Ha ha. It's really eye-catching. It's true that the boy who vomited immediately knew that he was very good. New student Lee Gilsoo. Lee Gilsoo. The name Park Young coughed and stood up. Quickly used his hand to wipe away the blood after Jisoo's punch. He clearly expressed discomfort, with shrill compliments for Lee Gilsoo. Please wait. It's just luck. There's nothing good about swinging it around and getting hit with it. He was angry as he thought, rushing madly towards Lee Gilsoo to regain face. But at times like this is when the most weak points are revealed. Losing his temper caused him to be caught off guard. Immediately received a hook punch from Lee Gilsoo. Immediately followed by a straight punch. Present as a gift. 2 punches as strong as a hammer. Making Park Young cough unable to stand. But gradually fell down, right when he lost his balance. Lee Gilsoo adds 2 cumulative punches of the previous 2 punches. With terrible force. The punches both hook and straight. Causing Park Young-ho to collapse. Now or Jun-han can smile with satisfaction. Told Jang In, looking at it like that. It's pretty good. I didn't expect it could turn the situation around like that. Jang Trong was also satisfied and responded at this level. Physical and mental strength are the most important factors. Surprise attacks will cause your opponent to lose their composure. Now Lee Gilsoo has taken the initiative. Park Young-ho still hasn't surrendered. He tried to stand up and use his hand to wipe away the bloodstains. It seemed like the punches just now caused him real pain. Standing outside observing the details, Jin Doon felt confused. He turned to talk to this blonde. Do you see anything strange? There's something very strange about this Park Young-ho. He looks like he's worried about something. Park Young coughed back, looked towards Kang In-hae and his accomplices, standing and observing the match from afar. Kang In-hae's name gradually showed a skeptical attitude. The name Park Young coughed and felt even more worried. He thought about what Kang In-hae had reminded him before starting the match. Because of the plan, for our efforts to overthrow the stage, you have to win absolutely. But maybe now, his plan for absolute victory has completely collapsed. He shouted bitterly, "Damn, it's humiliating, but don't you dare bully me anymore." Speaking of which, he had to use his final move. He lifted one leg, returning to the attack that defeated Jin Doon. Lee Gilsoo also recognized this attack. He won and rushed forward. Time is gone. Must end quickly. While still on the verge of victory, Lee Gilsoo approached Park Young-ho. But Jisoo suddenly stopped, because something was rushing towards him. The kick. Only now can I really feel the terrible power of Park Young-ho. Lee Gilsoo. The power of the kick. Like a concrete column rushing at you. Just like what Doon described. He flew out a meter of blood everywhere in his mouth. Quickly Park Young coughed and threw another kick. The power of this kick was even stronger than the previous one. They went straight to the stomach, leaving Lee Gilsoo paralyzed and dumbfounded. Cry out loud. See, Lee Gilsoo can still stand. Park Young coughed and quickly used his other leg. Pushed away Lee Jisoo's supporting leg, causing him to fall over. Saw Lee Gilsoo had fallen and exposed too many loopholes. He took advantage of the opportunity, continuously kicking Jisoo in the face as if being humiliated. He shouted, "Since you are weak, you must know how to separate yourself." Even a small shrimp dares to show his face. Facing kicks with terrible power made Lee Gilsoo feel stressed. Each attack is as strong as a hammer. No gaps to counterattack. What should I do now? He remembered the conversation with Doon. No matter how dangerous he is, Lee Gilsoo, I won't be afraid either. Doon noticed Jinsoo's determination. Doesn't stop it anymore. Just a reminder, so be careful. Name Park Young-ho. What could he have done to his leg? That's definitely not a normal kick. If it's a foot attack. Once again he had to find a way to help and cope. Don't be subjective and confront those kicks. Turn into the present. Lee Gilsoo is trying to get up, with a body covered in injuries. Now you understand. Why did Jin Doon remind him like that? It felt like being hit with an iron rod. Not a human's leg anymore. Then Park Young coughed and pulled his leg back and curled up. He returned to his stance and prepared to attack with his feet. He seemed to be very interested at this moment. He sounded disdainful. That scared expression suits you very well. Now kneel down and ask for forgiveness. Mentioned here. His body seemed to exude a terrifying, magical power. Park Young-ho. He was really angry. Another kick. This time the kick was so fast that Lee Gilsoo could barely feel it. Before he could defend himself, he kicked him away. Park Young coughed like he had turned into an animal. Completely out of control. He is excited in madness. Expression of pleasure at the pain of others. Made Lee Gilsoo remember those bastards. The same ones who bullied him back in his old school. They stopped at nothing to torment him, and became more and more savage. When I see you fall, because you are just like them. Park Young coughed. Sir, I didn't. I can't collapse here. Lee Gilsoo immediately turned around quickly, causing Park Young-ho's kick to point them at Park Young-ho's butt. Stood dumbfounded when seeing Lee Jisoo's weird blocking form. His attack was completely neutralized by Lee Jisoo's butt. The blonde and Doon stood outside to witness. Couldn't believe their eyes when Lee Gilsoo came up with this unique way to deal with Park Young-ho. Lee Gilsoo turned to look at Park Young-ho. Then I thought to myself, just attack. I already know which places on the body hurt the least. Perhaps this is Lee Jisoo's biggest gain. After being beaten by the bullies, Park Young, he couldn't help but laugh when he saw it. He rushed up to attack with a mocking look on his face. Ha ha ha. Are you kidding me? So funny, ha ha ha. You think you can help it that way? Then he kicked Jisoo's butt hard to prove it. With the power of his kick, even if he uses his butt, also doesn't work. Right after that, he continuously swung his legs to attack Jisoo. But Lee Gilsoo used her butt to neutralize everything. Butt stances, just like the martial arts of Dwang Jo Tai, causing the entire audience to burst into tears of laughter. Damn it, it sounds like it's going to hit me with my ass. New students always have new tricks, haha. What the hell is that trick, ha ha ha. Jin Doon witness not only did not laugh at his friend, but also excitedly said to the blonde. It seems that Jisoo is also quite smart. Looks funny, but is where a lot of fat accumulates. Who knows, maybe this is the best defense that Jisoo can do right now. Park Young's name doesn't feel right. He gradually became exhausted as he continued to attack. But Lee Gilsoo was unharmed. He immediately changed his attack position, but shouted bitterly, "So can you defend your head anymore?" But even if it is the head, Lee Gilsoo still quickly bent down. Easily dodged. This kick has slowed down to the point Lee Gilsoo saw clearly. Enough time to dodge it. Jin Doon stood outside. Also noticed this anomaly. He thought to himself that kick had slowed down noticeably. When fighting with me, he is also very strange. Star's own owls. Such a powerful stone, but its use is very limited. Is the power greater? Will it bring even higher risks? Returning to Jisoo. Now Park Young's kicks are coughing. Were all easily avoided by Lee Gilsoo. He dodged left, turned right and crouched. Park Young's every kick became slower and slower. Slowly to the point Lee Gilsoo could see clearly. Every movement of legs and pant legs. Lee Gilsoo suddenly stopped. His eyes were surprisingly surprised. He seemed to have seen something distracting, leaving him stunned. Didn't pay attention to the kicks anymore. Took advantage of Jisoo's distraction. The name Park Young coughed quickly and added another punch, causing Lee Gilsoo to paralyze and fall to the floor. Park Young coughed and walked around looking uncomfortable. You don't know, you stubborn bastard. But now there's no way. After speaking, he put all his strength into swinging his legs, preparing to deliver the kick that would end the match. The kick was so strong, causing smoke and dust to fly in a few seconds. The name Park Young coughed proudly and laughed loudly, ha ha ha. No matter how stubborn you are, couldn't resist this shot either. Now you know my hand. Messing with me won't end well, ha ha ha. Lee Gilsoo gradually appeared. Hearing Lee Jisoo's voice calling my name made Park Young Ho stand still and scared. Lee Gilsoo did not have any injuries. He even caught Park Young Ho's kick. Lee Jisoo's eyes became excited. Oh. Park Young coughed, your kick has slowed down a lot. Then you quickly locked that leg. Turn it around really hard, causing Park Young to lose his footing, but fell on the ring. Now he really felt scared. But he seems to be afraid of something. Rather than feeling scared, Lee Gilsoo still grabbed Park Young Ho's leg. Without letting go, he thought angrily to himself. There's something shady going on with Park Young's side. Feeling his kick is hard, like being hit by an iron rod. And the speed of the kick also slowed down over time. And in that moment, I saw something strange, something shiny in his pants leg, something lurking in my shin. Even though Park Young Ho was screaming, it seemed like something was about to be revealed that made him afraid. Like that, Lee Gilsoo grabbed his pants tightly, his legs, and used all his strength to tear them open, causing the pants to tear, revealing something terrible. He attached a shiny thing to his leg. Lee Gilsoo at last have found the truth about the power of Park Young Ho. You shouted in contempt. You fell into a trap. You bastard. Named Park Young coughed in fright until his face turned cold. No more blood, scream that loud, no, don't do that. But it's too late. Lee Gilsoo seems will have no intention of letting him go. He grabbed his leg and tore his pants and shouted loudly, "You're caught in a trap. You dirty boy." The whole arena suddenly became terrifyingly quiet. Something Park Young found hidden in his pants leg, surprising everyone who saw it. It was an iron armor. A piece of iron was tied tightly to his shin. We are also the place that causes the most damage. When Park Young coughed and attacked Lee Gilsoo, he also found out the truth. He clenched his teeth, looked at the shiny piece of metal and got angry. No wonder he gets tired so quickly. This piece of iron is really so big and heavy. The whole arena looks like it's about to explode because of his filth. Park Young coughed. All the jeers were directed towards the arena. For the name Park Young Ho. Damn Park Young Ho. Go to hell, you dirty toy. Go away, you brain. Drink some water and go away. You're a crazy person wearing armor and still pretending to be a boss. Asshole, etc. And clouds of contempt for him. Or Jun Hang and Jang Trong standing above, also completely surprised by what was happening. Or Jun Hang has always disliked the name Park Young Ho. Now there is even more opportunity to deal with him. He turned to talk to Jang inside. No wonder his kicks are so strange. What should I do? Should I stop the match? Jang's attitude was still very calm. Jang Trong just smiled lightly and reminded. Just wait and see before we're in a hurry. It seems like the match is about to end. Under the ring, Lee Gilsoo went crazy when he saw the truth. He pressed tightly on her. Park Young coughed and attacked frantically. Named Park Young Ho, lying helplessly and letting Lee Gilsoo beat him. He no longer had any strength left to resist. Lee Gilsoo's crazy attacking expression made it impossible for him to understand. Why does this Lee Gilsoo still have such power? Lee Gilsoo is still continuous. Hit Park Young Ho in the face. Punch your left hand then punch your right hand continuously without stopping. Making Park Young not have any chance at all. Even if it's just defense. Yes, this is exactly what Lee Gilsoo wants to see with that expression. Expression of extreme fear. I no longer have any will to resist. Just like I did when they bullied me. But that person from the past is dead. Now is the time for a strong Lee Gilsoo. Brave and determined. Lee Gilsoo paused for a moment. He was preparing for a blow. One final decisive blow. The shot carries all the effort. Practicing the humiliation of being bullied and the determination. It was the blow of justice and then boom. The blow with terrible power like an explosion. Punched Park Young Ho directly in the face. A knockout blow, causing Park Young to officially lose consciousness. Collapsed on the spot. The official match has ended. The referee shouted a signal to stop. The winner is Lee Gilsoo. Lee Gilsoo can truly breathe a sigh of relief now. Only now do you believe this. It's true that I did it. I defeated that Park Young Ho. With my own fist. Everyone simultaneously chanted Lee Gilsoo. Lee Gilsoo, you great victory Lee Gilsoo. Maybe the chant echoed. Simultaneously awakened Park Young Ho. He tried to open his eyes and look around. He still couldn't believe this truth. It can't be that he lost. Did I really lose? He tried to lean forward and look towards Kang In Hair and his gang. They are leaving him behind. And choose to leave. Leaving Park Young Ho lying motionless on the ring. Only one word of concern. That the name Kang In Hair left behind. Let him die. Useless thing. The name Park Young Ho still tried to beg subconsciously. Wait, it's not over yet. Don't leave me. But all pleading is in vain. Seems to be due to being healthy. The name Park Young Ho has made enemies. Get angry with a lot of people. So when you fall into this situation, they all became angry. Strange objects are continuously thrown onto the ring. Dedicated to the name Park Young Ho. Booing everywhere. That bastard played dirty but still lost miserably. This goes away. My eyes look so pathetic, haha. Tomorrow I will deal with you. Facing countless criticism. Accompanied by a storm of strange objects thrown at him. Park Young coughed weakly and raised his hand to block. What the hell is going on? He still couldn't believe it after this loss. The situation has completely changed. Lee Gilsoo approaches, looking at Park Young Ho who was lying helplessly on the floor. With the last bit of strength, which fends off the audience's anger, Lee Gilsoo pondered for a while, causing Park Young Ho to become worried. He thought, won't be able to take another hit. He will probably die. Lee Gilsoo suddenly raised her hand. Park Young coughed and was trembling, covering his face with his hands. Suddenly startled. Can't believe my eyes. Lee Gilsoo herself is coming. And proactively offered my hand to help him stand up. Sober and played dirty but still lost. I want to give you a good fight. Rules are rules. Next time we will win or lose fairly. These words of encouragement has truly touched the awakening of the name Park Young Ho. Or Jun Hang in the stands. Finally had a satisfied smile. Ha ha ha, new student. It's more interesting than I thought. Shaking hands. Jang Trong, standing next to him, also felt satisfied. After much effort, the results have been achieved. He smiled lightly. Now he looks like a Ju Moon student. But sometimes, can he be more than what I expected? The joyful atmosphere did not last long. A voice came out, immediately shattered the atmosphere in the arena. Oh, Ju Moon School is in such a bad situation now. This childish match, but there are still people watching. The audience's expressions changed from joy to surprise and fear. He said as he approached. Grab hold of Park Young's hair and pull it up. You can't beat a kid. But why do you still want to represent Ju Moon? When you graduate, Do you plan to see what your older brothers look like? It turns out it was Sun Sukgu this time. He has officially come to provoke the whole arena. Lee Gilsoo has never seen Sun Sukgu. He stood there dumbfounded, not understanding who this guy was. How can he make everyone so afraid? But perhaps Sun Sukgu made a mistake in his assessment. The house is occupied. Jang stepped down with a sharp voice. Sun Sukgu, what are you going to do? Oh Jang, for a long time. Meet the traitor and look at this trashy arena. I can't stand it anymore. Then he immediately changed his attitude to challenge the motherfucker. What the heck is this arena? From now on I will be the ruler of Ju Moon, ha ha ha. Jang smiled excitedly. I thought you were hiding somewhere. It turns out it's really interesting here. Okay, let me show you what a real fighting stage is like. Just finished speaking. The whole body exuded a stream of strength. Terrible, like a beast looking for prey. Both are ready for a classic match. Below everyone keeps talking. Wow. I did not expect to witness this scene. Before graduation was majestic. Today's matches were really great. Lee Gilsoo stood aside and listened to all the conversations. More and more wondering. He turned to ask this Duin. Who is Sun Sukgu who is fighting with Jang Trong? Gilsoo just joined, so you don't know. Before the stage was established. He was the one who competed for the strongest position. Ju Moon with Jang in. Lee Gilsoo amazed. He is the one who competes with Jang in the star. Returns to the arena called Sun Sukgu pedal. Strongly hitting the floor shows strength. An old story from a long time ago. It's been a long time. Fighting with you makes me remember the past. Jang Trong warmed up while mocking Sun Sukgu. If you're too scared then go away. That quote from Jang Trong. Making a guy as arrogant as Sun Sukgu. Crazy. He madly rushed towards Jang Trong and shouted loudly. You had a hard time climbing up the previous one. Just to create this trash. The collision of two monsters. Causing the arena to explode. Because of that terrible power. The audience was frightened and could not believe their eyes. What the hell kind of power is this? Can the arena survive? Jang Trong stood speechless and confused. Where is the name Sun Sukgu aimed at? Why is it the ring frame? Sun Sukgu turned around with a sinister smile. Looks like he was aiming there on purpose. To corner Jang Trong in the corner of the stands. Then continuously attack, causing Jang Trong to fall into a difficult position. Had to retreat deep to defend. Lee Gilsoo was really surprised. When witnessing the power of Sun Sukgu. He turned to ask Duin Sun Sukgu with that body. How could he move so flexibly? But senior Jang Trong is also very talented. When we can avoid everything. But what if our inner Jang loses? Then what will happen? Jin Duin's face darkened at this moment. He was silent for a moment then replied. If Jang In loses, then the arena will disappear and Ju Moon will return to the way it was before. Sun Sukgu, he is Kang Han, he reincarnated. Lee Gilsoo turned around in surprise. When Duin just mentioned a strange name Kang Han, he. Sun Sukgu started to go crazy. His whole body emitted a powerful, magical energy, as terrible as an angry black bear. Sun Sukgu shouted loudly, that kid is only good at hiding. Forget about past victories. I'm a completely different person now. Finished speaking. He mustered up all his strength and jumped in front of Jang Trong. A terrible power, to the point where the ring burst apart because of that kick. A thunderous kick, causing Jang to have no choice but to lean forward. But escape that hit. With strong people like Jang Trong. If you take this punch completely, you can be knocked out. But even though he could have avoided a direct punch. But pulse power, around the punch it made. Causing Jang Trong to be really injured. Blood began to fall on his face. Sun Sukgu excitedly flashed a cold smile. Ha ha ha, finally beat you guys. Rushed forward. Sun Sukgu threw his kick back at Jang In. Fast blows. Jang inside cannot be seen. Attack direction of those shots. To avoid and escape helplessly. Jang Trong had no choice but to raise his hand to block the attack. But retreat deep to defend. Jang Trong seems to be at a disadvantage. Just endure the battle. Sun Sukgu fights harder and harder. He excitedly shouted straight at Jiang in the face, ha ha ha. Pretending to be the boss, turns out that's all you are. Knowing this, I would have dealt with you a long time ago. Die you bastard. Just finish the sentence. Sun Sukgu threw a powerful punch like a rocket coming. Causing Jang to eat the whole thing. He couldn't catch it in time and was thrown far into the corner of the stands. Lee Gilsoo stood there watching. All emotions were surprise mixed with fear. No way. Jang Trong can defeat a monster like this. But Jin Doon can't hide his worry. Doon hesitantly heard that in terms of strength, the lipstick name Sukgu is better. As for Jang Trong, he leans towards technique, but looks at the present. Sun Sukgu is overwhelming on both sides. Maybe he was secretly practicing and hiding. Sun Sukgu looked towards Jang Trong, sitting down on the floor, feeling proud. Sun Sukgu's body is completely different from before. Looks like what they gave Sun Sukgu. It is emitting effectively. A mysterious thing from a mysterious group of people. Ha ha ha, now you're no better than me. Die, traitor. Right after that, Sun Sukgu raised his leg high. Prepare for a kick to end this match. Jang's angry eyes barely opened. That was also the moment when Sun Sukgu kicked. A fatal kick. It was as strong as an iron pillar coming down, causing the ring frame to shake, as if about to collapse before that terrible power. The audience below was left speechless. But not because Jang Trong failed. Not only dodged that kick, Jang's punch in just a blink of an eye. The rock was pressed close to Sukgu's face. That he couldn't understand. What's going on? A punch that returns with force and skill. The technique reached a superior level, making Sun Sukgu fly so far. Only the arena goal can keep him there, not giving Sun Sukgu time to reshape. Jang Trong immediately rushed in front of him. Jang Trong was really angry. His eyes exuded coldness. It's taking too much time and it'll end quickly. Immediately with a series of punches. Like thousands of incoming missiles. Blood began to spurt out everywhere. Sun Sukgu's entire body seemed to be completely paralyzed. No more resistance. He thought weakly. This strength. Is it possible that Jang's name hasn't weakened in the past? But now I realize it's too late. Jang Trong moved closer to Sukgu's face. A decisive punch with all the anger. Like a fierce beast fighting for territory. One hit. Like a lion rushing to devour its prey. Strength. Seems like a monster of the name Sun Sukgu. But still no harm compared to Jang Trong. After punching the Sun Soup guy paralyzed. But still didn't see any response from him. Jang was starting to feel bored. What a waste of time. It's too late to end the battle. Jang raised his fist that was stained with Sukgu's blood. The power that covered this punch was terrifying. It was like a storm, surrounded by lightning, and then boom like a missile hitting its target. The punch carried the terrifying power of a superstorm. Swept away Sun Sukgu, seeing him fly out of the arena for a while. The whole arena opened his eyes. This is the first time they have witnessed PHA prestige. Jang's strength in. The whole arena seemed to explode with excitement. Continuously chanting Jang in senior is really amazing. Still gaping in surprise, when seeing firsthand the strength of Jang Trong. The name Park Young coughed suddenly startled. Something suddenly stood behind him, causing him to suddenly feel cold down his spine. His whole body trembling. The name Park Young coughed and trembled in fear and slowly turned around to look. It was Jang Trong. Just a slight jump. Where did Jang Trong appear from? He flew over and appeared behind Park Young Ho. A voice of anger said lightly towards Park Young Ho. Hurry up and get into the ring. Let me tell you, what will be the consequences if you break the law? The whole arena was whispering incessantly. Jang was angry. Drag the iron bar until it sparks. When in contact with the ground. Making Park Young cough even more scared as if he had lost his soul. The only way is to bow down and ask for forgiveness. Saw the iron stick in his outstretched hand. The name Park Young coughed as if dumbfounded and thought to himself. Is he going to use that stick to hit me? If I get hit by a monster like him, how can I live here? Had been beaten many times since the previous battle. And now I'm beaten again. I can't bear to lose. To the end. Park Young has no choice but to give up his dignity. He knelt down and begged his predecessor pitifully. Please forgive me, things are not as you think. Jang Trong's face did not change at all. A short but powerful sentence, lie down right away. Listen, Jang Trong said. Park Young coughed even more in despair. He tried to hug Jang's leg while crying and screaming louder. Senior, please forgive me this time. It's because I was forced to do it, that's why I did it. I'm just a victim, Senior. This statement from Park Young Ho really made the whole arena silent. But half doubted and half believed. I doubt it because Park Young-ho has lied too many times. Believe because people are often at their most dangerous. They will tell the truth. Named Park Young coughed with a pitiful look on his face. Like a crybaby. And maybe he was too scared inside. He begged his seniors. From now on, I will not dare to do that. Please forgive me this time. Jang Trong suddenly stopped. He fell to his knees. Looking straight at Park Young-ho's face. He was pitifully pleading. One light glare and I told him to lie down immediately. But you don't understand what I'm saying. This statement officially extinguishes all hope. Park Young-ho's pitiful plea. He lay face down and cried like a crybaby. He was miserable and thought to himself that it was over. Isn't that right? My life is over. How can you live like this? The more he thought about it, the more scared he became and he cried harder. Jang Trong started to raise the iron stick. He changed his face. The powerful and instructive voice named Park Young coughed. If you don't want to get beaten, then please don't do such things. Jang's every word at this time. Like a flash with the name Park Young-ho. His eyes were closed tightly. His lips pressed firmly. Tears fell in streams. But be that as it may, he still thought it definitely wouldn't work. This time it will definitely end. One full force swing towards Park Young-ho's butt. But nothing happened. Jang Trong stopped immediately, when the stick was just a few inches away from Park Young coughing. It seems this time, Jang Trong saw that he was truly afraid. Because it got to the point where I spilled all over my pants like this. It's impossible to act. The saying, I'm scared to death, is actually referring to Park Young-ho. The whole arena burst into laughter. So he peed his pants. Ha ha ha, so dirty, it's truly a legend that. Jang Trong also felt confused by this scene. But angrily said to Park Young, he's a bastard. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to do that in this arena? I will forgive you, but there won't be a second time. Jang Trong immediately threw down the stick. In front of Park Young. He coughed, but he was still so scared that he didn't dare open his eyes. Kang In-hae was standing back deep in the crowd, but witnessed it all. Now he himself was in a weak position and could only stay silent. Turning towards Jang Trong, he stomped hard on the ring. Show majesty and then shout loudly. Everyone, listen here. Today everyone is aware. What kind of place is the arena? Everyone can fight based on their own strength. To win a fair battle, there is no such thing as cheating here. Jang's powerful voice, causing everyone who took it to automatically stand up and obey. Jang Tran gradually lowered his voice, as if trying to refer to someone. But if the arena battle happens at school, person who violates that rule, if I was still in charge here, then that person will not be able to live. The insinuation is known to everyone. Is the name Kang In-hae and no one else. He also noticed it. I'm falling into a dangerous situation. I could only swallow my anger and stay silent. Jang declared in a low voice. Before acting here, there are only true warriors. Act according to your strength and the rules of the arena. Those people are worthy. Receive the respect of the sixth subject arena, as well as everyone's. The whole stadium exploded with excitement, as well as respect for Jang Trong. Everyone chanted Jang In. Standing below to witness the submission of everyone, Jang Trong flashed a satisfied smile, which declared as a challenge. Forces are lurking around. I am the president and moderator of this sixth subject arena. The next morning at the school's rooftop, Jang Trong is still enthusiastic about practicing. Lee Gilsoo appears from behind. He walked over. Then he looked at Jang in surprise and was surprised why he was still practicing. After yesterday's battle, Jang saw Jisoo's appearance, then immediately stopped. Then asked, why did you come here? I have nothing more to teach you. If you want to come and ask me for training, then go home. Lee Gilsoo replied hesitantly. I didn't come for practice. I have something to tell you. Jang's nose started to burn. He continued with his practice without warning. There's no need to complicate things so much. No need to thank me at all. I just need to do what needs to be done. Lee Gilsoo heard that and could only obey. He kept thinking in his head. Why is he so cold? With curiosity ingrained in his blood, Lee Gilsoo mustered all her courage. Go ahead and ask Jang again. My senior has a question like this. Why did you help me to this extent? Jang this time really paid attention to Jisoo's question. He stopped and pondered. Seeing Jang Trong listening to Lee Gilsoo continue talking to you. I heard that I was the first person to be guided by you. I also learned many things from you interrupted Lee Gilsoo. Jang happily explained. Of course. Through you, I also want to show everyone. So that I can rise up. You need to try your best to train. So you've worked hard. Lee Gilsoo. This is it. Jang Trong put his hand on Lee Gilsoo's shoulder. Showing a satisfied smile. Lee Gilsoo also realized then. Jang Trong is not as cold as you think. Has this absolute trust. Lee Gilsoo was happy. He bowed 90 degrees to show his respect. Thank you very much, senior. But subconsciously, you still can't fully understand what he said. When you were close to him. With his guidance, I was able to do it. Learned many things, as well as feeling his sincerity. The matches will continue to take place tonight. Under enthusiastic cheers from the stands. The fighting chief has officially resumed operations as before. Moreover, the heat is even higher than before. Everyone passionately participates in the fight. As well as exercise. The war at the Six Gates takes place every day. Creating many extremely attractive battles. A normal match on a normal day. Prepare to take place. Discipline team Choi Suffo gave the order okay. Next match comes Who Steps Up. Who steps up to the ring? With a face full of confidence and excitement. That's Lee Gilsoo. Lee Gilsoo herself also joined in. Participate in those fierce matches. Both sides rush to attack. But Lee Gilsoo has completely changed now. You are the one who always prevails. A direct punch straight to the opponent's face. Causing him to lose direction. I can only attack randomly. Lee Gilsoo always warns me. You have to put all your effort into every match. To be able to prove their strength. As well as my efforts. When the opportunity comes, you always seize it in the best way. The match then ended with a knockout blow. By Lee Gilsoo. The whole audience cheered with excitement. Lee Gilsoo shouted loudly, as if releasing all the strength that was repressed within him. Now he was a part of the arena. As opposed to the exciting scene in the arena. Scene changes to a prison. Kang In-hae is sitting in his relative's waiting room. He asked to meet someone. And was being led out by the prison guard. A voice that startled him. Ha ha ha, long time no see. Kang In-hae hesitated. Yes, long time no see, brother. Long hair guy smiled and asked. You said you would bring good news next time. But what happened? Kang In-hae looked down in confusion. That loser bastard. It is with its predecessor Soupgu. Nor is Jang's opponent in. Hearing Jang's name in, the long-haired guy burst out laughing, ha ha ha. Is that kid Jang in there? Yes. This time it seems things have gone too far. His voice suddenly became lower. His eyes exude a terrifying magic. There is no owner there. Looks like they're being encroached by water again. It seems this guy with long hair is really the most mysterious thing. Kang In-hae confusedly tried to calm his brother. Don't worry, bro. No matter what I do, I can find a way. If it's in school, it's not possible, then I will use the outside method. Brother's name near the warning voice in he. Someone was bound tightly by shackles. It will be difficult to escape. So don't act foolishly. Please behave according to your identity. Listen to your brother's advice. Kang In-hae's face darkened in disappointment. But I can only listen and agree. I don't dare disobey his orders. The older brother stood up and prepared to return to the cell. Before leaving, he did not forget to mention the name Kang In-hae. Dad said he would get involved in this. So maybe a few more months. You can go out now. The name Kang In-hae. I already understood that. He couldn't hide his joy. So it was like that. Then you're lucky. The older brother continued to say that. Don't do anything excessive that will affect your family. Just be quiet. Observe everything and wait for the right opportunity. When will your brother go out? Of course everything will be resolved. Kang In-hae showed a sullen and obedient attitude. For someone as arrogant and ambitious as him. Having to humble myself. My brother's reminder. Makes him no different from a chained dog. Back to Lee Gilsoo's classroom. Jin Doon and blonde hair were having a meeting to discuss something. Blonde guy with a serious attitude. Tell Doon and Jisoo. You guys finally suggested that blonde's serious attitude. Causing Jisoo and Daoin to listen attentively. The blonde immediately held out his phone. Along with a text message sent full of sweetness. Kyung-min, do you want to go out with me and my friends this weekend? No, you can invite your friends to go with you too. It turns out this blonde friend, Kyung-min, has accepted a date invitation from a new girlfriend. The blonde's face gradually turned red from embarrassment. Still that faltering voice. Guys, my date has already arrived. Then Kyong-min mustered up the courage to shout loudly thus. That day I needed you two to help me. But Lee Gilsoo and Dinjuan were not excited about women. Lee Gilsoo confusedly replied, but me. Never done that before. Jin Doon also immediately politely refused. I also had a competition appointment this weekend, so didn't have time for Dooyi to finish his sentence. Mr. Min immediately interrupted. His face gradually became tense. This time is me and Ji-hee's chance. Do you understand? He took the initiative to ask me out. Dean Doon still showed an indifferent attitude. Is that really true? But I don't know if it's you or not. Kyong-min, I'm a bit confused hearing that. But this time he was very determined. Ji-hee took the initiative to ask me out on purpose. No matter what the result is. You have to try it to know. Lee Gilsoo noticed Kyong-min's excessive optimism. Also reluctantly turned to persuade Jin Doon. Or should we go with him? If you let him go alone, you won't know. This is the opportunity that he found with difficulty. Seems not convincing enough. Jin Doon still expressed doubts. But I think it's because he's too delusional, that's why. Kyong-min saw this Jin Doon's attitude. Still unmoved. I have no choice but to grit my teeth and give in. Then just go and I'll buy you a meal. Okay, like scratching an itch. Jin Doon immediately agreed, without forgetting to further provoke Kyong-min's anger. Okay, but it has to be a bit grandiose. Kyong-min got even more angry and shouted loudly. Then just close it like that. It's true that we're close brothers. And then that meeting happened at a coffee shop. Kyong-min slammed the cup on the table. Really grumpy. Why am I suddenly so stressed? Jin Doon reassures me. You've had a few glasses of soft drink already. Please calm down. Lee Gilsoo attentively looked at Kyong-min. He thought to himself. This is the first time. But I feel like I'm so stressed. Don't understand who the subject is. But he lost his temper like that. Waited a while for the other girl to also arrive. The sound of the door being opened slightly caught Lee Jisoo's attention. Her hair is fluttering in the afternoon sunlight. A girl with a petite figure is walking in. Made Lee Gilsoo confused. He was startled. Could it be that girl? When he saw Kyong-min raised his hand and beckoned. Hey, Ji-hee is here. Lee Gilsoo just confirmed. He turned to look at Kyong-min proudly. That's right, Kyong-min, he really has an eye for that person. Another brown-skinned girl appeared behind waving her hand. Smiling at Kyong-min. Hello. Lee Gilsoo was surprised. It turned out that the brown-skinned girl was Ji-hyun. Ji-hyun and her group of friends approached the group's table. Lee Gilsoo was sitting a bit shy. We arrived a little late. Sorry guys. I'm confused. It's okay. I'm happy when you come here. Introduce to you guys. These are my two friends Lee Gilsoo and Kang in hair. The female friend who was with Ji-hyen also happily said hello to you too. Lee Gilsoo, who was strong every day, suddenly became timid. He sat quietly in a corner. I only dared to peek at Ji-hyen's companion and think. So it's her. Looking at it, her personality is also enthusiastic. I don't understand how you two came here. Is there anything I can do to help him? The other girl took the initiative to sit on the opposite side. Lee Gilsoo happily greets you. I'm Jang Min. Nice to meet you. Lee Jin-soo tried to appear calm and happily responded. Oh, me too. You look like you don't pay much attention. But inside you are singing and dancing. I feel so lucky and wise. When I came here with Kyong-min, the two sides sat down and talked happily. Ji-hee seems to be a lively girl. Ji-hee curiously opened the conversation first. I don't understand how you guys study at school. We only meet at shopping malls. So I'm also curious about your school. Kyong-min replied smilingly. Just like other normal schools. Nothing strange at all. As you can see, we're normal too. Jin Doon with his teasing personality. With an opportunity like this you cannot miss it. Doon quickly interrupted and said bad things about Doon. Well, he doesn't study much at school. Classes are all about diligence. Just look at idols online. These compliments are like a slap in the face, causing Kyong-min to almost choke on her water. And Ji-hee sat there confused by fans. Look at your idol too. Kyong-min angrily turned to make excuses. Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? I have never been like that. Jin Doon still didn't let him continue talking. When he doesn't do that, he just sleeps. When I heard this, I had to burst out laughing. Turns out that's it. But every time I see him, I see that he seems to work very hard. It's true that you shouldn't trust a guy's words. But the five of them indulged in gossiping and laughing and having fun. Only Lee Gilsoo was sitting absent-mindedly in a corner. Hold the straw forever. Everyone laughed even louder. Lee Gilsoo sat even more shyly in a corner, thinking to himself, everyone is talking happily. I can't even squeeze in a single sentence. It's so boring. Jang Min was busy looking around, then suddenly noticed that Lee Gilsoo seemed a bit timid. He immediately started a conversation with Gilsoo. Gilsoo, don't you like talking like this? Lee Gilsoo was startled and confused. It's not like that. Even if I try to act normal it is. But in her mind Lee Gilsoo was a bit surprised. Because I don't think. He started talking to me first like this. Jang Min also seems to know. Lee Gilsoo is embarrassed like me. Immediately signaled with a wink and then spoke softly. I actually don't like that much noise. But they talked so excitedly. Therefore, I can't interrupt any sentences. Seeing that Lee Gilsoo is still a bit timid, Jang Min continued. When gathering so many people, I often find it difficult to integrate. Lee Gilsoo then also admitted it. Nai said confusedly. Oh, it's because you guys talk so happily. I'm just like you. Jang Min happily replied. So you are also that type of person. Just sitting and listening to people talk like that. Lee Gilsoo was now talking to the bridge. He said happily smiling. That's right, I'm a bit shy. Jang Min switched to flirting mode. Her eyes exuded gentleness as she looked towards Gilsoo. You have a similar personality to me. We are so happy to meet each other today. This sweet nectar makes Lee Jisoo's nose red and puffy. Me too, very happy to meet you. The conversation is going cloudy. Then he continued to be passed by Jin Duan. I think we've talked long enough. Jin Duan suddenly had an idea. Or we should go somewhere. Let's have a fun time together. I know there's a pretty good theater nearby. Is everyone going? Keong Min seems very interested in this subject. He immediately agreed. Only Lee Jisoo sat there, not very interested. He thought to himself, why would he go to a bar to sing? But I only thought about it in my heart and didn't dare to refuse. Because everyone agreed, everyone moved together to the door of the singing shop. Ji Hee became excited, turned to start a conversation with this Duan. Duan, do you sing or not? Duan patted his chest in triumph when he got a number. It's not bad at all. Seeing Duan's arrogance made Ji Hee even more excited. Don't wait any longer. Ji Hee asked everyone to quickly go inside. From there you'll know whether it's good or not. Duyan saw the excitement of Ji Hee's group of friends. The more excited you are, he happily replied. Please wait there. Don't be too surprised. Ha ha ha. Ji Hee didn't lose a single sentence. Quickly responded with reassurance. We'll listen to you sing to see how you perform. Overly cheerful conversation makes a person on the verge of rage. That is Keong Min. All this time Keong Min was standing behind. Heard Jin Duan and Ji Hee happily talking. Then his face turned red. Face down, gritted teeth. Waiting while Ji Hee's group was about to open the theater door. Ki Beng Min raised her arm. So angry that his veins were showing and he touched Duan's shoulder. Keong Min went to put his arm around Duan's shoulder. He tried to appear cheerful. Tell Lee Jisoo and Ji Hee's group of friends. You guys go in there first. Let's come out here for a bit. Ji Hee and her friends saw that and had to agree. Then entered Lee Jisoo's group waiting room for personal business. After walking for a while Jin Duan started to be confused and turned to ask Keong Min. I already went to the bathroom. So there's no need to go anymore. What's the matter? When the bar is gone. Keong Min couldn't hold back his anger anymore. He turned mad at Duan. Hey, what's wrong with you today? Today you took all my spotlight with Ji Hee. Jin Duan happily reassured Keong Min. Oh my god. Whatever she said, I just backed it up. Jin Duan's attitude made Keong Min even more angry. Keong Min got angry and shouted loudly. But that's not okay. I can't talk to her. You often interject too much. Therefore I cannot do anything impressive. Jin Duan doesn't fit either. Immediately turned around and blamed Keong Min then. I just want to help you too. It's okay to see her happy but I want her to talk happily with me. Okay, whatever it is, just go in there and show off. To attract the attention of everyone passing by. Making Lee Jisoo not know where to hide. Just try your best to stop it. Why are you two arguing like that? Come inside or they'll be waiting. Helpless when they can't stop it. Two people are going crazy in the middle of the street. Lee Gilsoo chose to return to the theater room first. As he walked, he was angry. Truly two crazy people. Anyway, avoid it. It's more than the two of them arguing. Eagerly scooping each other up there. It makes me both humiliated and implicated. But Lee Gilsoo always thinks positively in everything. Even if two friends fight, it's still a good thing. So that those two people can say whatever they have. If I don't keep it in my heart, I won't have the same opportunities as those two guys. Didn't have a chance to talk to the other person. Words kept in the heart. Just mentioned here. Lee Gilsoo suddenly smiled happily. Turned out he was secretly in love with Jang Min. Every image and moment. Jang Min's gestures make Lee Gilsoo remember forever. And that gentle voice too. I really want to get to know and get closer to Jang Min. But with the current situation, I'm really stuck. Thinking about it, Lee Gilsoo suddenly heard loud whispers. In front of. Turned out to be a tattooed guy who was disturbing Ji-hee's group. The tattooed guy is trying to entice. Now, don't deny it. Please listen to us. Ji-hee is also not the type to be easily bullied. Immediately raised his hand to fight back against the tattooed guy. At the same time, continuously banish. We have friends with us. Don't bother us anymore. Tattooed guy has no intention of letting go. I don't see any of you girls going with you. Or go out with me. In that room you have two other friends. That's enough for three couples already. Can't stand it anymore. Lee Gilsoo quickly rushed forward and shouted straight at the tattooed guy. Hey, what the hell are you doing? The tattooed guy turned around startled. Then he gave a mocking smile. Is that your friend? But look at that name. There's nothing handsome or special about it. How can I be friends with people like that?
Two hours 40 minutes and 27 seconds. Saying this, he grabbed Ji-hee's hand. I can't hide my perverted face. Come with me. I'm just a good person, Jang. He said as he pulled Ji-hee away. Even though Ji-hee was struggling to call for help. Brother, let me go. The tattooed guy turned around. Looking defiant. What if you don't let go? What can I do to you? Realize that you can't use martial arts with these guys. Lee Gilsoo quickly rushed forward, intending to rescue Ji-hee and her friends, but not waiting for Lee Gilsoo to rush in. A swift turn and grab the collar, followed immediately by a struggle, causing the tattooed guy to fall over. That was Jang Min, the girl with a body only half that size. The tattooed guy easily knocked this pervert down. With just one basic attack, Jang Min's face suddenly changed completely. From a gentle person, suddenly became an assassin with cold eyes. Said to the tattooed guy, if you use words, it's still useless to you. Then I have to be punched. Lee Gilsoo stood with her mouth open in horror and stammered. What is that? What a terrible power. Next to Ji-hee was scratching her head and sighing. It's true that he made me angry. Listen to more of Ji-hee's words. It made Lee Gilsoo feel even more dumbfounded. He didn't understand. What's going on here? Ji-hee turned to look at Lee Gilsoo, who was standing silently. Then reassure Lee Gilsoo. Don't be surprised. Jang Min, he's just like that. He's very gentle. To defend himself he learned martial arts from a young age with his older brother. Right now, there aren't many people who are his opponents. Look at the way Jang Min is teaching the tattooed guy. Such a memorable life lesson. I don't know if Lee Gilsoo has any more thoughts or dreams. Ji-hee suddenly remembered what he said to Lee Gilsoo. By the way, Yang Min's older brother also studies at a 6-subject school. Lee Gilsoo was even more surprised. Did she go to my school? Ji-hee replied yes, but I heard that his brother's name is similar to the idea. Talking about this, I gradually imagined it. Who is Yang Min's brother? And so is our Lee Gilsoo. The name Jang made him feel very familiar. Perhaps. Don't let Lee Gilsoo have to think for long. Ji-hee also remembered the name of Yang Min's brother. None other than the president of the Jang Arena Inn. You is the female student of Jinwon School named Jang Min. 17-year-old Jang Min was defeated at the same time, causing the tattooed guy to lose consciousness. He stomped on the tattooed guy's face. At the same time, he shouted loudly and told him to let go. Why don't you let go? Why did you let me lose my patience? Jiang Min clearly expressed anger. Since I told you to let go, you have to listen, right? Why do you keep making me lose my patience like that? Take a closer look at his face, making Jiang Min even more angry. Suddenly a bossy voice came from behind. That's really stupid. Let the girl beat her like this. Can I still be human? Jiang Min was startled and turned around to look. It turned out that they were the two accomplices accompanying him, that the tattooed guy mentioned. They sounded almost threatening. This bitch, you're dead to me today. Do you know who we are? As he said that, he rushed forward and threw a punch at Jiang Min. Before he could touch Jiang Min's body, he had to take a full left punch. Almost deformed his face. Turned out to be Lee Gilsoo. He promptly rushed to support Jiang Min. Just one punch did it. That guy flew a meter away and officially logged out temporarily. The blow was so strong that even Jiang Min couldn't expect it. With a body that resembles a nerdy student of Gilsoo. Why is she so strong? Lee Gilsoo angrily rushed forward and grabbed his collar. The unconscious bully gave a warning. These bastards. You guys are boys and you bully girls. Don't let me see you again. Ji Hee and Yang Min stood in a corner. Witnessed all of Jisoo's actions. Couldn't help but be confused. Ji Hee turned to talk to Yang Min. Also standing there dumbfounded. Jiang Min really didn't think so. This Gilsoo guy acts like that. It's true that the 6-subject school is different. Jiang Min awkwardly replied. Yes, that's right. Just taught the bullies a lesson. Lee Gilsoo hurriedly ran to ask about his friends. But the person he really cares about. It seems there is only Yang Min. Lee Gilsoo showed a worried expression. Jiang Min, are you okay? Jiang Min happily thanked him. Thanks to you, I'm okay. The tattooed guy is slowly waking up. He heard the entire conversation between Jiang Min and Gilsoo. I feel more and more angry. He tried to get his trembling body up and crawled away. At the same time, Kyung Min and Jin Duan also appeared. When they met, the group was still standing outside the door. I'm surprised. Why are you guys out here and not in your room? Ji Hee saw Kyung Min and angrily rushed to blame him. Ji Hee burst into tears. Why are you two just now coming? What were you guys doing out there? Saw that something bad had just happened. Kyung Min panicked and reassured Ji Hee. What happened? Ji Hee cried even louder. He pointed behind and said, there are some scoundrels trying to bully us. Kyung Min and Jin Duan stood dumbfounded and confused. Because there are no scoundrels left there. Outside the open door, perhaps while everyone was distracted, they took advantage of the opportunity to escape. Outside, the 3 bullies angrily walked away planning revenge. One guy spoke up. I heard them talking. They are 6-subject school students. Hearing that, the remaining guys suddenly trembled even more in fear. One guy hesitantly said yes. I also vaguely heard them say that. Damn, they're so good at martial arts. Just a few moves and I was already knocked out. Them swallowing their anger. Determined to run back to tell Big Brother to take revenge. The better you are, the more satisfied the boss will be. This time they are certain. Will have to pay the price for their actions. Lee Gilsoo's group ignores what just happened. And continue the trip. The group is walking on the street. Jiang Min deliberately pulled Lee Gilsoo to slow down. To start this conversation, Lee Gilsoo, you practice really hard. Looking at him punching so hard. Lee Gilsoo shyly turned to look at Jiang Min. Well, you're no different, haha. Jiang Min timidly replied that my brother wanted me to learn some martial arts for self-defense. The deeper you look at Jiang Min's gentle face, the more passionate Lee Gilsoo becomes. He thought to himself, is this really fun? I think Jiang has a sister like this. Forever thinking, Lee Gilsoo blurted out. Senior Jiang Trong really thinks too far ahead, but thanks to that, only you can deal with those thugs. I was also taught a lot of those things by your brother. Jiang Min was quite surprised and turned to ask Gilsoo, oh, so you're also my brother's disciple. What a coincidence. There's nothing left to hide now. Lee Gilsoo goes straight to the truth. Before that, I transferred to another school and encountered many difficulties. Luckily, I had a senior to guide me to get to this day. Jiang Min couldn't help but be surprised when he heard this. He pointed at Lee Gilsoo. You're that person, aren't you? Is that the student transferring into 10th grade? I didn't think I'd see you again. Lee Gilsoo was equally surprised. Jang Trong told you about me, oh my god. You suddenly remembered what Jang Trong said at that time. I want to show her. How successful will hard training be? Now he truly understood the meaning of that statement. The person at that time who the senior said was just wanting to show Jang Min. Lee Gilsoo gradually fell into silence. He held his head in damn shame. So the senior has told Jang Min everything. Why are Jang Min already aware of all the images of me failing in the past? So the last stroke of contouring was in vain. But Jang Min didn't seem disappointed at all. She even took out her phone. Happily told Gilsoo that when I heard about that person, I didn't think it was you. It's like a miracle that we met each other like this. Let's keep in touch later. Then she held up the phone. Offered to ask for Lee Gilsoo's number so he could contact her. Lee Gilsoo tried to act calm. Like it was no big deal. He agreed and gave his number to Jang Min. Look at his tense face. But deep down he couldn't contain his excitement. Indeed, today was Lee Gilsoo's lucky day. That night at an abandoned construction site. The sound of beatings mixed with miserable screams. A group of thugs are gathering. The leader is continuously using a stick full of nails. Continuously tortured someone. Not only tied them up but also covered the victim's face. Don't give the victim a chance to escape. Too desperate. The victim begged weakly. Please spare my life, I can't breathe. The blonde boss with the fierce face. With another scorpion on this side. He doesn't seem to have any human personality anymore. Not paying attention to the victim's pitiful pleas. But only insisted on caring about his money, as I told you. If you want to live, please pay me quickly. The victim's weak voice continued to beg. I don't have any money, but I will definitely send it back to you. The boss shouted angrily. So you think you don't say that to us every time? As he spoke, he tore open the bag covering the victim's head. There's no way the boss can give orders. You should run like the previous athlete. Let me see. The victim trembled in pain and begged the athlete. Okay, I will do it, but please forgive me. Big brother has also calmed down. He stood up to warn her. But I borrowed money from someone else. It's natural to have to pay, right? After speaking, he turned back to his father. The tattooed guy got into a fight with Lee Gilsoo's group this afternoon. It turns out he is the evil big brother that they mentioned. When the big brother saw his junior being beaten, he got angry and asked the tattooed guy who told the story, "Boss, you have a baby. They at the theater clashed with our Bok Sun group. He deserves to be punished." Before he could finish his sentence, the big brother put his hand over the tattooed guy's mouth. Bonus followed by a heavy slap. He angrily shouted, "What do you mean by that? Can't you hit a girl too? And you told me to handle it for you. A girl in 10th grade, huh?" The tattooed man held his bloody face in fear and begged, "Sir, listen to what I say. It's not like that." Don't give the tattooed guy time to explain. The big brother is getting more and more angry. He continuously kicked the junior's head hard. Tattooed and shouted angrily, "What do you still want to explain? The bastard tarnishes. Our honor is too much. You do nonsense like this. How can I stand it?" One of the group was afraid and stood up to stop you. "Boss, that girl is not simple." He also pulled in a few more kids from the 6th gate. When he heard the big brother's name, he suddenly stopped. He looked annoyed when he heard the name's 6 subjects. His juniors were respected by everyone. That's why we lost. If there weren't those guys, then we gave them a good beating. Big brother pondered for a while, then gave a cold smile. How good is the 6th subject? The next morning back to school, Lee Gilsoo, Jin Duen and Keong Min gathered and moved to the cafeteria. Keong Min continuously complains. Since meeting Ji Hee, she has not contacted me anymore. So it seems like my life is over. Keong Min immediately changed his attitude. Turned to blame Duen. It's all because of you. Jin Duen kept avoiding. I have nothing to do with this matter. Keong Min refuses to let go. He was determined to meet Jin Duen tonight at the arena. Resolve conflicts. Lee Gilsoo didn't pay any attention to his 2 friends. Now he just focused on the phone in his hand. Clicked and smiled. This sign is just texting a girl. It's true that Lee Gina opened a message to Jang Min. Have you had breakfast this morning? Jang Min over there received the message. Also quick to respond. Well, there was bread, so I ate it too. Lee Jisoo chuckled. It turns out she also has a simple breakfast. Right? Right after that message, Young Min sent a cute coddling emoji. Lee Jisoo's face turned so red that she had to cover her mouth with her hand. Busy thinking about Young Min's cute messages. Suddenly Lee Jisoo recognized a voice. Familiar sounds in a classroom. Please forgive me. I will do everything. But this will definitely help, please forgive me. The trembling voice caught Lee Jisoo's attention. He looked in and recognized someone familiar. It turns out it was Park Young-ho. He was kneeling and begging for Kong In-hae and his accomplices. Forgive me for the humiliating defeat the other day. Kong In-hae seems to have lost patience. He resolutely refused all requests of this Park Young-ho. You've bothered us too much. Understand? If you go away now, you're already helping us. Park Young-ho still has a hard face and begs Kong In-hae. Please give me one last chance. Just said Park Young's name but only received a spit of saliva right on his head. Kong In-hae and his accomplices left with a look of disdain on their faces. There's no place here for a coward like you. Yet you still dare to crawl here to study? If it were you, I would have died already. Lee Jisoo stood there witnessing everything. His face was red. You can't ignore this. Jin Duen is also seeing it all. He just put his hand on Lee Jisoo's shoulder and tried to stop her. Don't get involved with those guys anymore. Lee Jisoo thought again. Looks like you don't want to be bothered anymore. Should choose to listen to Duen's reminder. After walking for a while, Lee Jisoo suddenly turned to ask Duen in confusion. By the way, why is Park Young coughing? Do you want to follow Kong In-hae forever? They act as bullies in this school. I can't do anything anymore. Jin Duen turned to explain. Inside the school, it's peaceful. But outside, it's different. Lee Jisoo became even more curious. What's the difference on the outside? Jin Duen, seriously, our area has a company called Gang-un. That's another famous place. Says it's a company but in general it's quite chaotic. No joke. These gangs are always large in scale. They can recruit the police to work for them. The second son of that gang boss is Kong In-hae. When Lee Jin-soo heard about Kong In-hae's true identity, he was surprised. Kyung Min added, that's right. He has such a great family background. That's why the thugs always wanted to follow Kong In-hae to be his henchman. But Lee Jisoo stood there dumbfounded. It turned out to be like. So it's true that this area always has a lot going on. Makes Squid feel really worried that. Arriving late at night on an empty street, Jang Min hurriedly walks away seemingly. Jang Min's work today ended very late. You must return home quickly. Won't make Jang in worry. A message was sent. Jang Min looked intently at the phone. Then he smiled and looked at his face to capture the picture. Then this is definitely a message from Lee Jisoo. Is busy paying attention to the phone screen. Suddenly from behind, a girl ran in panic. This trembling voice, please help me. Jang Min turned around to look at the extremely dissatisfied scene. Looks like this girl is looking for help. The girl ran quickly, hugged Jang Min and burst into tears. The voice trembled in fear that strange names kept following me. Jang Min reassured the girl and told her to rest assured. I'll call the police for you. Immediately Jang Min led that girl to a corner. To avoid pursuit and comfort at the same time. If you run towards it, you will be caught immediately. Let's hide in this alley. But unfortunately a group of thugs are already waiting there. A fat guy stood up and said in an arrogant voice, oh. Run away and hide there. Great, there's another sister. Lee Jin-soo angrily stood up and shouted loudly. Those bastards stop right now or I'll call the police. The tattooed guy wasn't scared at all but looked defiant. If you really want to report it to the police, then report it. Jang Min lost her temper. Prepare to pull out your phone and call the police. But I couldn't find it anymore. Suddenly the girl Jang Min had just saved secretly approached with an electric shock machine. Sting Jang Min hard, causing him pain. Turned out they were the same group. She stood there witnessing Jang Min's pain. It's very enjoyable. But mocking is really stupid and you can already be fooled. Are beautiful sleeping girls all stupid? Jang Min was trembling in pain right now. Now that he realized they were in the same guild. It was too late. Not just their guild. Is the group of juniors of the blonde big brother. The blonde-haired big brother then appeared. He smiled sinisterly and walked towards Jiang Min, lying there in pain. "Hello, I heard you're good at fighting. Come hang out with me, ha ha ha." Jiang Min clutched her stomach in pain and collapsed to the ground. The blonde boss's voice rang out. "I heard you can fight. Now let's go out with the guy you mentioned." His whole face turned into a demonic pervert. A junior saw Jiang Min being beaten to death. "If you no longer have the strength to fight, you will be satisfied." He pushed forward and said, "If you think you can be safe after touching the Bok Sun assembly, then you are very wrong. You chose the wrong person, ha ha." Yang Min, even though it hurts, but still recognized this name. "It's the guy who caused trouble with you and your group of friends at the bar." The big brother clearly showed interest. He dragged the wooden stick around his mouth, constantly taunting Jiang Min. "Ha ha, happy. If not, then leave me here to make you feel even better." Having finished speaking, he raised the wooden stick. His eyes gradually turned cold. It seems he didn't hide his intentions at all. Wants to torture and teach Jiang Min a lesson. Jiang Min is not a weak girl either. Even though she was in a lot of pain, she had no intention of giving up. Jiang Min tried to use all her remaining strength. He braced himself against his arms, determined not to. "I can't get hit by his attack. I have to dodge immediately. Just in time to use all my last strength." Jiang Min jumped slightly to the side, just enough to dodge in time. The big brother's swipe caused the big brother's wooden stick to hit the ground and break in two. The big brother saw this and shouted in anger, "What is this? Damn, can you still move?" Pink Shirt was also a bit surprised to see Jiang Min still so strong. She looked excited and taunted Min. "Oh, how did you dodge that shot? That's really cool, but it doesn't matter. Beautiful toy. No matter how many times you play with it, you will enjoy it, hee hee," said the pink shirt while holding up the electric shock machine. Then repeatedly threatened by pressing the start button for the electric shock machine. The sound of electric currents colliding continuously, making Jiang Min start to worry. He tried to drag his exhausted body backwards, screaming loudly for help. "Please stop." And then a scream rang out immediately after. The scene immediately returned to silence. It seemed Jiang Min had been electrocuted again. And this time he actually fainted. The pink shirt went to check. After confirming Jiang Min's identity, when unconscious, he appeared mocking. "Hee, what a stubborn person. If you know a little bit, it would have been done a long time ago. You're really stubborn, hee." Right then Pink Shirt came up with an idea. She looked towards the big brother and said softly, "What do you think now? Or boss, give it to me. I guarantee I will teach this baby to be obedient, hee." The big brother immediately ignored the pink shirt's request. "Then you look excited and you think I'm free. Are you playing this game just to satisfy your animalistic desires? She is a girl with high exploitation value. So don't act so rashly, ha ha." After speaking, he turned to give orders to his juniors. "Carefully bring Jiang Min back to base. There shouldn't be any problems. If anything happens, he will know." The juniors were scared and obeyed. "Sir." They immediately walked towards Jiang Min, who was lying there. Suddenly there was a sound of footsteps from behind, running very fast towards them, causing a guy to stand there stunned and look back. And it turned out to be Lee Gilsoo. He was there in time to rescue Jiang Min. The tattooed guy also recognized someone he knew. He only had time to shake his hands and point, his mouth stammering a few words before he took Jisoo's punch. The left that flew a meter away. The pink shirt and the boss stood there witnessing Jisoo's punch. "You also have to be careful and observe," the big brother said awkwardly. "What the hell? Being a bookworm is also that strong." Lee Gilsoo looked towards Jiang Min, lying motionless on the ground. The phone screen light is still on. He became even angrier. Lee Gilsoo regretted and blamed himself. "If only you had come sooner. Just a little faster. Then this wouldn't have happened." Finished thinking, Lee Gilsoo clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Turned to look towards the group of bullies. "Your face right now is so scary." Back to 30 minutes before Jiang Min's accident. Lee Gilsoo is returning home from the arena. He sighed tiredly. "Fighting was really tiring today. But all of your fatigue disappeared." When thinking about Jiang Min, he smiled slightly, picked up the phone and asked himself, "I wonder what Jiang Min is doing. Talking and doing. Jisoo picked up the phone and immediately texted Jang Min to ask. Jang Min, what are you doing? Waited a while but still didn't see Jang Min reply. He texted again that he was on his way home. After practice today, I came home a little late. Lee Gilsoo thought. Maybe Jang Min is already asleep. Don't know at this time. Did you still receive a reply message? Then the bell notifying Jang Min's message arrived. Rang loudly, making Jisoo startled. Oh, it's so late. But he was still awake but he replied so quickly. In the message Jang Min sent, Jang Min happily replied that he was on his way home. Hi, I just got off work and I'm on my way home. Lee Gilsoo was surprised. Why is Jang Min still working part-time at this late hour? Jang Min continued to say that she was passing by this theater the other day. On weekdays, it's so quiet, should I come in and sing a little haha? Lee Gilsoo, when he received the invitation, he puffed his nose and felt shy. He shakes his head and rubs his nose. Hi, Jang Min is free right now. On the outside, he was laughing and couldn't close his mouth. Inside still has to be suppressed. Respond calmly so as not to lose value. Well, by coincidence, I also want to go sing someday. Or let's go out together. Jang Min successfully sent the message. He walked away smiling happily. Thinking about a romantic date. Like life isn't that smooth. Something wrong happened. Lee Gilsoo was startled. Looking at Yang Min's very urgent message. I'm being attacked, then not anymore after that. Jang Min exited the chat. Lee Gilsoo stood blankly thinking for a while. He was confused and didn't know what to do. Or is Yang Min really going on? At the same time Yang Min is trying to struggle against the attack. With the pink shirt's electric shock machine. She looked perversely interested. His hobby is bullying beautiful girls. Jang Min tried to struggle and fight back. Who are you? Are you in the same boat as those guys? Jang Min said as he retreated further. Trying to find more time to be able to signal for help. At the same time, the phone was still in conversation with Jisoo. All you have to do is ask Jisoo for help. Jisoo is on the other end of the line. Also noticed abnormalities in this message of Yang Min. He didn't think anymore. Immediately run to the place where the theater is located and it's good. Caught them right in the small alley opposite. Lee Gilsoo when witnessing the scene of Jang Min motionless on the ground. I can't help but feel annoyed that it's exactly what I thought. That message was so unusual. I didn't expect this to happen to Jang Min, the other orange-shirted disciple. In the group of 3 harassers at the theater, they recognized Lee Gilsoo. He pointed and whispered to the blonde guy. Boss, that's him, the 6th-subject school student that day. The big brother smiled happily. I didn't expect to meet each other here and I put myself in a trap. The 6th-subject school is also really hot-tempered. Haha. Lee Gilsoo shouted angrily. You guys have chosen the wrong person to cause trouble. Looks like you're done with me. After speaking, he immediately took an attack stance. An angry junior rushed up. Attack Lee Gilsoo first. As he ran towards him, he shouted loudly, "You're going to take on all this by yourself." Damn it. A powerful punch that hit Lee Gilsoo's face. But it's Lee Gilsoo's face from 3 seconds ago. Lee Gilsoo quickly leaned slightly. Successfully dodged the attack. Jisoo immediately punched back as hard as a hammer right in the face. Causing the guy with the scratch to get hit with just one blow and he was knocked out. The juniors saw their teammates being beaten. Angrily, he charged forward. How dare you touch my brothers? Die, you bastard. This time they attacked 2 people at once. One guy used his hands and the other used his legs. Lee Gilsoo quickly dodged an attack. With his hands, he bent low and threw a punch straight to the stomach, causing the guy's shorts to splash and fly a meter away. Just having time to defeat one guy. The other guy attacked again. Startled Lee Gilsoo and immediately raised her hand to block his kick. He jumped up and wanted to kick Jisoo hard. But this might be the thug's stupidest attack. The jump almost made her whole body land on Jisoo's fist. Waiting for Lee Gilsoo to bounce vigorously. Turn around and apply force for a hook punch. The thug was still floating in the air. I just realized it's not okay. Lee. But lucky for him, Lee Gilsoo still gives him a way to grow. For more episodes, he changed direction and hooked straight into the jaw, causing his teeth and lips to become confused. The soup spilled out and splashed. Eyes rolled back, temporarily logged out. Lee Gilsoo thought to himself. It turns out these guys are much weaker than the 6-subject school students. If so, no matter how many names there are. So just keep rushing in. There's still one guy in the orange shirt who still doesn't know fear. He jumped up and rushed to attack Gilsoo. But whether there was one guy or 10 guys like him, Gilsoo can still handle. Like the previous guys. This time Lee Gilsoo threw a devastating left kick. Caused the guy in the orange shirt to fly a meter away. No time to rest. Lee Gilsoo immediately ate a wooden stick from the boss, making it difficult for him to avoid it. Don't let the blow hit the head. Big brother shows interest. Oh. I'm also very curious about the 6-subject school. Let's see how strong you guys are. Immediately he quickly walked towards Lee Gilsoo. With a wooden stick in his hand as a weapon. He continuously swung his arms like a tornado towards Gilsoo. Towards Lee Gilsoo. It seems this boss is more difficult than the previous ones. He quickly retreated. Tried to avoid all his attacks. The big brother was also quite surprised with Jisoo's skills. Making him keep hitting but not hitting. Oh. Damn, that's pretty fast, huh? Now when the time has come. Lee Gilsoo jumped high and shouted angrily. Just quickly. Gilsoo pulled his legs back and put all his strength into this kick. His face turned cold, looked straight at the confused big brother and shouted loudly. Who are you to dare to judge me? Jisoo's powerful leg swing right away, frightening the big brother. The stick he raised to reduce the damage from the kick also shattered. But soon he returned with an excited face looking at Lee Gilsoo. Ha ha. It really hurts. It's not bad, kid, but it's not enough. Don't give the big brother time to think more. Lee Gilsoo immediately rushed forward and continuously threw punches at the big brother. You confidently provoked the boss. That attack just now was just for fun. Can you still fight without a stick? Quickly counterattack. Bastard. Angry times. There are always times when you lose your temper. And leave the most loopholes. Especially with names that are not average. Like a big brother. He realized the weakness in Jisoo's moves. Lightning fast he raised his leg to block Jisoo's supporting leg, causing him to lose his balance and fall down. Not sure if it was intentional or just intentional. Lee Gilsoo tripped, but so beautiful that many people wish to be like Gilsoo. His face hit straight into the ravine of the pink shirt. The big brother turned and started to get angry. He thought to himself, this guy is more difficult to play than I thought. It's so annoying. Dealing with you is also a waste of time. Turned towards Lee Gilsoo. You're in a rather awkward situation. I don't know because I'm buying time to think. Or are you stuck in a ravine? Lee Gilsoo stood still in that tiger sleeping position. About a minute or so. Woke up from a dream. Lee Gilsoo shouted shyly and confused. Oh no, sorry, I didn't mean it like that. His face turned red but his eyes still didn't forget to kick the map. Sorry so much. Pink shirt see nerdy face. Jisoo's shyness made her even more excited. Ha ha ha, why is this so cute? As he spoke, the pink shirt pulled out the electric shock machine. What to deal with Gilsoo too? Lee Gilsoo heard the sound coming from the electric shock machine. I also understand now, you know. Jang Min was electrocuted until she lost consciousness. He was scared and jumped backwards. Seeing this, the pink shirt proudly approached. She raised the electric shock machine straight into Jisoo's face. I shouted so excitedly. You're still so cute. I'm going crazy. Lee Gilsoo, the first time I encountered this, I just threw up my hands and faced it. There's no way you can handle this. While dangling the noodles, Jang Min appeared and used his 2 meters long legs to kick through the electrocution machine to save Jisoo's life. The pink shirt turned to Jang Min in surprise. No way, I was sure I had knocked you out. How could you wake up? Jang Min didn't hide anything. He pulled out a somewhat burned wooden stick. Ironically said, I bought this toy so I saved you. So it was like that while the boss swung a wooden stick to attack Jang Min. But Jang Min promptly turned around to avoid the attack. There, causing the stick to hit the ground hard and break into pieces, flying behind Jang Min's bag. At the same time, the pink shirt in hand holding the electric shock machine approached in order to knock Jang Min unconscious. Immediately, Jang Min quickly grabbed the wooden stick hidden in his body, causing the pink shirt's attack to be blocked. saving a lot of damage for Jiang Min. The pink shirt, after receiving it from Jiang Min, compliment immaturity, was extremely angry but could only swallow his anger. So Big Brother saw Jiang Min's confidence and awkwardly shouted, "Hey there, you're showing off too much. I will teach you a lesson." Received timely help at this time. Lee Gilsoo has regained her composure. Two people turned their backs close to each other. Create a tight defensive position. But still don't forget to ask about each other. "Are you okay?" Thanks to you. I had time to recover." Only then did Lee Gilsoo feel secure. His expression became determined to encourage Jiang Min. "Okay, now let's start the lesson with me. A lesson in real combat." The Big Brother frowned uncomfortably. "I didn't want to make a fuss. But in the end it turned out like this. You think, would not having that stun gun change anything?" Just babbling complacently without paying attention to his surroundings. Just a second of his inattention. Gilsoo threw a punch as fast as an electric shock. A direct punch straight to the face. So strong that you can hear it. The Big Brother's nasal bone seemed to be broken. Because the Big Brother touched Jisoo's dream girlfriend. So it made you rarely so angry. Lee Gilsoo, like you were mad, you were crazy. Thrown consecutive punches at the boss. Then shouted loudly, "And prepare yourself. You dog. I'll tell you what happens if you cross the line." Next to Jiang Min preparing to deal with the pink shirt. The first is to exchange moves verbally. The pink shirt launched its attack first. Continuously mocking Jiang Min. "You not only have good endurance. You're also brave. But you'd better just lie there quietly. Stand up and fight. You won't get any better results. I can defeat you even with my bare hands." The pink shirt confidently raised his hands in a defensive stance, preparing to attack Jiang Min. "Jiang Min is not inferior to you." Immediately countered the pink shirt's verbal attack. Jiang Min was provocative. "Oh, lying down is comfortable. But I can't stand injustice. But you can turn a blind eye. You stay there," as Jiang Min said while warming up his arms and legs. A hair-pulling, shirt-pulling battle seems to be worth watching. Pink shirt hearing Jiang Min's taunts makes him angry. She rushed forward but did not forget the extra bonus. "I'll force you to obey me, puppy." Turned towards Lee Gilsoo again. This time after eating enough of his punches. Lee Gilsoo, the Big Brother, also took a punch. Decided to make him fall into a pile of trash at the corner of the street. Lee Gilsoo looked at him lying on the pile of trash. Then to express disdain, "You bastards are nothing special." Lee Gilsoo rubbed his hands and was about to leave. Suddenly he realized he turned around and looked at the angry voice. Mixed with the bossiness of the Big Brother. "I was expecting it. Is that all you got?" Then he immediately stood up. One hand wiped away the blood on his face. The other hand slowly pulled the thing out of his pocket. His face radiated excitement. Just now was just the warm-up. The game has just started now. After speaking, he discreetly gave the red stuff. He just took it out of his pocket and put it in his mouth. Immediately he became a different person. Frantically rushed to attack Lee Gilsoo. Lee Gilsoo was a bit surprised at that time. About his sudden change. He raised his hand to block the boss's blows. "Damn it," I thought to myself. He could still move after taking so many hits. This guy's stamina is quite good. Not just the change in stamina. His strength also increased dramatically. His face turned cold. A punch with terrible power. With lightning-fast speed. Lee Gilsoo couldn't avoid it and ate it all. The punch was so strong that it only took one hit. Made Lee Gilsoo almost paralyzed and cry out soundlessly. Witnessing Lee Gilsoo in pain. Making him even more excited. He mocked Lee Gilsoo with a sarcastic tone. "I'm done checking you out. You don't have a chance to touch me anymore, you bastard." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his leg to hold Lee Jisoo's chin, causing the soup to splash everywhere. Lee Gilsoo looked painfully at the boss. He thought to himself. His strength is truly no joke. Where did this hellish power come from? Not giving Lee Gilsoo time to recover. Big Brother's name immediately. All-out attack on Lee Gilsoo. The punches are both fast and strong. Like a missile rushing towards Lee Gilsoo. It's so horrible. A stubborn person like him was almost motionless. There was no chance of resistance. The boss fights harder and harder. He shouted arrogantly. "Only when you are defeated do you realize it. Right? Where is your arrogance just now? Lee Gilsoo was almost motionless. He could only bear the blow and blood flowed all over his body. In the ultimate moment of despair, Lee Gilsoo's mind still had no intention of giving up. His strong will emerged. I have to try to endure his strength. Why did I meet someone like him? I was really lucky in this matter. At this point, Lee Gilsoo suddenly woke up and turned his legs to land. Prevent the body from being pushed back any further by the boss. Lee Gilsoo's face covered in blood and wounds. Couldn't hide his excitement. If something is important, repeat it twice and you'll be lucky. He's the type of guy I've always liked. And wanted to fight the most. Immediately Lee Gilsoo grabbed him by the neck. To keep the big brother's body steady. Immediately after that, use your other hand to throw a punch as strong as a hammer. Causing the big brother to be dumbfounded. The soup splashed everywhere. But this big brother is also a tough king. He still has enough strength to fight back against Gilsoo. He continuously responded with punches straight to the face. So strong that it almost made Lee Gilsoo's face contort. While punching the boss, he angrily yelled at the bastard to die. The tough king met the tough king and was beaten so much that he almost lost his jaw. But Lee Gilsoo still wasn't scared at all. He grabbed his neck with both hands and jumped up high. Followed by a head strike to see whose head was harder. A match between an 800 grams 8 kilograms guy. The two of them grabbed each other's necks. The other hand tried to attack the opponent. Lee Gilsoo punched the big brother and had to punch him too. Lee Gilsoo left hook. The big brother's name is no different than it seems. This battle is no longer a personal conflict. Surely both of them are trying to compete for the position of number one tough guy. That's why we attack each other this way. The last big brother. I also found a tough guy like me. About to be usurped, he thought bitterly to himself. This crazy guy. After being beaten like that, he still rushed in without thinking. But it seems like this thinking was the turning point, causing him to lose. He took advantage of the big brother's momentary lapse of thought. Lee Gilsoo escaped and threw a hook straight at the big brother's face. His jaw made direct contact with Lee Gilsoo's fist. Almost broke into pieces. Lee Gilsoo bent down low. His face was filled with determination. A sharp voice shouted, "This has the skills of our 6-subject school. Are you curious? If you want to see it, then you can look at it carefully." Extract the sentence. Lee Gilsoo shouted in anger. This is just a first grader's punch. He put all his strength into this decisive punch. A direct punch with incredible power. The punch was no different from an incoming missile. Then explodes upon contact with an obstacle. The power of this fist missile creates a terrible pressure. Shot the boss a meter away. The boss lying motionless officially had to restart the IC. Lee Gilsoo looked towards the boss who was lying unconscious. I couldn't hide my pride in declaring the best. You shouldn't try to beat someone from their background. The saying replaces Lee Gilsoo's declaration that I am the king of toughness. But don't let yourself be overconfident. Lee Gilsoo used her hand to wipe away the blood on her head wound. Still keep thinking about the boss's strange actions. He thought to himself before he suddenly rushed in. It felt like he had eaten something. That damn thing made him noticeably stronger. While thinking, Lee Gilsoo was suddenly startled. He panicked and turned around to look around. As for Yang Min, I don't know what's happening to him now. Jiang Min sighed. It seems like Lee Gilsoo is worried about white teeth. Even Jiang Min's thugs can deal with this pink shirt. In less than a minute and 30 seconds. Yang Min had to be knocked out after finishing handling the pink shirt. It's like I never felt anything. He still has time. Stood and watched the performance of Lee Gilsoo and the big brother. Seeing Lee Gilsoo finish the match, Yang Min happily applauded. That was such a beautiful victory. Lee Gilsoo, I finished early and was about to come help you. But it seems like just having you alone is enough. That big brother's beautiful name. Lee Gilsoo felt shy when she saw Jiang Min praising her. He looked at Jiang Min and thought to himself, now look closely at him. It's true that she looks so much like Senior Jiang. Skipping the compliment part, Lee Gilsoo and Jiang Min started questioning the pink shirt. Jiang Min angrily grabbed her collar and lifted her up. His face showed anger as he questioned him. Why do you do such dirty things? The pink shirt was punched so hard that it broke his jaw. His mouth stuttered, trembled, and begged without saying a word. I don't know, please forgive me. I have nothing to do with the Bok Sun Association. I only do it for the money. Lee Gilsoo suddenly realized when he heard that name. I've heard it somewhere. A very familiar name, then he suddenly recognized it. That's the junior's name. While bullying Jang Min's group at the theater. Also mentioned the name Bok Sun Hoi. But it still doesn't seem to satisfy Jisoo's curiosity. He frowned and asked menacingly. But what is Bok Sun Assembly? What are they doing? Even gave you money to beat her. Are you guys jealous? Pink Shirt was also a bit surprised. She stammered and replied, do you really not know? It's true that if you were a 6th subject student, you might still not know. Saying this, Pink Shirt said seriously. Explain. Started about half a year ago. Bok Sun Association is an association of high schools. Suddenly appeared in Yung Nayung. The scale is too large to be called a simple gangster group. But will be famous in Dung Nayung, all gathered there. There are violent gangs like this around here. The growth rate of the White Mountain Society is truly terrifying. Lee Gilsoo was surprised by the name. A coalition of high schools. Pink Shirts continued hesitantly. Don't know how. But you are involved with the Bok Sun group. And the target that Ji-ho mentioned is 6 gates. Pink Shirt remembers the time of the transaction with the big brother. His eyes were bright like lights and his mouth was constantly laughing. I was so happy when I held the money in my hand and shouted. Why are you paying so much? For such a simple task. Do you have any other plans? Big brother smiled. I'll give it to you to make sure because this is important and at the same time it's also an opportunity for you to score points. There's no need to hide it anymore, Big brother said to Shirt Hong's long cherished intention. If I can create a few toy guys in the 6 gates, I think I can join the sleeping dragon. When Lee Gilsoo heard this, he was really surprised to realize that they had targeted all 6 gates. Not just Jang Min, but Jisoo still couldn't help but wonder. What did the 6 subjects do to become their target? The Pink Shirt continued to explain. Because most of the schools in Dung Nayung-da have been taken over and swallowed by the Bok Sun Association. There is still an area in the north that is occupied by 6 mons. Lee Gilsoo remembers the fight with the big brother. He kept saying he wanted to test his 6 subjects' skills. Now that he had told everything he knew to Lee Gilsoo and Yang Min in the pink shirt quickly stood up and prepared to run away. But a pull on the shirt made the pink shirt freeze. Yang Min's scary face looking straight at her. A sharp voice and a scary laugh. Wherever you want to run away. I'm not done with you yet. At this point the author pointed the camera high, making us only have time to feel the screams of the pink shirt. It was definitely a beating of a lifetime for her. When everything was over, Lee Gilsoo and Yang Min left. On the way home, Lee Gilsoo hesitantly turned to Jang Min and whispered, I'm sorry for putting you in this situation. For getting involved with my school for no reason. Yang Min happily replied that it was okay. You didn't do anything wrong to apologize. And I also have a relationship with the 6-subject school. A blood relationship is an inseparable relationship. Lee Gilsoo then remembered that he was shy and laughed out loud. Yeah. That's right. Senior Jang in ha ha ha. Jang Min also laughed when he saw that. He turned to look at Lee Gilsoo with a teasing tone. Maybe we'll still have to be entangled with each other for a while. Jisoo is both happy and worried for Jang Min's safety. Your voice is low, Jang Min. I'm so glad you think like that. Bok bastards, no matter how fierce the Mountain Association is. It is also impossible to defeat the 6 gates. That Senior Jang Trong is holding. Because of the people I faced today. It's not that scary. Jang Min quickly interrupted. Yes, because my brother is very special. But Jang Min didn't have to interrupt. Because he wanted to flatter his brother. He wanted to interrupt because he just wanted to praise Lee Gilsoo. Jang Min said softly. But Lee Gilsoo, you look so cool. Thank you so much, I owe you twice already, haha. Being complimented by Jang Min made Lee Jisoo's nose flare up. Her face turned red and her heart felt like she was bursting. But still have to try to suppress it to save face. Lee Gilsoo happily looked towards Jang Min. I'm also very happy to have saved Jang Min. That night in a deserted landfill. The big brother and his juniors just got beaten by Lee Gilsoo for a lifetime. Now the boss is angry. Take it out and beat it again. The big brother was scared and knelt down to beg him. I don't intend to do that. The boss interrupted in an angry tone. The problem is, you don't know your identity and even do useless things. Big brother knelt down and begged me to apologize. I think if we just take over this area. Before he could finish his sentence, he kicked the boss right in the face. The boss threatened even if you didn't care. Then Yoon Na-young's plan to conquer the north. Already finished preparing. Finished speaking, the boss declared from now on. You will be demoted too. Player, but it seems this is what he expected. Because only being fired from your position will still keep your life safe. He trembled and stammered, saying yes, I agree. But it seemed that keeping his life was only in the immediate future. The big brother has no intention of letting it go so easily. He happily advised, so the other players will also be happy. Because from now on I can fight with you. See you in the Colosseum. This boss with mysterious power. It was Bok Sun meeting 05 Kim Won nuns. The same evening but at a different location. A group of new students stood in a neat line. Their expressions were timid as if they were asking for something. The big brother looked down upon them when he saw them. He smirked and shouted, "You guys look like you're all teenagers. What are you thinking? Daring to leave home? Ha ha!" After getting the junior's name, mention the demands of these students. The big brother's voice lowered his voice. "Oh. So you guys want to enter heaven?" One side boldly stood up first to answer. "Yes. It's been about a month since we left home. I heard there will be accommodation here." Before he could finish his sentence, a fist flew straight at this student's face. The punch was so terrible that, causing this student to shoot 10 meters and almost log out. Group of friends traveling together, causing the force of the punch to knock his friend unconscious. On the spot, I just stood there dumbfounded. No one had the courage to help their friend anymore. Everyone was trembling. The cut surface did not have a drop of blood left. The big brother looked at the student. I was punched and laughed out loud. "What did you just say?" "Take care of the accommodation, ha ha ha." Then he immediately changed his expression to anger. Reminded the remaining students, "You guys still dare to think? Thien Phong is another charity organization. I will deal with all of you." The new big brother officially revealed. He is the leader of Thien Phong gang named Gong Jin Seo. The students got a scare from Gong Jin Seo. Make them scared and then run away. Every name is remembered for a lifetime. I ran and begged in fear. We knew we were wrong. From now on we won't dare come here anymore. After saying that, each person ran quickly to the door and disappeared. Gong Jin Seo stood still and watched each name until they disappear from sight. Smiling and sarcastic mouths are truly a bunch of cowards. So I ran away and forgot my friends. When no one was bothering me anymore, Gong Jin Seo sat back down on the chair. Let out a sigh of disappointment. They've been so bad lately. No one is perfect, so why can't I find it? Who can use it? Saw the name Gong Jin Seo, asked to light a cigarette. I quickly pulled out half of it, not forgetting to whisper. Probably due to the influence of the Bok Sun group. So all the good guys have disappeared. Boss, listening to the junior's name, it's quite reasonable. Made him think even more. He turned to talk to his junior. Now I can't let heaven win. Forever a small gang. Must be stronger to be mentioned here. The name Gong Jin Seo immediately fell into a deadlock. Suddenly a tough voice came from the door. Are you guys missing a lot? The junior and Gong Jin Seo were startled and turned away. The junior's face was confused and he shouted, "Are you Park Yung Ho?" The name Park Yung Ho, standing in the territory of the Thien Phong gang. But he didn't seem to have any fear. He put his hands in his pockets and happily asked softly, "Why is Thien Phong so short of people?" Gong Jin Seo's juniors are like dogs. When you see a stranger entering your house, shouted angrily, "Are you crazy, this bitch? Do you know where this is? You dare to come here? But don't pay any attention to these flies." Park Yung coughed and looked towards Gong Jin Seo and continued, "Maybe I should try applying here too. Compared to the guys who just got kicked out, I'm a real deal. Here." Gong Jin Seo tricked his juniors. Then walked towards Park Yung Ho and greeted Yung Ho. "Can't you tell the difference between right and wrong? I already chased you away and you still dare to come back." The big brother approached Park Yung Kof. Turned his bullet-shaped eyes towards Yung Ho. "Ironically, you're a dog with no integrity at all. But this Park Yung Ho has reached a dead end." He tried to hide it with a calm tone. I'm not the easygoing type either. If you want me back, then I have to have something. Now if you let me come back, then you can tell me to do anything. I will do everything. Big brother heard this and did not react any further. His one smile said it all. A sinister smile. So that's it then. Welcome home Park Young-ho. The next day at the 6th subject school. Lee Gilsoo is in pain. Hugged his arms and lamented. His mother worked too hard yesterday. I'm all tired now. I have to go to the medical office to ask for medicine. On the way, Lee Gilsoo encountered a group of her accomplices. Kong in hair is discussing something. A guy with a comforting and reassuring voice named Park Young coughed. You must be having a hard time these days. Young-ho. Everyone has their temper sometimes. In-hee. It's a bit strict. So we'll give you another chance. If we whisper a little, In-hee will also accept you back. But Park Young-ho understands his old accomplices too well. Don't be fooled. Park Young coughed, frowned and said in a low voice. Stop trying to talk nonsense. Let's get to the main issue. Why are you suddenly saying that? The guy with the claw hair knows he can't fool Park Young-ho. Then happily ran out and put his arm around Young-ho's shoulder and told him ha ha ha. Are you still the same? Park Young-ho. Because we heard it when we were still in Teen Fong. You're very close to the girls. Aren't you? Because they also ran away from home. So I'm sure they'll get along very well. We were going to ask you to introduce some people. The name Park Young. When I heard this, I flatly refused. He shook his shoulder at the guy standing next to him and then left. He did not forget to remind. I would never intend to be your lackey. Where to go? The guy with the clawed hair saw that he couldn't seduce him and immediately turned his face. He immediately shouted bitterly at Park Young. This dog wants to play with you for a bit of fun. Yet you look down on us. What a son of a bitch. Finished speaking, he picked it up from the trash can. A can of water was thrown straight at Park Young-ho. But this Park Young-ho, clearly not a novice. His reflexes were lightning fast. Turn around and kick the can of water away. Go back to the guy with the clawed hair, causing the guy with slicked back hair to sweat profusely. Park Young coughed and looked towards them. Then he frowned and threatened, you guys not to dream. Can touch me. I only play with you because of Kong Wanba. You think I'll let you bully me again? When I've already dropped out of school. Why? It seems to have deviated from the plan. It was just a joke. When his accomplices heard this, they shouted loudly in surprise. What are you dropping out of school? What is this? Does Kong in hair know? Park Young-ho is now free. So there's no need to care and please anyone anymore. He raised a friendly finger towards his old comrades. And laughed loudly at them. What's the point of studying at this damn school? You guys stay and lick Kong in hair's ass ha ha ha. Lee Gilsoo hide there. I also heard the entire conversation between them. He also stood dumbfounded. Couldn't help but be surprised. When he learned the name Park Young coughed. Was no longer studying at this 6th subject school. That afternoon, Park Young-ho packed up all his belongings at school. And started chasing away. The whole way he was like a man on a cloud. As if there was some regret in his mind. He tried to comfort himself with positive thoughts. Now I don't need to care about Kong in hair. With Kong Wanpa or something else. Now just start over with Teen Fong and you'll be fine. He was so lost in thought that he was startled. Before a familiar voice came from behind. Hey Park Young cough. He was startled and turned around to see it was indeed Lee Gilsoo. But it seems this time it's not about causing trouble anymore. Lee Gilsoo with a serious expression. Approaching Park Young-ho. I have something to tell you. I heard you're planning to drop out of school. What's going on? Is it because of the incident at the arena? Park Young coughed and immediately turned around. Ignored Jisoo's concerns and continued to leave. Lee Gilsoo tried to get Park Young's attention. If that's the case, he challenged. Then go back to the arena and remove the gauze. I'm always ready to fight. Thought this was a taunt from Lee Gilsoo. Park Young-ho stood still for a moment. Suddenly he threw down the box in his hand. Angrily rushed towards Lee Gilsoo. Grabbed him by the collar. Lifted him up and shouted a warning to the damn guy. You like it so much. Why do you think that's the end of it? From now on, remember to look first and then you bitch. Now the battle is between you and me. It won't just be in that arena anymore. If I see you, I will kill you right outside here. After saying that, He threw Lee Gilsoo down, swallowed his anger and turned around to leave. Lee Gilsoo felt like there was something fishy about this, making him unable to ignore it even though this matter had nothing to do with him. But thinking about it kept him tossing and turning. He looked at Park Yung-ho who was slowly walking away. Suddenly something falling out of Park Yung-ho's box. But he didn't pay attention. Lee Jin-soo walked over and looked at him surprised to see it. It looked like a letter. Who is as dry as Park Yung? How can he have a handwritten letter? The scene changes to the evening at an abandoned grocery store. A group of thugs are gathered together complaining to each other. One guy turned to his accomplices and laughed loudly. Pitiful for this body. I heard you lost everything last week. Ao Dai guy was angry and it was all because of Thien Fong. They don't know how to respect anyone. Still asking for protection money? Those dogs have no morals at all. Mention the name Thien Fong, causing the whole group to fall into silence. The long-haired guy turned to reassure his comrades not to worry. I will settle accounts with Thien Fong's group soon. They look like there are a lot of them but they're all trash. At the same time outside Park Yung-ho is majestic. Come forward with a stick in one person's hand, one stick to pacify the world. Park Yung-ho's appearance attracted attention along with their hot eyes. The name Park Yung-ho stood upright with a powerful tone, ordered the group of thugs. You have two options. One is to join us in Thien Fong. Two is to go away immediately. Speaking of this, Park Yung coughed in a low voice with sharp eyes. The bullet looked towards the group of thugs and reminded you which one to choose. The thugs were not only not afraid, but also made fans laugh. For a long time, they all joined together to mock Park Yung-ho. The long-haired guy laughed and spoke loudly. Hey guys, is that guy Park Yung-ho? I heard that he followed Kong in hair and then joined the reserve organization. Now I'm being sent back to heaven again. Ha ha ha, what a shameless guy. Park Yung coughed bitterly. When I heard their taunts, he remembered the advice of Gong Jin-seo. Gong Jin-seo sat in deep thought. Said to Park Yung-ho, do you know Morongan? That guy is spying on our area. Let's deal with him. If you let the others grow, it will only do harm and no benefit. Then he offered a reward to Park Yung-ho if he handled this case well. I will consider accepting you back to heaven. Park Yung coughed angrily and looked towards the group of thugs. Both crowded and strong. But now there is no other way for him if he wants to regain his position. As soon as they had time to prepare, the two men already held sticks and rushed towards Park Yung-ho. If you provoke that bastard, you'll only get a mouthful and you'll be bored with life. Why do you dare to come here alone? The lightning-fast rush that made Park Yung cough and startle. He quickly raised his stick and struggled to block a fatal blow. But right after that attack, the second guy quickly rushed up. Realizing the loophole of Park Yung-ho, this guy shouted loudly in excitement. You're lucky to expose your loophole. You dog. Immediately followed by a strong blow towards Park Yung-ho's flank. A textbook blow. But that's still not enough for Park Yung-ho. That attack was when Park Yung coughed and raised his leg. Support choose to disable. The name Park Yung coughed with a satisfied smile. Looking at those bewildered faces, oh why stop? Immediately he swung his legs and shouted happily. These are bulletproof shins. Dogs. A trademark kick from Park Yung-ho, causing both men to be thrown a meter away and unconscious on the spot. The long-haired guy who witnessed that kick also felt uneasy. Sweat flowed down his face in streams. Park Young's cough was now hot and he threw away his shirt, revealing his rugged tattooed body and then causing provocation. Stop messing around and let me handle it all at once. Both sides rushed at each other. Park Yung-ho seems more pitiful. Blame him for only following orders because now he has nowhere else to go. Go. His face clearly shows determination. He will not lose this battle and must win at all costs. Return to Thien Fong base named Gong Jin-seo. Looking intently at the photo of him and Park Yung coughing. Many years ago, the junior asked the big brother, are you really going to get the name Park Yung back? Named Gong Jin-seo burst out laughing when he heard this. Take that guy back. Why is there no way? The junior guy still doesn't understand and continues to ask. Why did the big brother tell him to do that? Gong Jin-seo happily said. If this matter is handled, We will easily be able to take care of the other gangs. Even if Park Yung-ho loses, we won't lose anything." As he said, he pulled out a lighter, burned a photo of him and Park Yung-ho. His face became sinister and excited, shouting, "Guys like Park Yung-ho. Use it until it stops working. Then throw it away and you're done." That proves even more in him. There is no more gratitude towards Park Yung-ho anymore. And Park Yung will cough if it continues like this. He will always be just a pawn. The only difference is that it was transmitted from this gang. Just moved to another gang. Returned to the abandoned grocery store. The scene had now become quiet. To the point where the iron rod fell from Park Young's hand and coughed down. It was enough to echo everywhere. It seemed the battle was over and the outcome was quite clear. The name Park Yung-ho had defeated all the thugs. The name Park Yung-ho slowly walked towards the spot. The long-haired guy is leaning against the wall, hand holding stomach in pain. He couldn't breathe out of his mouth and was a bit angry. Looked up at the name Park Yung, coughed. "This guy, you are a monster. The first time I met you, you weren't this strong." Park Yung coughed with a smug smile. "I'm different now. Don't compare me with before anymore. Have fun but don't forget your own mission." He stepped closer, repeating his initial request to the long-haired guy. "I told you earlier that you would have two choices, but now there is only one left. If you disobey orders, then get out of my sight." At this point, Park Young's attitude completely changed. His whole body exuded the cruelty of a beast. His mocking tone and shouted loudly to get out of my sight. Immediately after that, he made a strike to eliminate him without any hesitation. The scene was so horrifying. Even if it only turned to Park Young's coughing face. But I could still see the blood splattering. The next morning, back to the 6-subject school. There were two guys looking quite uncomfortable. An unbearable name turned around and said yes to the person accompanying him. "Damn, Park Yung cough. After quitting school, you can still do tricks." The guy next to me seemed to scratch an itchy spot right away. Gruffly agreed, "That's right. Why do we have to pack things for him?" Then suddenly one of the two guys remembered something. He suddenly said, "Hey, do you know anything? Your name seemed to be questioning. I don't understand what that guy is talking about." This guy continued talking about Park Yung. "I heard he went back to Thien Phong. He said he was going to go beat up the guys he hated in the 6 gates. When my friend found out what happened, he also started to get scared. The subject falters and trembles. So now we have to be careful. They don't know what high heaven and thick earth are. I still don't understand why Thien Phong and the others took him back." After talking about it, they quickly moved to continue working. Coincidentally, Lee Gilsoo, Jin Duen and Keong Min were also there to rest. Their conversation was heard by Lee Gilsoo. Hearing the story, Lee Gilsoo began to fall into deep thought. He turned to interrupt Jin Duen and Keong Min's conversation. "Guys, do you know the story about Park Yung dropping out of school?" Jin Duen turned and replied, "Yes. I also heard it vaguely. Because I haven't seen it anywhere lately. So I'm curious to find out." Jin Duen turned to look at Jisoo's thoughtful face. Then smiled. "What are you worried about? The name Park Yung was dumped by Kong in hair. Of course it has to be like that without Kong in hair. How can he survive in school? Lee Gilsoo suddenly dropped out of school like that. Is it possible that the whole school doesn't hang out with anyone else?" Keong Min interrupted with pride. "If his name is Park Yung, who would want to be friends with him? If it weren't for Kong in hair's tape, it would definitely be isolated." Lee Gilsoo, you guys sound quite uncomfortable when Park Young's name is mentioned. So you just hesitantly agree to get it over with. Time passed into the afternoon in an empty lot. A group of children are having fun playing blindfolded catcher's game. The boy was wearing a blindfold and started reading how the Mi Gung flower had bloomed. This game is more accurately similar to Black and Blue, Red Light in the movie Squid Game. Returned to the group of children, the blindfolded boy suddenly interrupted and stopped. Turn quickly back to catch your friends who are still moving. But the kids are also quite agile. This time the blindfolded boy did not catch anyone. The boy continued to turn around and face the tree trunk. Then start again. The Gung Mi flower has bloomed. This time the boy learned from the experience. Turned back faster and happily shouted loudly that he caught it. Suddenly startled and pointed at Lee Gilsoo, who was standing far away watching. Hey guys, is there someone standing there? They turned to look at Lee Gilsoo in bewilderment. Who are you? Do you want to join us? Lee Gilsoo shyly refused so as not to make the kids sad. At the same time, I started a conversation and said hello to the guys. Is there anyone here who is looking for someone? Name is Jun Ha Sun. No. A sudden voice came from behind. What are you looking for me for? Lee Gilsoo turned to look. A girl around the same age running towards me. It's Jun Ha Sun. Transition to a loving home. Of the Yung Nayung area. Inside the shelter campus sitting on a stone bench. Jun Ha Sun sadly holds in her hand the letter she sent to her brother. But was picked up and given back by Lee Gilsoo. And became even more depressed when he heard that his brother Park Young-ho had dropped out of school. Lee Gilsoo felt a bit shaky. He thought to himself because he heard. Park Young doesn't have any friends at all. So much so that things were not packed away. Throwing his things away made me feel guilty. So I came here. Thinking for a while, Jun Ha Sun suddenly lowered her head and whispered sadly. But I don't know myself. What should I do to get him back? Hearing that, Lee Gilsoo was surprised and turned to ask. What's wrong? I thought you two were close brothers. Just wrote a letter to each other like that. Aren't you two very close? Jun Ha Sun took a deep breath and fell into deep thought to explain. After Mr. Young coughed out of this shelter. I don't have any information about him anymore. The only thing I know is the address of his school. So I wrote a letter there. Lee Gilsoo surprise after surprise. Was Park Young-ho once a person who was raised by a loving home? Jun Ha Sun nodded in confirmation and sadly continued talking about when she was a child. Mr. Young-ho is also a person who was raised by a home. Because he is also an orphan like many other children here. We have lived together since childhood. Jun Ha Sun started reminiscing. As a child, Jun Ha Sun only liked to play with younger children. Constantly being teased and bullied by people of the same age with full families. One day he kicked Jun Ha Sun so hard that he fell over. They discriminated against and threatened Jun Ha Sun and the orphans. You're really noisy. Next time, remember to bring money to pay tribute to us. Then they don't forget to deepen the pain. There are no relatives of Jun Ha Sun. If you don't want to pay tribute, then go tell your parents. But you guys don't have parents. Ha ha ha. At that time, the children in the orphanage were often bullied. Discriminated by outsiders. But every time he was bullied, Park Young-ho was always there to solve it. Save everyone and teach the bullies a lesson. In the shelter, only Young-ho always protects us. To us he was like a real hero. But when he grew up a little, Young-ho was the one who was bullied. The students gathered and beat Park Young up. Then took him and threw him in the trash pile. They looked towards Park Young-ho, panting from exhaustion and taunting. Orphans can't do anything. It's true that without parents, one wouldn't know how to be self-reliant. Ha ha ha. Young-ho, you're an orphan so you should know your fate. Don't make such a fuss. Orphan, ha ha ha. There's nothing worse than being despised to the point of bitterness. But there was nothing he could do and it seemed like no one could help him. The worst time of being bullied was middle school. From a cheerful and affable person, he gradually became darker. That was the most desperate time. He started looking for evil things. He started looking for Jang Ho. Named Thien Phong Hoi. Then he disappeared without leaving any information. After running away for a long time he suddenly reappeared looking for a home. He came back with a completely different look. His body was covered in weird tattoos but he still cared a lot about the unicorn children who came back with a lot of gifts. But because of that look of Park Young-ho, made everyone a bit surprised and strange. The children also wondered and asked carefully, "Are you sure this is Park Young-ho?" The name Park Young-ho ran to hug the children. "But reassure me that it's just because I haven't seen you for a long time that it feels strange. I miss you guys so much. I feel the familiar love." The children also confirmed that this was Park Young-ho and rushed to hug him. Jun Ha soon looked at Park Young-ho for a long time with that expression and behavior. It seems that Park Young-ho has returned to his old warmth even though his body was a little different. Since the first meeting, Park Young-ho still visited regularly in the following months. And brought us gifts, but surprisingly recently he hasn't come anymore. This makes me very worried. Now I heard the news that he stopped going to school. Speaking of this, Jun Ha-sun sighed as if she was depressed. Lee Gilsoo heard that and felt a bit thoughtful. Park Young coughed and Jun Ha-sun was telling her. It was like a completely different person. Jun Ha-sun's whole body suddenly trembled. Tears fell. Jun Ha-sun couldn't hold back his emotions. When talking about Park Young, I cough and burst into tears. Sometimes I get very scared. Afraid that one day, the Young Ho I know will disappear and become a scary person. Speaking of this, Jun Ha-sun burst into tears louder and louder. Lee Gilsoo, sitting next to him, didn't know what else to say. He just tried to reach out and reassure Lee Gilsoo at this moment. Also fell into an indescribable state between unbelievable surprise and contemplation. Transitioning to the evening at the area of the Heavenly Wind Association. The name Gong Gilsoo was brutally torturing. The junior didn't follow orders. He angrily yelled at the useless thing to feed you. If you let me live, you have to repay me. The younger man was in pain and begged me to apologize. Next month I will definitely earn that amount of money. Hearing that, the name Gong Gilsoo just started to calm down. He stopped and threatened that if he did it again, you would know the consequences. The junior weakly responded, yes, please spare my life. Gong Gilsoo grumpily lit a cigarette. Then approached Park Young coughing. Lamenting how weak children are these days. We weren't like this back then, right, Park Young Ho? He looked intently at Park Young Ho and praised him. I really need a crazy guy like you, ha ha ha. Named Gong Gilsoo couldn't hide his excitement. About Park Young Ho's achievements. Did you erase Morongan's tape? So why are you still alive? It really didn't live up to my expectations. He walked over to the chair and slowly sat down and said to Park Young. Okay, looks like you've redeemed yourself. Let me think and consider whether I should let you back into heaven. Lee Gilsoo heard the deliberation and got mad. He rushed to the big brother and scolded him. What the hell? Didn't I tell you to just erase the Morongans gang? Rejoining the gang. Name Gong Gilsoo looked excited and reminded Young Ho since you betrayed him. Then the assessment of capacity is more strict. Park Young Ho angrily asked me what else should I do. The fish got hooked on, Gong Gilsoo said gently. You said you would do anything, right? He turned a cunning face and said softly, so can you kill someone? This suggestion from Gong Gilsoo made Park Young Ho really dumbfounded. Park Young Ho stood speechless before Gong's new offer. Gilsoo stammered and asked again. Kill, why do you want me to kill? Name Gong Gilsoo saw Park Young's scared reaction and couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, mom, full but funny, I'm dying, ha ha ha, this idiot believes it's true. It's so true. You get off that scared face. It's so funny. Park Young coughed and then he regained his senses. He angrily scolded Gong Gilsoo. Damn this guy. It's okay to be joking. This is not something to joke about. Gong Gilsoo suddenly lowered his voice. The hand put out the cigarette and said softly. But it's not just a joke. What you do next is also exciting. It's no less than murder. Park Young Ho became worried and asked what it was. Could that be as dangerous as killing someone? Gong Gilsoo took out a lighter and turned it on in front of Park Young. Just burn a motorbike. After speaking, he gave Park Young a pile of money. As a bonus, he hasn't forgotten to remind you lately. It's almost impossible to find a job with such a large bonus. Park Young Ho was still standing there dumbfounded, looking towards the pile of money. Park Young coughed and hesitated. You told me to burn the car. Saw Park Young Ho is still not satisfied with the reward money. Gong Gilsoo came to encourage me. I believe you can do it. Park Young Ho. To make sure to get Park Young Ho's consent, he gave me a final condition to complete this case. You will be returned to Thien Phong with this offer. Found it difficult to get Park Young to refuse, even though he accepted the invitation under the name Gong Gilsoo. But on the street, Park Young Ho still couldn't help but hesitate. He was confused by that risky proposal. Told me to go burn the car in case something bad happened. How can I escape from the re-education camp? Now that I've come to this point, I'm still worried about renovation issues. It's really funny. Lost in thought, Park Young Ho suddenly felt a familiar scene. He looked up and saw the loving home of Young Na-young. The name Park Young. When he realized it, He was both angry and confused. He sighed. Why the hell did I come here? It seems like Park Yung-ho still remembers this place. He blamed himself for coming back here and then quickly left. Suddenly a familiar voice came from behind. It's Mr. Park Yung-ho, isn't it really you, right? This familiar voice is none other than Jun Ha-sun. Scene changes to a swing nearby. Park Yung-ho and Jun Ha-sun were happy to see each other again. Park Yung coughed and worriedly asked Jun Ha-sun what was wrong. But now it's very dangerous for me to go alone like that. Jun Ha-sun is shy and can't sleep. Should go out for a walk and get some fresh air. And have you been living well lately? Why don't you answer the phone? Park Yung coughed and hesitated, not daring to tell the truth. I'm still living well just because I'm so busy. Just don't have time to answer the phone. But because we've lived together since we were kids. So this lie cannot fool Jun Ha-sun. Jun Ha-sun happily said, "You're lying. Just look at his face and you can tell he's not living well." After speaking, Jun Ha-sun's face suddenly darkened. Jun Ha-sun feels sad when remembering things from the past. It was the time when they both lived together in the same house when they were young. Jun Ha-sun and Park Yung-ho often come to sit and talk to each other. On this swing, Park Yung-ho also remembers those beautiful times. Happily teasing Jun Ha-sun. "I have time to play and you just don't get to play. It was all because of pushing the chain on us. But at that time he pushed both of us at the same time, haha." Jun Ha-sun did not give up and repeated the story. One time, Park Yung-ho pushed too hard, causing Jun Ha-sun to fall. So much so that my leg still has a scar. When Park Yung heard this, he suddenly lost his expression and pretended to be dumb. Then quickly changed the subject. Saw Jun Ha-sun about to sulk, so Park Yung-ho had no choice but to admit his guilt. "That's right, I remember now. It's because you looked so funny at that time. So I was a bit over-exercised. But back then I redeemed myself. Besides, I like playing with you guys a lot, haha." Jun Ha-sun smiled and temporarily ignored Park Yung-ho. She talked about being bullied every time the bullies taunted and discriminated against her. "You always come to our rescue. Park Yung-ho is like a superhero." Talking about this, Jun Ha-sun's emotions suddenly calmed down. Gathering up all his courage, he turned to Park Yung and asked, this guy in wonder, "Why don't you return to the shelter? Can we live together again like before?" This statement from Jun Ha-sun made Park Yung-ho dumbfounded. He fell into thought for a moment, then turned to Jun Ha-sun and gently said, "Thank you, Ha-sun, but now you've gone too far." Jun Ha-sun was startled and uneasy. "What are you talking about? What's wrong with you?" Park Yung coughed and sighed and stood up. He didn't forget to tell Jun Ha-sun to stay. "Maybe I won't be able to come back for a while. Take care of the kids carefully. Don't worry about me." He tried to suppress his emotions and turned away, to not let Jun Ha-sun see her bad side. Now the voice is quiet and thoughtful at night. "It's cold. Go back to bed early. I'm leaving." Jun Ha-sun was dumbfounded by Park Yung-ho's strange actions and words. The emotions right now are indescribable. Tears were welling up. She didn't know, Park Yung-ho, what really happened again. It was as if this would be the last time we would see each other. Jun Ha-sun stood blankly and worried, looking at Park Yung coughing as he gradually disappeared into the night. Time passed quickly until the next evening in an empty parking lot. A motorbike parked in a hidden corner was being continuously coughed by. Park Yung sprinkled gasoline on. Park Yung coughed and covered his face, constantly paying careful attention to his surroundings. When he felt safe, he silently rejoiced that everything was going according to plan. "I have to be very calm. Gong Jin Seo is right that there are no cameras in this parking lot." The car was also parked in a hidden corner and no one came by now. When he confirmed that it was really safe, he threw away the empty gasoline can, pulled out a lighter from his pocket and looked at the fire burning in the car. "Lighter." Park Yung coughed thoughtfully. Now all he had to do was light it. It's so easy that you don't need to think too much. The easy thing here is the self-introspection of Park Yung-ho. The truth is that this Park Yung-ho is shaking. My hands were stiff and sweat was pouring out. My legs were unsteady. But he has no other choice. This is the only way for Park Yung-ho to survive and be accepted back into heaven. He remembered the days when he was a child and wandered around independently, having to face the world alone without his parents. The first thing he learned was the little things one has on hand. It never came easy to him. Just like that, he was born in a game where the strong will eat the weak. And he is the representative of the weak. But the memory of being beaten by bullies was horrifying. Because he told the teacher about being bullied, but life is always unfair. They knew about it but still didn't get any punishment. Because that teacher was still on the side of the bullies. But when he told Park Young, he could only cower and receive the attack. Because now he realized if he couldn't save himself, then there will be no one out there who will help you anymore. When they beat Park Young and cough until they are tired, they will stop. One guy bent down and stared at his face, covered in bruises, and then mocked me. I'm really curious. On what basis do you dare to oppose us? An orphan without a father or mother like you. Those who don't know anything like you. Let me teach you a lifelong lesson. As he said, he picked up a sharp iron bar next to him. Park Young's cold face pressed a knife into Park Young's face and he coughed and blamed him. All of this is because of you, Young Ho. So from now on you should know your fate. A little Park Young Ho almost helplessly looked at the iron bar that was gradually cutting into his face. In the moment of near death, the back door suddenly opened slightly. 3 hours 49 minutes and 59 seconds. Causing the group of bullies to stop by surprise. Park Dong Ho narrowly escaped. A group of men wearing powerful-looking suits appeared. Yelled loudly, "You brats, do you know whose territory this is? You dare to cause trouble like that. Your captors seems to be true to the saying that young horses are eager to fight." They stood up, annoyed with the disdain of the men in suits. The long-haired guy turned around and challenged you to call us brats. Who are you, if you can wear a vest and think you can be a father? We came here first, so you old guys are the best. So go away, before you can finish your sentence. A fist flew and appeared before the long-haired man's eyes, leaving him unable to react. A terrible punch punched the long-haired guy straight in the face, causing his head to fall to the ground. Teeth and lips mixed together. Reset immediately. Big Brother's name is Gong Jin Seo angrily grabbed the long-haired guy's head. It's a clever reminder, but it's really rude. And who dares to act rashly in Kong Gon's area? When his accomplices heard the name Kong Gon, they immediately went crazy. It seems they know their fate ahead. When he encountered the wrong area. This was also the first time Park Young was exposed to the name Kong Gon. In endless despair, Park Young Ho seems to have found the truth. Witnessing Gon Jin Seo alone take care of all the bullies, making Park Young Ho even more convinced that if he wants to survive in this place, he must become strong. But it doesn't end here. A car is coming. A man like a gentleman with a terrible aura just stepped out of the car, causing everyone to bow down. A powerful voice called out, "What's going on here?" A Max Vest bowed and said, "Sorry, this area is not well managed. So we're cleaning it up." The final boss looked annoyed. Told the juniors to directly remind the manager of this area. "Come meet me in the office later." The juniors were afraid to obey the year's orders. Witnessed the entire incident. Park Young Ho looked intently at the last boss. "It seems like your whole body exuded a source of vitality. A terrifyingly powerful force, like a dragon rushing by." From that day, Park Young Ho has made up his mind. Not just become strong, but also to become the strongest. Like a fierce beast, stands at the top of the food chain. To not be swallowed by anyone again. Back to reality. Park Young Ho has regained his confidence. Looked towards the fire fluttering in the wind. Park Young coughed and thought. He has no other choice now. One day he will be like a boss. Determination peaked. He waved his hand and prepared to burn the car down. But it seemed that Park Young's life was indeed a series of surprises. While preparing to throw the lighter, a voice shouted loudly to stop. Park Young coughed in fear and turned around. Then suddenly ate a bucket of water in the face. It turned out that Lee Gilsoo had arrived in time. Lee Gilsoo angrily reminded, "Don't play with fire." This guy, Park Young Ho, is equally surprising. He quickly wiped the water from his face with his hand and interrogated him. "How did you get here?" Lee Gilsoo. Lee Gilsoo insisted on holding a bucket of water in her hand and threatening, "Stop it. If you do that again, I'll make you all wet. Best not to do anything foolish. Please think about the people around you. Go back about 3 hours ago. At this time, Lee Gilsoo had just finished school and was leaving school. Walked out with the group Ki Yong Min and Jin Duen. Busy talking. Then suddenly a familiar voice shouted, "Lee Gilsoo, I've been waiting for you forever." Lee Gilsoo and her friends turned around in surprise. Don't understand anything. It turned out that Jun Ha-sun was waiting for a long time to meet Lee Gilsoo. Jun Ha-sun happily burst into tears in a hurried voice. "Lee Gilsoo, can I talk to you for a moment?" The two of them arranged to go to a nearby park to talk. After hearing the beginning and end of Jun Ha-sun's story, Lee Gilsoo was surprised and couldn't believe it. He said Park Yung-ho was planning to do something. "It's so dangerous. Why do you think like that?" Jun Ha-sun leaned on her hands and thought. "Because I also understand Mr. Park Yung-ho very well. When Yung coughs when he's stressed, the atmosphere is very different. It was the same when I was planning to join the gang." Remember the last words. Before leaving Park Yung-ho, Jun Ha-sun couldn't hold back his emotions and burst into tears. For this kind of goodbye. It's not like a normal goodbye. Kind of goodbye. It's like we can never see each other again. That makes me so worried. Cannot solve it alone. Jun Ha-sun turned to Lee Gilsoo for help. Lee Gilsoo was still thoughtful and confused. You cannot guess. What the hell is Park Yung-ho planning to do? But Lee Gilsoo still nodded in agreement with Jun Ha-sun. He promised to find out the end of the story. And will do my best. Time passes quickly until evening on the rooftop of the local building. At Thien Phong's table, two juniors are enjoying the fragrant pot of grilled meat. The two guys sat together complaining about working all day long. Eating grilled meat on the terrace is truly amazing. Her son, who lost his name, could not hide his joy. Agree. We had to sneak in a quick snack while the guys weren't home. They were busy eating happily when suddenly the sound of the door gradually opening made them startled and scared, thinking their big brother Gong Jin Seo had came back unexpectedly. But fortunately the person who came was Lee Gilsoo and he politely greeted her. Is this the Thien Phong gang's place? Because Lee Gilsoo ruined their party. Make them mad. Without paying attention to Jisoo's words, one guy angrily shouted loudly to "Fuck the bitch. You make me feel like big brother Jin Seo has returned. But we don't accept weak nerds here anymore. Why don't you go away quickly? It's a godsend to avoid food." Lee Jin-soo suddenly remembered Jin Duen's words when he came to ask for information about Thien Phong. Jin Duen's group. He only vaguely remembered that. Looks like they're in an abandoned mansion. That building must be right next to the amusement park. At this moment Lee Jin-soo glanced around. Along with the words of these guys, he confirmed that what Jin Duen said was true. This place is really the territory of Thien Phong group. Lee Jin-soo tried to act scared, but went to talk to the two guys who were eating. "Well, I didn't come here to ask for admission to heaven, but to find someone. Does anyone know the name Park Yung-ho?" Hearing the name Park Yung-ho makes them uncomfortable, as well as successfully attracting their attention. The guy in the white shirt wondered why Park Yung was coughing. "Why are you looking for it? Do you know it?" Lee Jin-soo just stammered and said, "Oh me. Just want to know where it is. There's something to talk about but they can't contact." But it seems like they're no longer interested. With the name Park Yung-ho too. The guy in the white shirt said with a mocking voice. "You're late now. That bitch is probably taking his own life. It's worth it, ha ha ha." Hearing this made Lee Gilsoo suddenly startled. His heart is very uneasy right now. Don't know Park Young's name. What the hell are you doing? White shirt guy eating and babbling about Park Yung-ho. I know what kind of guy that is. But you better go away first. When I finish eating this fatty piece of meat, and stand up and hit you. Like a piece of food brought to your mouth and still having to be spit out. It turns out Lee Gilsoo was mad with their bossy attitude, but rushed to cover the white shirt man's mouth and pinned him to the ground. "You angrily threatened I was planning to talk to you guys properly. But with this attitude, it probably won't work. Where is Park Yung-ho? Say it quickly. Don't blame me for not coming back this spring. Come back to reality named Park Yung-ho." After eating an entire bowl of Lee Jisoo's drink, I also stopped trying to burn the car. but turned angry at Lee Gilsoo. How could you come here? Lee Gilsoo tried to stop her. Don't do anything stupid again. Park Yung coughed. Anyway, don't let yourself commit a crime. Park Yung-ho doesn't recognize Lee Jisoo's kindness. He angrily walked towards Lee Gilsoo and blamed her. Who are you? You dare to give me orders? What do you know about me? Do you know how I lived? Right after that, Park Yung-ho approached Gilsoo. Furiously grabbed Jisoo's collar. I want to beat you up. Lee Gilsoo didn't react at this time. Or any resistance at all. He still calmly said softly. I don't know how you had to live. But there are still people who believe in you. At the loving home Yung Na-young. Heard the name loving home. Causing Park Yung to cough as if waking up. He stood there stunned for a moment. Confused. Knowing that Park Young's name could still be changed. Lee Gilsoo continues to practice spells like a monk teaches the Dharma. Wukong's voice gradually became heavier. Towards the name Park Yung-ho. She asked me for help. Said he wouldn't know what you would do. That's when Park Yung-ho really realized it. Jun-ha's son because she was worried about him. But went all the way to the 6 gates to find help. Lee Gilsoo turned to reassure Park Yung-ho. Jun-ha's son still thinks you're a good person and worries about you. To the point of coming to me for help even though I don't know who I am. So stop destroying yourself. There are still people who are always ready to believe and welcome you. Named Park Yung-ho as if sensing the light at the end of the tunnel. He lowered his head and blamed himself for doing these terrible things. Without thinking that there was someone who was always worried about him. Then he put down the lighter in his hand. The whole body seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. But it had not been long since I felt happy. Then disaster was about to strike. The name Gong Jin Seo was standing nearby and heard everyone. Him appearing and clapping and not forgetting to mock the 2 people. Oh my god, just like in the story. So touching that it almost made me cry. Yung-ho ah ha ha ha. The name Park Yung-ho was startled and confused when he saw the appearance of the name Gong Jin Seo. He didn't expect that the big brother had been following him from the beginning until now. Gong Jin Seo walked closer with a sarcastic voice. Luckily I was standing here watching all this time. Otherwise, you'll almost miss out on something big. At this point, I feel there's no need to hide anything anymore. Gong Jin Seo said it directly to Park Yung. Do you think I completely trust you? As he spoke, he held up his phone. On the phone screen was a panorama of Lee Gilsoo trying to burn the car. Park Yung-ho was then dumbfounded when he realized the truth from the beginning. This Gong Jin Seo planned to harm him. Gong Jin Seo immediately approached the spot. The car was still full of gasoline and shouted excitedly. Anyway, you're just an abandoned guy. An orphan like you. After using it, you don't regret throwing it away. Ha ha ha. So that's his plan. Is to burn the car along with the evidence. To put all the blame on Park Yung-ho. The name Park Yung-ho and Lee Gilsoo at that time were in hot water. Run quickly to stop Gong Jin Seo. But with the gap between the lighter and 2 people with the car, it was almost impossible to get there in time. The lighter gradually fell out of Gong Jisoo's hand. Just witnessed Park Young's fear. And Lee Gilsoo just finished the job. But still pushes the blame onto someone else. Making Gong Jisoo excited. But laughed loudly incessantly. He stared intently at Park Young's fear. So I forgot my vigilance. A figure jumped over the back fence. And was moving quickly towards him. In misfortune there is luck. It turns out that Jin Duen appeared in time. He rushed over and kicked the lighter away. Park Young's name saved his life. Jin Duen himself after kicking the lighter. Also breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't believe he could make it in time. Usually in a group there always has to be a comedian. And that's the blonde Ki-young-min. While my friend Jin Duen just did an eye-catching scene. Changed the whole situation. Ki-young-min is still struggling to find a way. Climbed over the fence and tried to ask about Jin Duen. We're not late, are we? Named Park Yung-ho stood dumbfounded. Looked towards Jin Duen. He couldn't believe the people he always considered enemies. Now joined forces to help him. Lee Gilsoo was in shock when he calmed down. Lee Gilsoo looked towards Ki-young-min. Replied with a satisfied expression. They were just in time. As I thought. If we were any slower, Lee Gilsoo and Park Young would probably cough. I'll have to wrap it up. But don't underestimate Lee Gilsoo. Everything that happened was in your own planning.